Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. But you're in just the right place if you enjoy a lovely bit of Counter-Strike. Vince, we're back in position, day 2 of the Perfect World RMRs for the Americas region. Chock-a-block with upsets and kind of crazy plays yesterday. Hopefully, we're in store for something similar today.
Yeah, yesterday was really kind of painted in with two massive upsets to kick off the day in their respective best of ones. Obviously, we got a chance to cast Fury as they got knocked down by Legacy. A second time that's happened at RMRs consecutively now. And then obviously on the other side of things, Liquid struggled.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one, right? Some of the results we saw coming through, obviously bouncing back and forth from the A and B stream. It's always kind of a fun vibe, sort of getting the results post-game in this environment, Vince. So it was very cool to see how things are going down. You got the standings on screen for those of you at home as well. You get a bit of a recap on how it's panning out, but this is how the Swiss has developed.
Indeed. So obviously you could see there Liquid and FURIA both did win their second game. So they are in that 1-1 bracket where a lot of battle's going to be done. Like we were discussing this throughout yesterday, like obviously through the entire kind of seeding and the RMR itself, kind of in the win. Complexity got a really comfortable win, so they were straight through. And today is going to be honestly a make or break for some of these teams, because you go down into that 1 and 2 bracket, things get so scary so quickly.
Yeah, it's rough, man. It really can be. It's the knock to the confidence, and I think also for a lot of these teams as well, some of these players are attempting to make it to their first major. It's an entirely different environment, right? It can catch you off guard, Vince, and I think we're seeing that. The nerves on some players yesterday, it was very different, right, from our experienced veterans. You see how they're playing CS in this environment, especially with the sort of setup we've got with Perfect World. It felt like they took to it like ducks with water, whereas in some cases, it wasn't as clean. If we have a look at the schedule, though, we can check out what we're going to be working with today's games. Vince, we got some bangers to start it off.
We do. We saw Legacy obviously beating Fury, as we just highlighted before. And one player that really impressed me with that as they're up against M80 was Sadzin.
Yeah.
The new recruit, the newest player to the team, very young, Orpa, going up against one of his icons, one of his heroes, and showing no fear. Like you were talking about nerves, he showed none of those whatsoever.
Yeah, it was so sick as well, because obviously the team sort of came together after when they had their interview, and everyone was asking them, is it pressure? Does it feel like it's a bit intense at the minute? How is it for Sadzin playing against Fallen? And they were saying, no, he just wanted to play. He was playing his game, and he really stepped up to the mark, and he proved that in the server. If you missed the games yesterday, I'm hoping he's going to show us some of that level of lethality again today. As it goes on, though, it keeps getting more interesting. Pain Gaming taking on Imperial. That's a hell of a second match.
It is. Both teams have already lost the one game. Maybe a little bit surprising for Pain Gaming. I think a lot of people, myself included, to be honest, Jackie, expected them to go through pretty convincingly in this RMR. They've already had their problems, and then obviously we get into elimination match. It's going to be KRÜ, who we did see yesterday. They looked a little bit shaky, I've got to say, up against Nouns that we didn't cast, but we know that they also didn't have a great time of it. So already one team we're going to be saying goodbye to at the end of the day.
Yeah, we're already right there with the first elimination game, basically, so it's going to be spicy. But we'll get to that later on in the day. We'll dial in with what we're working with first. Of course, M80 taking on Legacy. You got the veto on screens here. Best of one, Vince, and it's going to be Ancient that's locked in.
Ancient is an interesting map for both teams, and I honestly think that I haven't seen too much of Sadzin on Ancient, I'll be honest, so I'm not sure if we will see a return performance of that kind of AWPing prowess.
Yeah.
He did miss a couple of fairly easy shots, but he seemed like the classic sort of Draken, Henny, AWPer, where he's missing some of the easy ones and then the crazy flicks he's landing, like no problem. So Ancient lends itself to combat AWPing and getting in the mix, getting in people's faces. I think it could be a really good one, but M80, don't overlook these guys. Like, I think this German, sort of American, plus UK, obviously Depth is behind them as the coach as well. Yeah. This is a very solid outfit as a team, and I think they're probably also a dark horse to make it through and potentially even go pretty far in the major as well.
I think so. I think so. You know, JT gave an interview, I believe, back with HOTV coming into the RMRs, where he was saying he thinks most of the American teams in this America's RMR are going to be able to make it through. Yeah. He thinks they've all got a good shot. And of course, there is potential for that, but it's getting a little bit harder with how the bracket is starting to pan out, right? For M80, though, you're in a position where they could still springboard. By no means is it an easy game. I think for both of these teams, actually, we've done quite well with getting a fairly even matchup here that, for the neutrals, for the spectators at home, should be a banger.
Well, I think these best of ones we got, man, are very, very exciting. And the elimination match, obviously we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but even if it doesn't look like the craziest of Counter-Strike on paper, it could be a really intense affair. However, we are already live. On to Ancient, Legacy kicking things off on the CT side, and M80 with a fair bit of utility, 2 Molotovs and 2 smokes to play with.
Here we go then. First pistol round of the second day of the Americas RMR. For the Perfect World Major leading up to Shanghai. A lot of excitement on the line. It kicks off with a couple of pot shots being thrown out. Ooh, tag up, push straight through the flames. Lake with the damage done. And that's a hell of a way to make your entry. Back of the bomb site claimed. You've got it locked down for the retake towards CT as well. Looking like a clean pistol round here, Vince.
Incredibly clean. And now Nekis, who started so strongly yesterday, has to try and clutch out with Sadzin. They have the kit, but they need to get these kills. The time is already so low. It just doesn't look possible. And Swisher and Lake lay it down. Convincing, clear, clinical open around here for M80.
That was beautiful. Nice play from Lake, straight in, took control, goes through the flames towards the back of CT, took the peek onto him, hits the shots, and opens it up nicely for the side. So bright and early, they're straight into it. Come out swinging with the pistols. Put a little bit of pressure on. Ideal way to kick off the T-side campaign.
I can't ask for more than that, really. And Legacy straight into a force of their own. Sat behind the smoke. We're going to get two players aggressive down up on the elbow side. Because they don't have cave control, though, once that smoke begins to fade with a Molotov, they're going to be called into trying to get aggressive up on Cats. That's up close with a 5-7, missing out. Swisher. That one kill probably finalizes the post plant. They're in that awkward position as well, Legacy, where they've already lost two players. They even want to go for this. The chances of getting through the smoke and getting any kind of retake in play is pretty low. You have weapons, you have Kevlar. Is it not worth just pulling the plug here, Jackie, and saving and coming back into the next round?
I'd agree, man. It looks like they've gone for the same decision-making as well. Posture off now. He didn't really get much of a look in. There was no one else going for a sort of chaotic play close up towards it as well. So not going to hang around and wait for your weapons to just be thrown cautiously into the wind. Lake, however, might be able to find a little bit more money-making out there. Shaking the MAC-10 towards middle. If you could farm up a little bit of cash, it's more just getting the weapons out of their hands. But the 5-7s are going to be able to be brought into the next. Stay alive with that for Lee. So minor consolation prize. The round itself, though, is M80s, and they double up early.
Those three save weapons, though. The pistols, more importantly, the Kevlar, is still in use on the side of Legacy. They started very strong against FURIA, but what was impressive to me, Jackie, is the resilience they showed going into multiple overtimes. Down, they saved, I think, 4 in total match points against FURIA. Weathered the storm, came out the other side. So down but never out is pretty much their mentality. Now going to be getting aggressive, taking the fight right now. Catch slacks and deal a headshot. Not able to capitalize on top of it, but Lake is going to go the way of the Dodo, down to the USP. This is where ultimately the superior firepower should start to prevail.
And this is the player we were highlighting, of course, from yesterday. Sadzin on Legacy. Very impactful plays with the AWP. It felt like he had a lot of reverberations throughout the rounds. He's finding impact frags, but it was interesting, right? He wasn't overly aggressive. He knew when to taper it off and play a little bit smarter. Here, close towards Cave. Goes for a bit of a look in. Won't find much for it. Slacks was the low man off the back of the opening dink, and because of the timing on it, he switched his attention. That's the bomb on the back as well. So Nekis, at the very least, with the trigger discipline, oh, he might be able to make a hell of a play if he can get the second as well. Grab himself the AK, back of the box. Oh, Vince, there was a timeline. It got so damn spicy, and Dumao was looking to see if he's still living there. But we've switched realities, and Rek stops the panic.
Oh, Nekis, just ice in his veins there, just so composed. M80 recover, but man, that was nearly a special moment for Nekis and Legacy. That would have been an incredible steal as well. They come straight back into weapons. Now, keep in mind, they did do quite a bit of damage to the economy. Lake down 950, Sin mid that 1,600, Slacks around $1,000. Now, sure, they got plenty of cash. They can go in for the next round, but if Legacy can get a bit of consistency here and snap back twice, that's where it can catch up with them. Got to make the most of these M4s, though. All of that is null and void if they cannot get success in this round. Their first rifle round, a lot of importance already. Best of ones fly by so quickly. But they have done a good job, though, Jackie, early on, just tempering the aggression and forcing the T's back.
Tiptoeing their way back towards the B-bomb site. Nades to play with, but it's the CT side that's starting to run relatively dry. So last smoke thrown out, only at the minute mark as well. So ramp is going to be clear. They'll still have a ton of time to work with. Lake with the HE primed as well. You get both of the stereo smokes up. Block the back of the bomb site off, clear the line of sight. They burst through early, breaking the smoke and allowing Lake to go in for the entry. Bit of damage back onto Rec, and the Flames give some info up, but it's all about the shutdown from Legacy now. They can find a pick and look for the retake. There's at least one. Double up as well. Smoke shots connect, and Rec falls.
Already though, that timer has been ticking away ever so quickly. They're forced out into a Molotov. That's a lot of damage, and the follow-up is there as well. But a team wounding and a team kill thrown in the mix. And Legacy have been slumped, collapsed by the crossfire. The Molotov did so much damage, and they were kind of so desperate trying to get past one another that they ended up taking a shot in the back of the head for the team kill as well.
Yeah.
Nightmare.
Oh, did get a bit messy, didn't it? Things that go bump in the night on the back of the B-bomb site there, and it's worrying. Especially with the smoke shots they found to actually set up the round. Ooh, that's the crouch peek into it. Damn, okay, M80 certainly feeling it. If there's any questions about energy, Vince, we saw some teams yesterday feeling like they had a little bit of a slow start to wake up. M80, they've had their breakfast.
Oh yeah. They've tasted defeat, and they came back and they got a win. Huge. Great for confidence. And I mean, speaking of confidence, it doesn't get much better than a 4-0 start, eyeing up 5-7 to an eco round for Legacy. And so for all of the economic potential turmoils and twists and turns we discussed, none of it's been realized or actualized here, because M80 comes straight back, get the post plant, get the win. And Legacy eyeing up a 0-5 start to kick off their ancient CT side. Demao yet to get off the mark. He was one of their players on Inferno against Furia that really popped off. He was having so many impactful rounds, playing aggressively on the CT side. So far, he's offered nothing.
Hasn't really been able to get himself activated at all. And it's uncomfortable for Sadzin as well, of course, because you're not really being able to see him play that sort of style of CS that we expected to see from him, just with the state of economy you've been in early on their CT side. And again here, M80, do your due diligence, slow it down. You know you've got a huge advantage in the round. Walk out, contact into the B site, make sure your angles are clear. Don't throw away any weapons for careless reasons. And again, with Legacy, it's kind of the rough part of it, Vince, right? You know you've got to save your weapons at least. You're going to have the armor and the 5-7s into the next, but it feels a little bit deflating this early on with how the rounds have been going.
I think deflating is a really solid way to explain it as well, because they've had moments, but then immediately, as soon as they take one step back, it's like they're just being slapped back against the ropes again. They can't quite fully free themselves out. And you can see that in terms of trying to take a bit of mid-control into cave. They've not been able to do both simultaneously. That's something that will need to change, because right now, M80, they're finding their rhythm, they're finding their groove. Legacy need to do something to snatch back that respect. Oh, salt in the wounds. An airborne Lake. As soon as his feet touch the ground, body bags another. Now, of course, there will be a full-on investment coming through. It's max round loss bonus, so they're fine to get an AWP in play now for Sadzin, and he immediately snatches in for it. But we're already reaching that point, Jackie, and it sounds strange to say it round 6. We're already reaching that critical mass moment for me, where Legacy are looking over a potential M80 that are about to just sprint away from them, and they need to desperately just grab onto them and try and close the gap a little bit.
No, 100%. This is one of those big key rounds of the game. It's a key to victory to sort of get yourself on the board right here, right now. Like you say, Sadzin donning the AWP, that's his signature weapon. We know how effective he can be with it. You've got to prove that here. Opening moments of the round, at least, with the initial splash damage, it's fairly good. Tags go out from the HE, put a bit of pressure on towards mid, chip damage, distributed onto both Rec and Lake, making it easier to convert the kills on the M4's late round. They don't overstep the mark, though. No stranger to playing a slow style of CS. They'll keep you guessing a little bit here.
The problem here, though, is that although Legacy have done a decent job of holding an 80 at arm's reach, their lack of utility is a real problem. They've got one smoke they've just tossed out from Lato. No more smokes. 3 flashes, that's it. M80 have tons of time now to dissect this map, figure out where they want to push into, and if this goes into a post plant, there's such little for Legacy to play with. This is a concern right now. This first kill needs to light up in favor of Legacy. Otherwise, they could be just scrambling. And that's what they've got. Nekis, through the smoke, takes the head of Lake.
That's a sick first kill, at least. That's what you want for Legacy. Great read, good positioning, spam down, it pays off. And Lake's been a bit of a nuisance as well. He's the one that's getting activated for M80. Very in your face, aggressive player in the first couple rounds. We saw that he was putting pressure on Legacy. So shutting him down, it's a big scalp to take. The double up on the back of the box as well works well to control towards Cave, but they just try and brute force it. Trades are rough, but they will at least find one back from Sin, but it's down to just a duo. Sad's in on the site. Uncomfortable miss there, Vince. This was the problem yesterday. Some of the sleepers, some of the easy shots he does miss, but he always shows up in the big moments. He's got backup on the bomb site for the retake, though.
Yeah, that miss has afforded them the luxury of getting a post plant, though, from M80's perspective, and they're going to punish. Sadson comes in finally, but is it too little too late? Rek now on 1-on-2, knows where one of these two players are, and he spins in for the kill to Nekis. 27 HP, separating a 6th round, and Legacy getting on the scoreboard finally. Peeks out, another miss shot from Sadson, gets punished. And there is the lack of consistency that we were touching on. He lands the crazy flicks, but sometimes misses the sitters, and this time it gets punished.
Would have been such a different round, right? And Legacy, man, it's kind of rough because you don't want to harp on them too much. We know they're a team that can expand. They can get back into a game like this. They can certainly prove they can do great things in the zone. But even with a round like this, Vince, such a large lead, perfect setup, great position to be in. The difference a single AWP shot would have made. The 3 versus 2 with control towards Cave would have fragmented it. They don't get side control. Suddenly it's just Rek in a rough spot. Instead, it's Rek that goes on to win the round in the 1v2, giggling his way through that one. Fair play, nice shots as well. But like you say, for Sadzin, man, you hope it's not going to creep in, right? The voices in the back of your head. Yesterday he was playing great CS. It wasn't one of those games where you think, oh, you know, he's the new man on the block. He's trying to get himself into a position at the RMR where he proves who he is. He just played his own game. Matchup like this, though, Vince, you're staring at an 0-6 scoreline going into day 2. You've got to keep yourself drilled in.
You got to somehow just put that deep into the recesses of your mind, because you know 2 shots there would have sealed this round up in favor of Legacy, and instead he's back to a USP. May not get many other opportunities on this half with the AWP. That's the problem. The economy has been so deadly against them. Obviously, max round loss bonus is always going to help matters out, but you're already trailing 6-0, looking like a 7-0 on the cards. Dumao still hunting for his first kill on this half. Will his prayers be answered here as he's about to get pushed in from all 5 of M80, 5-7 alongside him. It doesn't have that much support in the form of the MP9, but it's in Donut. It's been smoked off as well. So M80 stampeding onto the site, pretty much uncontested while those smokes are in play. But there is Dumao. Flashbang alongside it, takes down Lake.
5-7 open is good. Oh, Nekis. He thought he was slick getting himself onto the back of the bomb site to be able to bolster the defense with the MP9, but that SMG blown away by the AWP shot. And that was your little boon. The extra bit of edge they potentially had. Now with 40 seconds left on the clock, it's an advantage in terms of the manpower and especially the angles. You've got everything cut off. If Legacy go for an info play, it should be an easy pickup. They wrap back towards Temple side. You've got that covered by Swisher. And they can afford to let this one cook. Slow it down a little bit. Sin's got the bomb, and they've got a bit of time. No smokes, but you do have flashes.
20 seconds on the clock, though, is going to begin to become a problem they have to address. Effectively a 4th player for Legacy while it still ticks away. Missing the shot is Slacks, but it's fine. Sin and Swisher with their 2 AKs and do all the damage that's required. As M80 dial in a 7th unanswered round already. The T side of Ancient, it can be fickle for the CTs, but not this much, Jackie. I mean, this has been incredibly one-sided.
There's 2 rounds that could have changed the course of the game, really, for Legacy CT half. Completely went against them, though. Been unlucky in a few of these positions. Pressure put on from the pistol round instantly as well, with M80 just coming out swinging. And that tempo's never gone away. And this really is probably the last chance we're going to see Sadzin out with the AWP, right? He does don it finally. It's back out in his hands. 2 frags to his name. Dumao's got himself on the board. We need a whole lot more. This is one they can't afford to concede. You've got to instantly find yourself an answer. It's already deep into the half. Slacks on the other side's got one to work with as well. It's Lato up close towards Cave, looking for the initial info. Nade round the corner is going to tag him.
I've consistently seen that Legacy, they're not pushing the tempo on the CT side. They're deep and passive almost every single round, and it is the kind of map that lends itself to being aggressive. Take the T's out of their comfort zone. Right now, M80 are just systematically taking mid-control. It may not be rapid, it may be later on in the round. They're giving up a lot of map right now for Legacy. You can understand why, because they've constantly been prioritizing firepower over utility to get those AWPs in play. That has been a problem. M80 probably feels so comfortable right now, flashing out, Molly designated to red room. Sadzin can have no impact for a little bit, and they're taking Cave now too.
Back to basics, run the clock down. Go for the late round play. And like you say, a lot of that is given to them, the luxury, because of the lack of utility from Legacy CT side. You can't hold back the wave, and here comes the assault. Wreck straight in, Lato good for a first. Doubles up, at least buys a bit of time. It's an equal situation. There's the Sadzin we know and love. Goes for the swing out, takes down Sin, but Swisher with a flicker hits the head back onto Nekiz, and Slacks connects the shot onto the counter AWP. And it's all on Dumao. Low HP. A sweaty position to be left in. Nades bursting in his face. It's going to take him down to 8 HP. No point going for it. It's again just one weapon you save. And for M80, it's a flawless half that continues. 8 rounds without conceding a single.
Man, if you're depth right now, you just stood back there. It's like that meme, you know, the absolute cinema meme. He's just sat behind his teammates like, this is amazing. But there were a couple of big mistakes that M80 just made. They missed a Molotov onto the cave entrance, and Lato got 2 kills from that position. For all intents and purposes, M80 shouldn't have been let go on the site. They missed a key Molotov, they executed with 15 seconds left, they hemorrhaged casualties, and they still get the round. It's just inconceivable. Like, M80 can do no wrong right now. Even when they make mistakes, it works in their favor.
Weird as well, because it just seems like you're kind of passing the baton on Legacy, right? One player is able to find some impact, but no one's ever activating together. Again here, it's so brutal. You actually do find the important pickups, and there's no room to convert.
Let's go!
The difference in the camps as well. Frustration for Legacy, everyone looking like it's really starting to set in, the reality of this game so far. It's from 80, they've just been screaming the whole way through. Every clutch, they're living their movie. And fair play to him, Vince. You know, it is a blockbuster at this point.
Oh, they're loving life. The red carpet's been rolled out once again on middle, and they're making the most of it. It's a fact that Legacy, I don't want to harp on this point too much, but at some point, Jack, you have to realize it's not working.
Yeah.
You have to change something up. Where's the tactical timeouts been for Legacy as well, by the way? Where is the idea of trying to recollect yourself and figure out, right, this isn't working, so where do we go next? Where's plan B? Where's plan C? We haven't seen them push A main. We haven't seen them go down ramp other than in an eco round. They're barely taking mid control. If you're not hitting your shots, you have to mix it up, boys. Like, you're getting peppered right now. The thing that blows my mind, though, Jackie, is no real tactical timeouts being called in these rifle rounds.
Yeah, especially off the back of how many, like, raw gun rounds you've lost as well. You know, on one hand, I understand the duality of it, where you're thinking, all right, boys, like, we've had a few close run-ins. Next time we'll get it. We'll finally be able to pick one up. Don't worry, just keep going. But like you say, you're tunnel visioning a little bit. You need that different perspective. Pump the brakes. Slow it down. It could break some of the momentum from 80 as well, because they are just playing with that pace. Legacy, again, here. Horrible position to be left in. 2 players left alive. It's Barton and Lato. And again, that same thought is running through your mind. All you can do is back off and save. They're keeping some of these weapons alive on occasion, Vince, you know, cycling them through the rounds, but nothing's being done with them, and that's the rough part.
I mean, take nothing away from M80. They're playing excellently. You know, everyone's hitting their shots. It's a real collective effort. Nobody falling behind. They've won 3v5s and 2v4s they have no business winning in the first place. So take nothing away from M80. This has been a really, really solid performance. They'll be very happy with how these opening 9 rounds have gone, but if the opposition is playing really well, you've got to do something to knock them off kilter. You can't just keep ramming your head into a brick wall over and over and over and over again. And it's mad to me. It's M80 that called the first tactical timeout. They're big chilling at 9-0. It's like, all right, boys, let's make them tilt a little bit on this one.
It's crazy. It's a weird one, especially yesterday as well, because it felt like it was very methodical. It was one of those RMR days where tactical timeouts were used in droves, right? Every team was making really important timeout calls, and it broke the pace a lot of times. You could see that flip around. Weird start. Weird start to day 2 of the Americas RMR for Legacy. But there you go. That's the M80 pause off the back of it. Sadzin, he pulls out the AWP again. Difference is this time, outside of the actual weaponry, right? It's the smokes. So much loss bonus, consistently losing these rounds. They've been able to save up a bit of cash to work with, reinvested into. And that lack of utility is what's really been ruining the late round, right? Well, you're seeing these last-minute executes from A, going in sort of 30, 24 seconds into the round with minimal time left. One smoke can make so much difference on a bomb site. And they've never had that luxury. They do switch up the pace as well. Here's some aggression. Okay, you take mid control, you fight for lane. Legacy, it's switching it up a little bit, and it works for the opening picks. You get 2 frags off the back of it. Nekis is low, but he's still alive, and that's what matters.
That's it. They were proactive. They got the reward they were looking for. Where was this the last 10 rounds? Obviously, you can't do it every single round. Of course not. It's mad to think it's this late on, though. A team kill thrown in the mix from Swisher. Can't blame him for that, though. And it is a 1-on-2. Legacy, please. Do not let another one slip through your fingers, and he's burnt to a crisp, Nekis.
It's Spread. He's got too close to it, and Spread, buddy, had 7 HP, so he's done for, and Sin's got confidence in the 1v1, takes the fight. Woo. Okay. Sadzin gets it. Oh, I don't know how to feel about this round, Vince.
Yeah, I think Legacy are probably on the same page as you right now. It's like a part of you wants to be hype and like, yeah, come on, boys. Another one's like, what just happened? That's only our first round. You got to start from somewhere, though. If they can maybe get like a 9-3, win the second pistol, there's a lot of maybes, ifs, and buts. There is a way back. Love the aggression, though. We've been waiting for that. So many rounds. The question for me is, do they go for it again? Do they try mid? Do they try and get outside of A main? Unfortunate for Nekis, who was low.
I had a song, KRÜ.
Sadzin, for him at least, of course, being the man that stayed alive, he kept the AWP, and here we go. This is some of the pace we wanted to see. They are playing a little bit more aggressive, but they're switching it up. So Sadzin went for the initiative peek onto the B-bomb site early. He's looking for that opening frag down through ramp. Can't grasp it, gets a limited amount of information from it. But again, M80 toying with them. Smokes over, little bit of info towards the B-bomb site off the back of that initial read, but you slip round through the cave smoke, set yourself up. Making noise towards A as well, keeping them guessing. Lato hit a couple of shots earlier. 5 frags to his name. He's posted up inside a cave. They've been doing a good job of making it uncomfortable for him with the utility, at least. Needs to have a big impact on this one.
They slow down the pace again, but M80 very slow to execute quite a few times. Winning out on their duels. Can't rely on that forever. Grenades are good, though. Lato shredded down to 22. More shrapnel than man right now as he tries to limp his way through the smoke. And they have mixed it up. We haven't really seen M80 dart through on Donut just yet. It's typically been the A main executes. This could catch them out in an awkward position, but he has Nekis watching his back where the FAMAS runs out of ammunition. 2 clean entries, and that will be another post plant.
Lato goes straight into the scope of Slacks, posted up and ready for the peak. Pop over the top as well so he can swing back into it. Forced off by the Molotov. Barton knows he's got him pegged towards the right-hand side. Oh, tried to go for the no-scope, no connection. Barrel in the belly, but no one goes. And Barton, with the backup of Sadzin, is there room for a second round? A clutch required from them. Sin's on the off-angle close. You need Sadzin to find it. There's the backstab. Time is really starting to tick, though. You've not got long left on this one. Needs to defend the diffuser. He's going to jump on the bomb, but late with the spray is good for the first. The shot goes straight back. It's going to be real close on time. Sadzin jumps on it. Skin of his teeth. That's how they get a second round.
Life signs. Sadzin getting a bit hype at the end there as well, screaming to his teammates. It's a round, realistically, they shouldn't be in. It was looking like they were dead and buried. It was a 2v4 that ended up scraping off the floor. They're keeping themselves in this match.
Nice.
Nice! Porra, mano, vamos ganhar essa merda, velho!
Nice, bora.
Bora, caralho! Nós é muito...
Still in it.
Man, you love to see it as well, the fact he's the one, right, obviously with 2 clutches now, 2 rounds, he's the one trying to invigorate the team, get everyone hyped up again. Like you say, keep your heads in it. You do not want to lose this matchup. For M80, they're just thinking about closing it down, though. Played a blinding T-half up to this point. Last round of the first half live. Already instant engagements. Nekis thrown out the window. Lake, he's dried up. You're down to 4 players left. Swisher left on 3 HP from the opening engage as well. They've got bomb control on Slacks. The rest of the squad's starting to wrap back. They're going to group up for the late round play towards A potentially here. Droves of utility for the T side. Far more limited for the CTs of Legacy, Vince. It's the one Molotov, just 2 flashbangs on the back.
We are starting to see them win out on some of these duels. It was a part of their game that was eerily absent for those first 10 or so rounds. But now they're starting to find their form. Sadzin on the periphery of the smoke, needs to jump spot. It's not going to be ideal with the AWP. Because of how slow M80 have been in these rounds, you can see that Legacy aren't fully committing to this just yet. Now that Molotovs are starting to come down, they may start to retreat those 2 players over from B, but they're still like statues, finally starting to make a move around. They've kind of been conditioned so far, have Legacy to be very slow in these rotations. So post-plant in, Swisher still alive on those 3 hit points. Going to be playing up close. Sadzin, though, has picked up the first before Swisher darts through. He knows that Sadzin's also around the corner, trying to bait out those shots. And this is allowing Slacks to stabilize himself. And he puts the AWP to use. Lato in trouble, surrounded by T's. And not much time left on the clock either. No grenades to help him out, and he's gonna get shut down by Slacks on the side. M80 with 10 rounds on this half.
Even went for the pistol fake flash over the box, Vince, just to add insult to injury, to mess with the man when he's really left in such a rough position. Fair play to Swisher as well, by the way. Heads up play, right? Gets into the close angle, knows exactly his win condition with such low health. First shot was great, finds the follow-up aggression onto Sadzim. M80. I do love the fact that over the course of this T-half, right, they were able to play their own game in and out, but even late round, 20 seconds on the clock, it's not like they ever got panicky. The comms always looked relatively clean, Vince. They were able to play their style of CS and do it without running into the unknown. Clean shots from Slacks as well on the face out with the AWP. And yeah, fair play. You would be in a good mood right now. Oh, there we go. Cheeky bit of info caught on that one as well. Let's see if they do. They're just going to be sprinting into them.
Yeah, you don't want to get too cocky, though, in these positions if you're M80. Like, you can't afford to throw the pistol round away. We've seen many times a 10-2 scoreline quickly deplete to just a couple of rounds difference. So it's great to have confidence, but it can start to turn into arrogance if you're not careful. But I think Depth's the kind of guy as well, obviously we both know, very calm, very collected, very humble dude. So I'm sure he'll be rallying and reining them back just a little bit to get fully focused into this round. They're going to be playing pretty default, leaving Swisher alone on the B side. Maybe a bit unorthodox to stack 3 on A. But so far, Legacy haven't really pushed anything too aggressively. They're sat back and waiting.
If M80 expected an early scrap, those expectations have at least been subverted for now. They've still got a few nades to work with. It's the one smoke set up for Sadzin. Molotov over. Clear out cave, a little bit of space being taken. Call for the rotate as well as Swisher realizes what's about to go down on the B bomb site, and they've got a stack arriving soon. Swisher with a USP looking for the peek out. Sees where they are, calls for the full rotate now as well, and that's going to be Slacks with a late flank towards the back. Lato. Oh, the second shot's quite tasty. Bit of body blocking, but he still tucks back in.
Jump peek as well, but Lake's able to get the one. Slacks from behind, though, is making this just a little bit scary. Lake needs to keep up this kill. He gets one as well. Suddenly into a 2-on-2, this looked like an unwinnable round. It may still end up being the case. But Lake with the kit needs to push forward. Timer is so ever closer to detonation. Lake with a beautiful tap, and there's another one. It's going to be close, but he should have enough time. Lake with an audacious clutch. 11-2 the score.
Oh, mate, look at him as well. Styling it out whilst pulling off the defuse. I mean, yeah. All 3 of those kills were so tasty. Absolute snaps, hitting them with the hurty-verties. Oh, bro, it looked like it was done, Vince. Lato with the double piece towards the back of the bomb site, setting him up. 2v1, again, another 2v1 that they've lost as well. And it's just Lake. Instantly engages, the man with the kit pulls off the play, everyone's living it large.
Out of nowhere, a 4K for Lake. And surely any hopes at a second wind have just been dashed. How do you bounce back if your legacy? Well, maybe unleash and unshackle Sanizin. Let him just go straight in for the jugular. 2 kills immediately on the scorecards, and Barton comes in with a 3rd. Legacy still refusing to go down, still fighting.
Hit him with a fast play onto the B-bomb site. Give yourself at least one more round. Still going to be so rough for them, though. M80, it feels like it's just been divine intervention in the clutch again and again. And Lake's been playing a great game. Early on into this one, even the opening pistol round, right? It was like 3 kills back at the bomb site. He was able to make the play, get the entries on T side with the Glock. Consistently been delivering with some impact frags.
Looks like he'll hold on to that A4 as well. Oh, spoke too soon. Did land a fair chunk of damage onto Sadzin, but wasn't enough to save the M4. And they're looking at a very likely force buy here as well. Like your $1,400, the extra M4 would have been worth a huge amount. But yeah, they just picked up the pace, as you said. If we're going to go down, boys, we might as well go down on our own terms. Just straight up rush the site. No frills, nothing particularly special about it. And maybe M80 hadn't quite come down from the hype of the previous round just yet, so they hit him hard. They say in football you're always most likely to concede after you've scored. Just happened there for M80 pretty much.
They were so pumped as well. I mean, fair play. But it is one of those, like you say, it can get you a little bit. Here for Nekis, it's going to be the surprise swing. All grouped up down on the ramp. You take contact. They throw off the angles, making him flick his crosshairs so you can peek together. 1 for 2. Attempting to see just how much they can squeeze out of this round with the investment M80 have put into it, into the 5-7s. It's a heads-up call for Sin on low HP to wrap back around. Swisher with a love tap as well. He's just making sure he's still switched on in the round, Vince. He doesn't want him to, you know, fall off on this one.
I wonder if that's him turning his mouse and it hit the keyboard.
It could be.
I think that's what it was, because you saw him switch nearly a 180-degree turn.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
That is the classic.
It is a classic for sure, and it would be the right angle as well for a right-handed player. So I wonder if that's what happened. He did see a quick smile on his face as well when it panned to his camera, a bit of a grin. I mean, you've got such a huge lead, you're feeling good about how you're playing right now, and Slacks has picked himself up 1. Going for the premature rotation, though, as Barton, he gets caught in the back from Sin. That is an AK now traded up on a 33 HP. You better believe he wants to just save this. It is a 2v2, though, so perhaps not. Allow Swisher to maybe activate in. Baited into a false sense of a potential clutch, which has been denied. But they're keeping the economy low on Legacy, keeping them rebuying. 11-4 the score, but there will be no forthcoming purchases. There's no money left in the bank.
That one was actually going to get snatched away as well. The spam was on target. Got the wall bang off. Would have been a 2-piece for Sin from the back line with the scavenged AK. Did damage, but he couldn't quite convert it. And lucky Lato was ready for things, because 5 HP is all you had left on the other man alive. Could have been risky. Running out towards middle, M80. No cash in the pocket, so you've got to switch things up. Barreling in. 1 by 1, they're finished. It is only Sin that remains alive. Very low on health as well. Just try and keep it clean for Legacy would be the win condition, and that's the way it's going to go.
Yeah, that flash that was tossed in was the MVP. All 5 of M80 were fully blinded, which allowed that shooting gallery to come through into fruition. Second tactical timeout called. Want to make sure they make the most of this rifle round now. They've been waiting for a little while. It's going to include the AWP in the hands of Slacks. You can see a FAMAS in play as well. They're going to have plenty of utility alongside it. But they'll know as well, M80, as confident and as courageous as they've been throughout the bulk of this map. They know if they lose this, Legacy could bring this back to an 11-7, 11-8 scoreline. That's where things start to get interesting. So there is a lot of pressure on this round right now.
They don't get any easier, but Legacy getting the sleep out of their eyes and waking up here on Ancient. Best of one, rough position to be in the Swiss. Gonna try and keep things looking up. Early utility thrown out, looking for the splash damage onto Lato. Beats the timing somewhat, only a small amount of damage done. 5 HP stripped off from the HE. 2 smokes remaining early on as well, so M80 late round. Questions could be raised, but Legacy, I mean, to be fair, the clock's kind of been a non-starter for them. It's been a lot more focused on just the fights themselves. That might not even matter.
Yeah, exactly. The clock was always a bit of an adversary of M80 on their T side. It's not been the case for Legacy. They've been fast, they've been up in the face. I wonder if some of that has just been the freedom that being on the brink of defeat affords you. When you start to get closer, is that when you become a little bit more tight? A little bit more concerned? There is a certain freedom to throwing caution to the wind. Once you realize that comeback is a possibility, will that have impacts on Legacy's thought process in terms of their executions? Well, so far, Beck is really slowing this one down, but it has afforded Rek the opportunity to move into A main on the close angle with that FAMAS.
Oh, Rek on the off angle then. Ready for it on the peak, Nekis. Went for the swing in, even gets the info as well, so he can flash that and bail. No, Sadzin was trailing him, he doesn't want to wait around, so you get out. They get the all-important pick they wanted, and there's no trade from it. Could have gone even better for M80 as well. Slacks with a little cheeky swing. Tried to put another bullet in them and slow them down further, and this time, Vince, the clock really is an issue. 15 seconds on the timer, Slacks on the bomb site, slicing them up as the AWP does damage. Dumao with 2, but 9 seconds on the clock. Barton, he knows he's got no opportunity in this one. Has to run straight forward. Rek will connect the headshot. The match point is made.
Yeah, you called it though, Jackie. Rek getting the kill, but staying alive and finding the AWP's position was huge. It's this kill, and then he backs off, baits the shot out. At that stage, M80 know exactly what is coming up. There was not enough time for a rotation. And they even had to clear A main fully as well. They weren't sure if Rek was just in a different off angle to get a second frag. Huge. Making the most of Legacy not being aggressive early on and reaping the rewards and benefits from it. So Legacy call a tactical timeout, their second one of the game, with 7 rounds required to save to take us to OT.
Thing is, with how they've been playing as well, right? It is kind of mad that that's the one round where it goes against what we were setting up. We're like, oh, we can have really fast rounds. Clock's never really been an issue. Obviously, you're so isolated in terms of the map control that M8 were able to take and the picks they found. They had to make a late round out of it. At least here, it might be a blessing in disguise that there is no warp in the hands of Sadzin. Play a little bit more of a wolf pack. It's been those aggressive rounds that have worked for them. Default smokes go out early. Last chance saloon then. Got to be flawless from this point forward. Feels like they've been hit with the unlucky stick in some of the rounds. But if the individuals can step up, you never really know. Right now, though, M80 looking like they're just waiting to close this one. 13th, if they can pick this round up and shut down the game here in the Americas RMR. Slacks on the back of the bomb site. He was good in the last round. Let's see him and Swisher deal damage here.
Oh, Swisher with 2. They were baited out to the backside of the site. They got their man, but Slacks is capable of laying this round bare. And although they're going for that plant, there's Molotov and the wall bang alongside it is enough to deal with Sadzin. And the curtain beginning to come down in this 1-1 matchup. It's looking as though Legacy are on the brink of defeat. Lato may be healthy, but he's encircled by CTs. No control over the bomb, no grenades, and now no life. 13-5 the score. A clinical performance from M80.
It really was. It really was. It looked surgical, the way they played it. Man, it's rough as well, right? Because they were playing really smart CS and a lot of the rounds playing to their style, but also just the individuals, Vince. It looked like they were outclassing Legacy, which is odd compared to yesterday. I felt like Legacy, they put up a great fight, gave a really good account of themselves. Not the same team here. M80, they can't fault them. Played some amazing CS on that one. Lake as well. Started the game off brilliantly, kept on balling, and the clutches they took home, that's going to put them in a great mood for the rest of the day.
It was the CT side for me, Jackie. I think that it was just so unconvincing. Like, there wasn't really much that you can look back at and think, right, that was a good play on the CT side. They didn't get aggressive early. They waited way too long before they made any changes to their overall play style. And at that point, it was already like 9-0. They made a bit of a comeback towards the end, but you'll see here on the highlight package, it's all M80. It's all clutches. It's all post plants. And it was like they just couldn't lose a duel as well. That was the other scary thing. Not one player from Legacy in that first half, maybe apart from Sadzin towards the end with his AWP, you would look at and think, right, he had a good game. Dumao was almost completely absent, nowhere near the same level of impact as what we saw yesterday. And although they made a bit of a rallying cry towards the end, it was just too little too late.
It really was. I think that kind of is sort of the summary for the game of how things went down. Especially here, looking back on it, right? Reliving sort of how things went over the course of that first half. So rough. The amount of 1v2s that went against him. This was Sadzin first round that he got on the board in the 1 versus 1. Following that, it was then the AWP shot that he connected, got a nice defuse to close things out. But nowhere near enough for them. M80 just looking fresh coming into it. And again, it was Lake with the pistols. So many of those rounds. And he had the style points for it as well, Vince. They had the synchronized pop-off.
Yeah, I can see just smiles across everyone's faces. And when you're playing this level of Counter-Strike, because, again, we said this while we were casting, like, it is two sides of the same story. On the one hand, Legacy didn't play well. You can see up there, you got, like, players at around 90 ADR, but Sadzin, bottom of the ADR charts. Dumao got very slow start, did eventually pick it up, but it just wasn't really enough. Whereas you look on the side of M80, everyone was playing really well. Everyone had clutches, everyone had impact, everyone had entry frags. They had their moment in the sun, but, yeah, I think Lake is probably the standout, not just because of how he performed, but that 4K pistol round was pretty much, it felt like the death nail being knocked into the coffin.
I think you kind of hit it on the head as well there, because it was the impact frags. It was the quality of kills they're picking up as well. Such an even split, but every time someone would have a nice round, you saw the impact, right? The aggressive play towards A main, the way that they were communicating off one another. And for Lake, it was just the individual aggression that gave him so much momentum. Opening duels, I mean, it's easy to see, especially based off the way they were playing. T-side, he was an entry machine.
Yeah, he was. And at one point, I actually looked at the entry stats as well, when it was about 10-0, and I was thinking, like, what? How is this happening? Like, is it just they keep losing kills? Actually, interesting, Legacy had more opening picks than M80 had, and converted 0 of those rounds. Now, when they did get entries, it was typically that man on the screen, Lake, and 5 multi-kills as well is always going to help matters out, but they just felt outclassed, honestly.
Yeah.
And I think they have to go back. If they're going to play Ancient again in this next series, that will be obviously an elimination matchup now for them, they have got to go back to that CT side and figure out what the hell just happened.
No, they really do. They've got to take it back to the drawing board and attempt to fix things. For Legacy, it's an unfortunate start for day 2 of the Perfect World. RMR's here for the Americas, but for M80, they blew up massively. Looking good on the server, and there's so much more Counter-Strike to get through. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments.
one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Always good seeing Hai and his friends explore Shanghai in those little clips, Vince. It's quite fun, isn't it?
It's so cute as well.
I know.
I was also just bopping along to the music.
Yeah.
I was enjoying it.
It's kind of cool. It's a very different vibe. It's quite nice, you know. Counter-Strike events are normally very gritty. Perfect World, they've gone for the cutesy approach. I love it. I think it's pretty adorable, actually. So it's been fun. Nothing adorable about what we saw in our opening game, though, Vince.
Yes, it was a bit of a one-sided stomping, wasn't it? Although there was a mini comeback, and I guess it just goes to show as well, Jackie. You've got a very interesting stat for us about the last time these two teams met each other on Ancient itself.
Yeah, about last month, we saw them actually play Ancient, M80 versus Legacy, and that was a 13-0, but in favour of Legacy. Obviously, at the RMRs, though, Legacy's track record on Ancient has been anything but glorious.
Exactly, and it goes to show just what a different level, what a different playing field the RMRs are compared to pretty much any other tournament. The pressure is dialed up to 12. Players will sink or swim. They will absolutely thrive, or they will just become absent. And we kind of saw it there. M80, they came out all guns blazing. A very timid CT showing from Legacy. They're not done, of course. They're going to have another chance to roll it back. They could even make it through. It's not over just yet for them. But, of course, the schedule just stomps on. There's no waiting for any team or anyone, because we're right into our next best of one in just a few moments.
We are indeed. And this one, I think, kind of is the big ticket item for me. This is a very explosive best of one, a lot of potential firepower, some storylines, sort of a domestic matchup that could be fun in some ways. Pain versus Imperial. Obviously, I think, especially for me, as of late, right, it's been more and more cool seeing the development of Pain, the way the story's been building for them, each RMR cycle, the nitty-gritty, the way they play. So this should be a banger. I know we said that about the last one, Vince, but this really should be.
It should, and both teams, their one loss was on Nuke as well. So we know both of them like playing Nuke. I'm seeing it still in the pool right now. It's still available. It gets banned by Imperial. So it is going to end up being Ancient again, back-to-back Ancient games. I think this is additionally a map that obviously we know Pain are very comfortable on. We've seen them many times put out some very big performances on this one. But I think it's a Pain coming in here that honestly have been a little bit under par as far as I'm concerned. Not quite at the levels we're expecting. Obviously, Big Azera, when you think of Pain, he is Pain himself. He's been there forever. Remember back to the last major, the last RMRs where he was popping off. People asking, like, why is he not playing with the best Brazilian players? Why is he not in FURIA? Why is he not being scouted from these guys? And he's always been very loyal to Pain. But the last game they played, which was a loss against Wildcard 13-10 on Nuke, as I mentioned before, he dropped to 0.7. So we haven't really seen the Big Azera from the last RMRs show up just yet to this one.
Well, he got rid of the piano that was on his back last RMRs.
Yeah.
But I suppose now maybe he has another piano again.
Yeah.
Which they're quite heavy. You know, if it's a grand piano, Vince, that's massive.
Crushing, you could say.
Exactly. Yeah. His spine's gone.
Yeah. He's got some great players alongside him, though. You know, they've got some young guns in here as well. The likes of Snow, of course. Yeah. Very young, 17 years of age, if I'm not mistaken. So one of the youngest players at the entire RMRs. He's had a bit of an up and down go of it so far with Pain, but I feel like he is getting better as time goes on. But obviously, this is a team that has a lot of heavy hitters. You look at NQZ, he is one of the guys you expect to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting if Big Azera is having a bit of a slow start to the game.
No, absolutely. I got a lot of time for this team. I think they're very enjoyable to watch. I like sort of how the individuals approach the game. And for Snow as well, for the spectators at home, if you're unfamiliar with his game, then strap in, dial the audio down slightly anytime he's on screen. It's unbelievable how big his lungs are, Vince. I don't know how he does it. He's the king of giving it.
He's a small dude, right? Like, he's still growing, obviously. He's a small stature guy, but my God, he's got a set of pipes on him, yeah. Reminds me a bit of Donk, actually.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
it's very different, though, right? Obviously, Donk's approach, it's a different sort of noise. It's echoey, whereas his, it's more bassy.
Yeah, he's got a boom to it. He's got a proper punch to it. But that's enough of the pipes you can expect to hear ringing out when we go to the player cams. Payne going to be starting on the CT side. We didn't get a chance to speak much about Imperial there on the lead up to this one, but they themselves have a ton of experience. You're looking at Vinny, Phelps, of course, in particular. Two players that have been around Brazilian Counter-Strike forever. Very capable.
They are indeed. Strap in for this one then. Pistol round underway, and it's double Julie's invested into. That's 4 guns on the site. Quick maths. Big Guzera out first. Snow assists. Julie's in the back line. Shuts down No Way, but it's a rapid set of trades, leaving just Ishanti in a 1 versus 3. Nothing more to be found there. And Payne live up to their name on the pistol.
Yeah, plow straight through Imperial that have been derailed on their approach. Not many options either, with no post plant being afforded to them. So maybe a couple P250s perhaps here, but really good setup. Biggest error striking early is always going to be a good sign in Snow with those Julies. So yeah, both teams succumbing pretty... There he is. I was waiting for that.
Yeah.
That's Snow. That's Snow right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Vince. You know what's kind of crazy? By the way, I'll put this into perspective. He was born in 2007. Right? I feel like I'm ancient. I'm not even that old.
Imagine how I feel. I'm like a granddad. Like,
let me tell you about this game I used to play. Oh, but it's mad. Yeah, it's going to be crazy, though. Definitely dial it in. If you enjoy a fair few aggressive pop-offs, he's going to be screaming and giving you all sorts of things to write home about. In this one, though, it's relatively easy for them. Convert the following round. No room for shenanigans. Payne go in, do the smooth moves, and Lux takes away 3 kills in a second round for the team.
Now, how both teams got here, mentioned it earlier, both on Nuke. 13-10 loss for Payne and a 13-9 loss for Imperial against MIBR. Obviously, we got a chance to see MIBR against KRÜ, I believe it was yesterday, Jackie. We casted that game. I say it was a game. It was over pretty quick on Vertigo.
Yeah, it was a speed run.
Yep.
We'll see more of KRÜ later on today, so don't worry. Ataraxia was a very fun name to say, so we'll see what he can do. Decency, though, opens it up with the initial pick. That's straight into the face of Snow. Initial mid-aggression. Going to be wiped away from them. And this is the setup for the split onto the A site. Up top, it's NQZ. He's had a good run at the RMRs individually on this one, though. Bullets go west, not going to connect. And Lux, with a backup of Cowers, looks to control the hemorrhaging players on the site. Molotov down. Follow-up's good. SMG's holding back the wave, but it's all about Cave now.
Then you're going to try and hold on to this angle, getting pushed down and shredded by the MP9 of Lux. 5-0 so far to his start, but he's on very low HP. 1 bullet and he's a dead man. Phelps using that smoke as a bit of a sanctuary, a bit of a reprieve. Players side by side. This angle, though, is going to favor Phelps all day, every day, but Lux is going to start to readdress his position. That smoke about to fade. Timing of so much importance, and of course he does have that bomb. And Phelps patiently waits him out, finds his man and delivers. Biggest error has gone unnoticed, unchecked so far. They're not entirely sure as to where he's coming through on. And now they're going to push on to the site. If they plant on Temple's side, there's not much the Biggest Error can do, but he's correctly called. They're going to go for that fake spray, comes through. Minimal damage lost for Biggest Error as well. 15 seconds left on the clock, and Decency needs to get this bomb planted down. Tickles it. Biggest Error charges with the FAMAS, but the AK will prevail alongside Imperial, who dial in their first round.
I thought that was going to be a big Guzera masterclass on that one. He gets the first pick off. We're getting shades of Copenhagen, starting to think about the sort of momentum he could make, but not in the round overall. So Imperial find an opening. They do collapse on this one and claim their first round early, finding an opportunity. Costly round, though. Down to the 1v1.
Boa, Vicente. Boa, Felpão. Nice.
I mentioned earlier how Biggest Error struggled in his last game at a 0.7 rating. He was 9-20. A far cry from what we've come to expect from the man. Nice shot from NQZ. Won't be nailing the kill, but does tag decently down to 24. And Snow goes trying to perforate the smoke for the kill and finish off the weakened player. But the players to really look out for is probably going to be Lux on Pain. He has been their consistently best player stats-wise. And then on the other side, Try, who's been damn good over these last few months, posting up a 1.12 rating. So keep an eye out on those two players.
Phelps looking to command the troops on contact towards the site, though, back at B. They've waltzed their way in. Smoke shrouding their path, able to get the close angle set up. He can push right into their faces. Spam through the smoke is good to at least force him to recoil back somewhat. He waits for it to dissipate. Shot connects from Snow. Avoids the outcome of them getting the opening pick and the plant down. So still a bit of pressure back. Retake. Revving up, and Big Guzera, he's read it right. Expect the flank towards the back as long as he controls that. The rest of the team pushing out for the side contact, but Vinny strikes with a Galil, and the frags just keep on coming. It's NQZ that punishes Vinny. Cowware's on the bomb site, letting it loose with a MP9 as well. Hot rod round the corner, got to jump on it soon though. Time ticking, paranoid about the swing on it. No kit in the back pocket, and they realize this one's gone.
Yeah, no time. As he highlighted, the lack of kit was the difference making. A decent team may go down with the bomb, but it is a second in a row for Imperial. Able to hold on to the two rifles, or open the rifle, I should say. So will they buy alongside this? It is a bit of an awkward one. I mean, they know no survivors on Imperial in that last round. Means that their economy is not fully flourishing just yet either. So the two safe guns, you can justify the Pain going in for this. It is a difficult decision though.
Cara do escuro foi humilhado, Zack. O cara do escuro foi humilhado, Zack.
No idea what you're saying, Jackie, but full confidence. Love it.
I'm living for it, man. I'm living for it. He had the finger guns.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. Jazz hands or finger guns. You know a man means business.
We've seen quite a few gestures today. Ooh.
Oh. Man. NQZ, he's had a great RMR. Whoa, and it keeps on going as well. He's had some big games of how he's playing individually and shows that level of prowess again here. This is a rapid round from Pain. Instant snapshots down on the ramp. Hard angle to hit as well, but taking him to the barbershop and taking the top off. For context as well, Vince, ludicrous game versus Nouns to open up the event. 22-4, 1.91 rating. Good versus Wildcard 2, that was 20-16. So individually, he's been stepping up to the mark. Especially on a map like Ancient, with the AWP in your hands, you can be so proactive. It's what we were expecting from Sadzim, right, in the opening game.
That's it. That's exactly it, right? Like, Big Zero may have been a bit quiet, but NQZ's been picking up the slack. Very much a confidence-based player as well. We're talking about how loud Snow is. NQZ, at one point before Snow joined, he was the cheerleader of this team. He was the hype man. He loves it. Snow, in the meanwhile, double spray against the Tech 9s of Imperial, who had players down at around $1,400, so they had to go in for the force. Not reaping anything just yet in this round. And a smoke also deployed, allowing Big Azera to sneak his way out onto the platform. So Imperial somewhat stuck. They do have a smoke to play with and a flashbang. You'd assume they're probably just going to toss that over and throw a Hail Mary onto the site and just pummel in there if they can.
NQZ's got back up on the swing. Weakened firearms, almost the double up freebie as well as the shot ribs through them, but the nade will trade it out. Big Guzera lobs that one in for the three-pointer. And try as you might, should be dead in the water here. Tap back onto Lux, force out one rebuy at least, but the round itself not sustainable.
QZ was so hype, he's made himself go into a coughing fit afterwards. I just saw that. He was screaming afterwards. He had a good cough. Love that. Love
His throat's caught up with him.
Yeah. 4-2 the score, and it's going to be an eco as well for Imperial. A map, when you look at it, neither team actually has any stats on over the last 3 months. There's an interesting one. Snow in the meanwhile, though, there's the double tap with the headshots.
I mean, it goes deeper than that as well, because they just play so much against one another. That's why it's so crazy.
Yeah.
Just a ridiculous amount of games. The head-to-head's an absolute classic between these two. And that's probably afforded the decision-making of going to Ancient as well. Last time these two played best of ones, the only best of ones they played were ESL Challenger. Season 48 for South America, and that was a 19-17 on Mirage, 13-3 on Inferno, trading maps there. So you brought it to Ancient, seeing how things go early. And they're still giving it. Snow's going off again as well, so everyone's feeling good right now.
The crazy thing as well, Jackie, I just looked into those stats. He said they played against each other so many times. They've played each other 40 times since November 2023. The last time they played each other, it was 1917 at ESL Challenger on Mirage. So not only they played each other a ton, but it's normally close. Man, they're such a hype team, it's crazy.
Man, it's so good. Everyone sets each other off as well. Like, one of them goes off, and then everyone gets involved, and they back it up. The decibels on this team are through the roof. But, you know, it's bizarre when you look at how much these two teams play against each other. I think, like, in 2024 alone as well, it's like a 19-15 split on the wins with how many games they played. So, yeah, it's kind of nuts, really.
Pain have got the best of it, though. 21 wins to 15. Other than the last loss I just mentioned, the 19-17 in favor of Imperial, they won the 3 before that. 13-3, 13-7, 13-10 respectively. So just goes to show that these guys, they typically do trade maps back and forth. No way getting aggressive, though, up on the catwalk, trying to turn their fortunes around. But there's only 3 smokes left with so much time left. You've got no Molotovs, no HEs or flashes. That could be a problem.
The info being shown at middle, though, Cowers makes the head-up call to push the extremities and takes deep control of A main, already wrapping himself round through the back, so you can bolster the defense off towards the B site now. So much map control, and even potentially the frags as well. He's good for one. 1-for-1 trade. Goes down to nowhere with the clap back from the Kalashnikov. Up close, it's NQZ that needs to deal with decency coming in from Red Room, and it now is a whole lot more red, Vince.
This is how you play CT side of Ancient. What a complete turnaround from what we saw previously on Legacy. Aggression, throwing different strategies and tactics, making it tease, reactive rather than proactive. And Imperial now, this is where the lack of flashes and HEs, Molotovs can be a real nuisance. The kill, though, is going to alleviate some of the pressure. Planning behind the smoke is try. And although a HE comes in and does a little bit of damage, a bit of chip to 2 players, there's a second one behind it. Not required. Snow finishes him off beforehand. Phelps and No Way now have got to try and hold on to this round as Snow realizes there's no brick wall there. Has to be an enemy. And takes the sledgehammer to the dome of No Way. Phelps anticipating this to be a fake. The biggest error. Too fast on the draw. Successful retake for Pain.
Oh, this looks like a loud one from Snow. But he was going. That was a solid 4-second yell. Good to see Big Guzera giving it as well. He's looking for his 4th major. A man that really has been making moves. Like you said, Mr. Pain Gaming, right? Putting the organization on the map, consistently bringing them home.
Okay, understood that one.
God damn. We actually get to see some winning CT rounds then, Vince. 6-2 this time around. Pain Gaming coming out swinging. NQZ still got the AWP. We'll see what he can do with that. Meanwhile, for Imperial, cash flow problems start to arise. It's the 1 Galil in the hands of Phelps. Everyone else donning the upgraded pistols.
Uh-oh.
Little afro, mate. That's all you need.
Well, Miss Smoke doesn't get punished, at least. As Pain are going to throw in another one on the double doors. Luxton, meanwhile, getting aggressive. Thinking about tossing that smoke down here onto the box and keep the tease at bay. Do love that, though. That Coaz play, he only got the 1 kill, but he got the information. But more importantly than that, it's now putting Imperial into 2 minds. Are we going to get pushed again? You have to take so much more time Cross all those T's, dot the I's. No way though, straight out with the Tech-9. But Snow puts an abrupt end to this push, just takes the 3K and the round alongside it.
Try looking to see if he can thread the needle for potentially something on this one late round. Vinny's waltzed his way up in through Donut. And rather than going for the late lurk out into B, with how much map control you've been able to find through Vinny, he's actually just going to look to join him, but it's the timing on it. Stopwatch is good for NQZ. Ooh. Shot whizzes straight on by, rips the back of his shirt, but he still slips through and gets into the site. 14 seconds, you're looking for the plant. It'll be a fast peek from A main. Tech-9 of Vinny's good for the front line though. And now they're a post-plant ahead. 2 versus 3 with the Techs in position.
I may have called this prematurely, Jackie. I said he takes the round. But that timing play from Vinny, so huge for this post-plant. And now Snow needs to try and deal deathly blows, and he'll do just that and picks up the ace in the process. And they give him the defuse as well. It's well earned. Give him his rewards.
Surely this one's got to be even louder. He's just got the ace. You can see him screaming. He's got to be going absolutely ballistic.
He's 15-4. He's having a game.
This is what he does, dude. It's really nice as well. The 2 features you actually pick up for the retake on this. First shot onto Trides, the spray control. Oh, I love it so much. This is incredible, Vince. This is what I wanted.
That is just the face, the sound of a man that has complete confidence in his abilities. The game will almost be playing in slow motion for him right now. The way in which he's just capitalizing every single headshot. 15-4. His ADR must be just outrageously high. It must be like 150 or more.
It's got to be so bloated.
I'm around behind in the stats I'm looking at. He had 144, and that's before his ace. My goodness.
It's Snow's world, mate. We're just living in it right now. The blizzard on the server, freezing. Any chance of Imperial starting to ignite a way into the game? But will the seasons change here in the first half? 7-2 being the total tally that we're working with. Nate's to play with. Imperial maybe looking to try and change pace a little bit in terms of the way they play this one. And try on the AWP. He knows they've been taking these fast peaks. Difference is, Vince, even if they find a single AWP, this time around it's a 2 AWP setup for Pain Gaming. Subvert the expectations, have one setup watching for the late flank in, deep back towards B site, watching the red room run out. The other in NQZ's hands towards the A site, but first frag, that's found by No Way.
It's a wallbang as well. It's not anticipating that whatsoever. So they get the hit and run. The main man himself. The Dynamo is down. This is a great opportunity. Imperial need to make the most of it, though. It's all well and good getting the opening pick, but they don't have too much in terms of grenades to play with. No smokes left. They've already been tossed out. Flashes could supply the entry frags. But with 30 seconds to go, if NQZ can get a pick and just fall back, that could be good enough.
NQZ, this is a highlight coming. Oh, maybe not. A little bit panicky on the peak. He goes for the reset and slips down. Try with the assist as well. Strikes back onto Kawes. Oh no. They felt like they had the answer to put the shutters down on the B bomb site with the AWP behind box, but this really does get a whole lot more problematic and throws a bone the way of Imperial.
Plenty of cash as well to play with. But realistically, Pain clumped together with an AWP and a retake. It's not looking good, and Big Azera tries to take the brunt of the damage, but it's too much for him to contest with. Lux likely will just try and save onto the AWP and get an exit frag, but that will be a third round for Imperial. Their first round in 5. But yeah, there was a chance. I think you nailed it. You were saying this could be the highlight moment for NQZ. Everything was lining up for him, but he just had that moment of indecision, and that cost him everything.
Slight swing on the first peak, the reposition. All went awry from there. Very different round how it plays out. Imperial will be happy to get that one locked in. A team with so much experience on two big players as well. Vinny and Phelps. Phelps, of course, he's been there before. He's made it to major semi-finals. He knows what he's doing. Looking for a 7th major. Big old number to work with. Lucky number 7. But of course, you've got a long road ahead of you still. And Snow shut down early with a wall bang into the prior round. This time back out, looking for the business and making money at middle with an assist of Cowes. Big Guzera up close and personal. Snow falls, but the response should be there, especially if they funnel towards him. But one by one, they're taking all the fights and making it look easy. Guzera finally gets an opportunity to peek in. Bullet to the head of Phelps, but look at the round itself. Funneling their way towards the A site that's barren.
All players are low, though. 20, 36, 52 on the health bars. Pain have more health collectively than Imperial do. But that extra player can make all the difference. And with the plant coming down, they can't really deny this. Maybe the grenade can get a kill on the parting gift. Oh, tries on 1 HP and Vinny on 23. But it's unconfirmed damage. No way of Pain to know just how weak Imperial are right now. And the way they're playing this, being so slow, they may not give themselves enough time here. Big Azera, once again, similar to the last round, is going to have to go in first. Vinny getting a bit nervy, shoots off prematurely. Going to get shut down in the back right now from NQZ. They do have a kit in the hands of NQZ and a smoke as well. They can go in for this defuse. Going to be sticking it in just a moment. Spray comes through. Big Azera going to try and bodyguard the shots, and here comes the knife, but Try takes it away. Pain will not be snatching the defuse underneath Imperial, but they at least take all the players with them.
That single point of health. Try so damn low off the back of Big Guzera's nade into the bomb site. Like you said, you had no way of knowing, right? It's not information that you're privy to. And boy, did it make a world of difference. Staying alive, connecting the orb shot across. Boy, oh boy.
That's actually so cool that Try made that small adjustment. And the reason why is because he knows if he takes down his teammate and doesn't get the collect kill, his teammate's the one with the knife. The round's done. That was a really cool micro adjustment just at the end by Try.
(7-4) being the scoreline then. Last round of the first half here. They know their tendencies. Playing against each other so many damn times. It's going to drill a lot into you about your opposition, how to play against them, what they might go for. Hell, if they're even just going to be keeping it different just to throw you off in terms of the amount you played against one another. Early utility thrown out again. Faster play round towards ramp side. Bomb left down on the ground as well. Expecting the swing out on the peak towards the back of the site. So Tries on the elevated angle, looking for the first pickup with the orb. No joy on that though. No one's going to come swinging into him yet as NQZ's playing back towards the ramp side, looking for them to peek into him. So good at hitting the headshots on these.
We saw him get the exact same shot early, didn't we? Oh man. So comfortable in that position. And it's not an easy shot to land that either. That's a pixel he's executing off.
Facing the monitor, Vince. It's the only way. You've got to sniff them, come around the corner. Oh, Big Guzera inside a cave. It's a good response to get the first shot off. Slightly slowed on the back out, but still staying alive and avoiding being trapped by the Molotov. He can back up the defense.
And all the lights have been shining bright on Snow, but NQZ under the shadow, under the radar, has been popping off. Up to 12 frags. As Decent T tries to get around the back, but NQZ, Spider Sense tingling. Checks his back, checks the Red Room angle, and locks it down, and surely that means an 8-4 halftime score. Phelps and Try would have to pull off something truly spectacular to even get close in this round. The positions as well for Pain on this approach. I mean, the crossfire could not be any scarier.
Try. You're living in such a horrific position right now. Throwing out bullets wherever you can, but you know your days are numbered in the round. And the half closes with 4 rounds of advantage for the side of Pain Gaming. Great start to the CT side. Some clean rounds. NQZ playing a good game. Snow swinging as well. A lot of impact throughout the course of that one.
And Koaz, he's been chugging along as well. He's up there in the ADR, towards 100. A lot of his kills for the MP9s up close in the early stages. It's so interesting as well. Like, you got all these young, like, super full of energy, super full of life, screaming players, and Bigazero is just chill.
Yeah.
He's just vibing. The brains behind the operation.
And it's crazy as well, because I remember, I think it was Copenhagen RMRs, right, where he was literally telling them all, like, I don't want to hear any silence.
Yeah.
He was the one that was saying, like, if it's silent in here, something's going wrong. I need everyone to get loud. You've got to get louder.
That's always the key thing with these kind of teams. Like, when you're winning, everything's great, but what happens when you start losing rounds? What happens when you're going behind 0-5, 0-6? Do you have, does Snow, does NQZ, do they pop off then? Do they get hype? Are they able to carry that kind of momentum and that good energy forward? That's sometimes where pain falter. Not an issue in this game, of course, unless Imperial start to make a comeback.
Well, pistols be pistols, so let's see if this will change the flow of things. Straight out through mid. Timing's good for Snow to get the entry. Oh, smooth with the Glock. Bounces his head off the wall as well to get the quicker reposition. So the movement's nice. And it's the damage done by his teammate in Kowis. Vinny's already been slain. Phelps in the back of the bomb site. Hearing all the info, waiting for the wrap in from his team. But it's a 3 versus 5 on the retake.
And one of these two needs to actually burst out of Temple as well. There's two of them, him and Decenty, and they've got the Julies in play. Need to start and rip and tear through these defenders. Not using the flash as well. It's not going to make things any easier. No way at least pivots in for one, but the Julies have been dealt with. An abrupt end and conclusion to this round alongside it as No Way tries to pull the plug and save his Kevlar. And look for a parting gift of an exit frag. It's a clean, crispy headshot, but it won't make a ton of difference to the overall stature of the game. 9-4 the score. Pain from strength to strength, and it's been a little bit quiet. You know, we've just highlighted multiple players there in the tail end of that first half to look out for on the side of Pain. Try hasn't really had the impact I would be expecting from Imperial. Sure, he hasn't had a chance to use the AWP that often on the T side, but nobody really stepping up and delivering here.
For Try, it's been a long time since his last major. His only appearance back at IEM Rio 2022. As with 0-0 Nation. Feels like it's been a very long time since then. You're going to be gunning to try and get yourself back in that position. But with the scoreline you're facing, it's becoming a bit of a slippery slope. And Pain Gaming going into this round knowing how confident they can be. But realizing you can just take your time with it. See if Imperial throw caution to the wind. If they give you the opening picks, you'll take those in droves. And one by one, the picks look clean. Try and keep this as nice and tidy as possible.
Snow just tucking away No Way in the red room. And the USPs won't be long for this world. Shut down. Lux with a double. And Pain on double digits now. Imperial will have a bye, but no real kills in these previous rounds. So No Way if I've been able to afford the AWP. $4,500 was the highest amount that anyone could muster up. Does mean they'll have plenty of firepower and utility, but also a lack of kits.
Big round now. Important one for Imperial. Things are slipping. Can you find your footing? Or will it be like walking down a very muddy hill? Results in not the best start for the Davids.
That could be a faceplant into a whole bunch of mud. Right now they'll feel like they're walking through tons of it just to get themselves close in this round. So they're going to take the aggression. Phelps alleviating just a tad of that pressure. Biggest error sent packing for round 15. Oh, Decency is in a world of hurt right now. He knew there was 3 players charging him down. Tries to reposition. Vinny with the FAMAS, unable to get 2. And they get caught in the side as well. Phelps walks in to the trap sprung by Lux. A 2-on-2, but a beautiful double from Try, giving Imperial a chance to get a 5th.
Try's heard you talking. He wants to prove it on the server. Some nice plays so far. Potentially a free K to close it, but Lux ready for the engagement. Down to the 1v1 now. Cuts noise, slows down time. make no way second guess himself. You've got a big advantage to work with in this one. But with the bomb on the back of the bomb site, he knows it's not going to be the wrap off towards B. And for Lux, how do you approach the round? 24 seconds on the timer, clearing his angles and slowly making his move in. No way posts up back a donut. If he picks up the bomb and goes for the plant on the site, the only option he has, you can swing in then and take the duel.
He can go for a smoke that both locks down donut angle and also allows him to go for plant inside it, which is exactly what he's gone for. No way, not sure if it's a fake. Now going to find out that's not the case. And although Lux took a bit of damage down to 43, he's able to reposition in that post plant. The dynamic of this round now switches. No way spotted him crossing back over though, and it gets him as he jumps across. Can understand why Lux went for the play. There was still so much time left. He was on low HP. And Imperial dial in their fifth. Lux played that 1v2 so well though up until the end.
Yeah, switched on for it. It's unlucky as well, right? The first spam into the smoke where he tagged him but didn't take him down. If he doesn't get that bullet off on the cross towards CT, extra bullet might have made a world of difference for him. Could have tucked in, wasted a bit of extra time, forced him to swing into you in a comfortable angle. Not going to happen for Imperial though. As much as it wasn't a clean round, you're still going to take that one every damn day. It's going to put you 10-5, give you at least a bit of a springboard to play off of. It's just about trying to keep it consistent now.
Yes, unfortunate. And of course, we have the benefit of knowing that there was no kit in play. As far as he's aware, there is. And so he had to make a bit of an audacious Hail Mary play. Ooh, NQZ. Not sticking the landing on that shot. He'll be disappointed about that one. That was an opportunity, but they're going to walk their way up. They creep their way in, and it catches Phelps completely unaware. He had no idea as to that position. Vinny does answer back. There's a team kill thrown in the mix as well. It's chaos, it's pandemonium, but it is also a post plant.
A rapid round. The one that's certainly getting quite explosive. Fists are being thrown all over the place. Spam in through no way. Couple stray bullets tagging them. Imperial trying to bait out the shot. Shadow being seen by NQZ. Teammates setting up for the smoke, but it's an instant connection to the cranium, and Cowes is able to swing on the response. Vinny slumped out and no way forced to scurry.
May have missed the first chance, but he will not miss two in a row. Snatches a life away. And Payne up to 11. And yeah, that creep movement in, kind of creeping death in from Imperial. There's a Molotov and a flash tossed, and they just walked up. And you could see, I think it was Phelps that got caught. It was almost like jump scared from that. It's this peak here. Sure, when the Molotov comes down, you have a certain level of expectancy, but not that quick. Payne are looking razor sharp right now.
No, they really are, though. Like, individually, you're just seeing them hitting all the marks, playing off each other very nicely. Any one of these players feels like they can just have a huge round out of it as well. Very reliable team. Never feels like you sort of, lose an opening duel and then you're a bit worried. It feels like you lost your star player. Anyone on this team can shine so brightly.
Yes, it's so true though, isn't it? Because you rewind to Copenhagen again, Bigazero would have been top of the scoreboard. He's bottom right now. Not that he's been needed, he's still playing well. He's 10-5. It's not like he's had a stinker. It's just that everybody else has been popping off.
Yeah.
That's a great problem to have for an IGL. I bet he's super happy about this.
Everyone's rising to the occasion. The roster itself just gets stronger and stronger. You didn't have to lead by example in terms of frags. You control them. Make sure everyone's put in the best position for the plays, and individually they're making the correct calls. With Imperial, it just goes down to a hero AK, really. That's what it has to be. There's no way that's armed with it. 2 5.7s and support as well. Both of those stationed towards the A site. So you're playing with the USPs around the AK here on B. But again, Payne, we've seen in rounds like this. They read the economy, they know they don't have to rush it. You'll take a slower approach, play a little bit smarter, wait to see if Imperial swing into you and then operate off the back of that. Oh, Phelps could be found as well. NQZ's been going for this time and time again. Been unlucky in a couple of the engagements. On this one, it's a similar story. The jump across, trying to bait them into No Way's AK, but he's instantly slain.
USP may have a little bit of a say from range, but it should be a one and done. All three players stuck at the back of the site. Molotov's going to be there to greet them. Ooh, 5-7 headshot to the back of Vinny from Try. Did run in front of him, to be fair. Not much that Try could have done about that one. And yeah, 12-5 is looking like it is a formality. 7 match points now on the side of Pain. They have sprinted away with this game.
A day of very quick games on Ancient, it seems. Mirroring almost what we had back on the first map. Our previous series with M80 taking on Legacy. I feel we've been cursing it. We just keep saying it's going to be a really good game, Vince.
Yeah, for the next one, this is going to be crap, ladies and gentlemen, and then maybe we actually get it back.
Yeah, maybe it'll be sick. That's the way we do it. Just do the old double negative, see if we can curse ourselves into something crazy. NQZ, though, whew, that's a hell of a curse. Try's gone for good. No way as well. Soaking damage.
I suppose the thing is, it hasn't been a great game from like a neutral's perspective, being super close and back and forth, but we've had some really great moments and some excellent Counter-Strike here, shown mainly from Pain. Really showing us why many people, myself included, expected them to fairly convincingly make their way through the RMRs. This is more like it. They had a couple of slips and slides, but it seems like business has resumed as usual.
Yeah, it feels like it is more of a inevitability with how they've been playing about closing this one. Just depends if it's going to be here in the 18th or a little bit later. That's up to Imperial to decide. Burning in the flames, everyone's so low on HP. Phelps in the close angle again as well, unable to deliver as Snow slays his way through too. And it's all down to one man. Last chance saloon for Imperial, or Pain will be picking up 13, closing down the best of one and pushing themselves further forward here in the Americas RMR.
Decency would have to pretty much double his frag tally in this map to clutch this one. And it's caught in the side. Pain convincingly take themselves into a 2-1 scoreline. Well deserved.
Oh my God. Oh, Vince, that's incredible. Okay, well, there you go. You can see how much it means to him, and rightly so, right? That's a hell of a pickup. You get a big upset win there again. Well, not really an upset, but it's a massive win in what it is, right? You're able to claim that one, close down Imperial, play against each other so much, but coming into this one, it felt like it really was a bit of a schooling with Pain teaching them a lesson. Individuals looking damn good as well, right? It was a relatively even kill tally. They're passing the baton in terms of who's really going to be out there giving it. Snow, it delivered on all fronts of what we wanted to see from him in terms of in the server and outside the server. And they're thriving.
Oh, that game was a far cry from their previous loss against Nouns. Wildcard, pardon me, not Nouns. They're playing next. It was really surprising to see that Imperial kind of collapsed the nature in which they did, though. I mean, Pain played fantastically. You know, you said there it wasn't necessarily an upset, but I would say that the result itself maybe was, because I was expecting to see Imperial actually come into this game. We've already discussed how many times these two teams have played against each other over the last year, 40-odd maps, and it's been pretty back and forth. Yes, Pain have the advantage, but not by a great deal. It does typically go back and forth between these two teams. So the nature and how they won this game, Snow popping off. Koaz was really solid as well, and he's typically towards like that supportive role as well. There's a lot to be excited for if you're a Pain Gaming fan right now watching that performance.
No, it looked really good. It was NQZ as well with some of the opening engagements, right? The super hard shots to hit where he's playing sort of defensive angles with the AWP, but always being able to find multi-kills. Yeah, super, super clean stuff. And that's one that they're going to take to the bank. A second victory locked in. 2-1 split in their run so far. 13-5 over Imperial. And I do mirror what you're saying there as well. I suppose that is the side that's far more upsetting because it just isn't the result you'd expect. You thought this one was going to be really close. Yep. Both of the BO ones we've had today, I expected them to actually be really tight in terms of sort of the fight we were going to be seeing on the server. Here, though, it's just all Pain Gaming.
And I mean, you're seeing it reflected in the kill tallies. Phelps, 6 kills, 36 ADR. Like, this guy is as experienced as it gets. You already discussed it before. He knows what it's like to play in the semi-finals. He's got, like, what, 7 major performance? I think he's been to, like, 7 majors. And yet he had almost a completely absent showing here alongside Decenty. Vinny didn't really pop off either. He normally plays big in very important games. And then you look at Pain Gaming, everybody 12 or higher kills. The lowest amount of kills, Big Azera, is above No Way, who top frag for Imperial. It is a complete shut case in terms of how one-sided that matchup actually was. And to be fair, it could have easily been like a 13-2 scoreline.
Yeah, it could have been even more dominant for them. They were just running away with it, man. It's kind of crazy looking at the stats there in terms of how they played this one with the ADR. Individuals through the roof, Vince. Well then, that's another one in the bag. It's been pretty damn quick so far. Vince, 2 BO1's already closed out, mate. It's been not long.
Yeah, it hasn't been long, but the bell is about to toll for one team because our first elimination matchup is coming round the corner.
It really is. Strap in for that one. That's going to be our first BO3 and first team being sent home here for the Americas RMR. We'll be back after the break with a banger.
Quickly. Shoot up. The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Man, I can't wait until they add skateboards to CS. You imagine, but just that no more Ferrari pig, just skateboard peak.
You're giving them ideas, Jack. No. Maybe it's like a charm or something.
Yeah, maybe little skateboard. I could see it. You can have that one for free, Valve. Just let me voice the agent. Slip that in. It's fine. We'll smooth it over. We'll deal with it in the paperwork later, Vince. But paperwork aside, there is some business to get through, right? First elimination game. BO3 ahead of us. KRÜ taking on Nouns. Bit of an interesting one in terms of the setup. Obviously, both of these teams struggling at the RMR. Go to head-to-head now. Don't really know what to make of this one, Vince.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough. We got to watch KRÜ yesterday. They got smashed. Like, if we're being completely honest, Ataraxia was probably the only player that stood out, not just for how awesome his name sounds, but also he was top fragging. He's their AWPer. He was pretty much trying to single-handedly carry that game. It was a rough watch. I don't think there's any getting around it. You could make the same argument for Nouns as well. They've really had a struggle. So you kind of come into this game with probably not too much hope in terms of getting like top flight Counter-Strike and the crispest of, executes and players popping off left and right. It's going to be a scrappy game, I think. I think it's going to be a very close game. It's going to go down to the wire. I don't really know what to expect, though. I have no idea who comes out ahead. Obviously, we need to see the picks and bans. It's going to be a very important part of it. Inferno straight out alongside Anubis.
So first two bans out the way, we start to get ourselves into the picks. So we keep the streak going. It's been all green, all ancient today, and it again will be an ancient pick up here, with Nouns taking that one. So KRÜ starting off on CT, Nuke as the follow-up.
Yeah, Dust2 also banned out. KRÜ are on quite a lost streak right now, so it's going to be tough. Vertigo is a decider. We saw Vertigo yesterday. We saw KRÜ play Vertigo yesterday. That's where Ataraxia had quite a few big moments, but apart from that, it was pretty barren on that front. However, off these picks and bans, I think I would slightly go in favor of Nouns, actually, Jackie. I think it probably does favor them just a little bit. But of course, we talked about this before in the previous best of one. This is an RMR. It's a total different kettle of fish. Like, the stats from previous tournaments don't matter. It's all about now. Rush, obviously, very tenured player, has been around the block many a time. He is right back at the forefront, a chance. But it is a small chance, and they're going to have to get past this best of three first. Obviously, they have Adren as their coach. He's been around forever as well in NACS.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We saw Rash giving a quote as well, basically saying that, he wants to make his return to the server and kind of have that knock-on effect where he returns, but really proves a point with it. Comes back to be a playmaker, join a squad and lead them to a nice legacy. See how far you can push things. Well, so far at the RMR, it really hasn't been sunshine and roses for them. For KRÜ, though, I just don't know what to expect. You highlighted Ataraxia, and yeah, yesterday he was the one that was definitely at the forefront of it. But it felt like a lot of the rounds, he was trying to do it single-handedly, never really much help. It was super disjointed, which, in a game like CS, bud, you've got to be the five fingers on one hand, right? You can't kind of be going in as like the pinky. It's not going to work, Vince.
No, exactly. The pinky typically is it's going to break quite easily.
It's very small.
It is very small.
It's the smallest of the fingers.
It is.
Because this one's a thumb.
Just true. Just factual.
Yeah, just finger facts. There you go. It's like a Snapple fact, but it's on the back of your hand. Although that would just be a terrible tattoo.
It would be the worst, probably.
Like one fact on your hand.
Yeah.
What's that you got there? Yeah, did you know that elephants can't jump?
Just repeat the same fact every time. Yeah. Probably sucks.
I suppose you could tattoo over it, but at that point it's going to get quite messy.
Oh, yeah. And painful, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Because it's scar tissue, isn't it? So you're kind of going over the same...
You could use like Tipex, I guess.
Yeah, Tipex probably better.
Right?
Yeah.
At that point, maybe just use like a permanent marker.
Or just don't do it at all.
Yeah, just don't do it, probably. That's probably the better outcome. Keep that one in the back of your mind if you're making some snap decisions about what sort of tattoos to get. Elephant jokes on the back of the hand, probably not worth it. Let's have a look then at where we think things are going to be going here. Best of three, one of these two teams going home, been a bit of a slow start. Difference in terms of some of the legacy, obviously more known quantities from Nouns. Just depends how they show up on the day. Because like you say, throw everything out the window. All that really matters now is this best of 3. Everything else that's happened doesn't really exist in this current environment.
Yeah, exactly. And if I'm not mistaken, I think KRÜ have also had a pretty rough kind of go of it in terms of the teams they've played as well. Like, they effectively played MIBR and Liquid. Like, fair enough, you've lost to 2 of the best teams here. Obviously, Liquid after a very disappointing opener to the entire tournament, and KRÜ have kind of been a bit of a victim of that. So you could argue Nouns are more of a team on their level, and now we're going to get a proper showing of what they're really capable of. CT start on an Ancient as well will give us a flavour for if it is going to be Ataraxia trying to 1v9 the server. Speaking of the man, though, those Julie's going to be ripping out a few bullets, nothing just connecting as of yet. 1-4 trade, and both the players have been dealt with, though. George just stampedes straight through and picks them both up.
Nice 2 kills from George on the Glock. And it gives you space to play with. Reversive, though, can he flip the round on its head and deal some damage with a USP instead? He's looking for the peek out. No success on the first. Riggy. Yesterday, he did have a couple of nice moments on the flanks. He was pretty good with his timing. Ooh, sleeping at the wheel, though, as Rush engages. And George continues to punish. Now it really is just Reversive that remains. 1 versus 3. Time ticking away and realizing this one's looking worse and worse by the second. We'd need to force the issue and get incredibly lucky. No real time to play with on this. No one going to give him a look in either. Rush on the clear out, runs towards him. Labored taps with a USP. You have the GG Molotov in the back pocket if it was required from Junior, but you can save the cash. So Nouns taking the pistol round.
George's 3K being converted into the round here. And KRÜ, they had chances, though. I mean, you have 2 Julies set up in cave, and both of them being dealt with from 1 Glock. Really is unforgivable. You'd expect it to be at least a 2-for-2 trade there with the 2 Julies in play. Like, you've basically got the X-Factor play. And it's also, the trap has been sprung into, and you still come out second best on that one. So, rough start to the game here as the pause has came through. KRÜ, I would assume, we'll just force right into this with some 5-7s and try and bounce back as fast as possible. Looks like it is a tech issue rather than a tactical timeout. So fingers crossed we'll be good to go soon here, Jackie.
Yeah, to be fair, we've done pretty well. Hasn't been that many. I don't think we had any yesterday.
We had
actually.
none. Yeah, we've been lucky. We've been lucky so far.
Damn. Usually we are the curse. I feel like any time we're at an RMR, right, it's every single round, every single OT, and every single tech pause. I do wonder if sometimes it's us, like if we're just causing like digital interference when we come in the building.
I think it might be, you know. Although, no, yesterday proved that wrong.
There you go.
It was smooth
Maybe
sailing.
we fixed it. Yeah,
we fixed the jinx. Or have we?
Who really knows? Who really knows, Vince? Tell you what I do, though. Awful lot of players gunning for potentially their very first major appearance out of both of these 2 teams. In reality, it's only really Junior and Rush that are going to be going back. Rush, of course, major winner, picking one up way back at Boston 2018. Last major, though, Vince, was IEM Katowice. That's 2019. He's played 5 majors in total, gunning for a 6th, of course, but so many years since his last. He was even saying, in his interview, this was with Dust 2, that he never expected it to go this long without making it back to a major. And obviously, it has been a lengthy period of time, mate.
No, 100%. I mean, it's nearly 6 years, right? Like 5 3/4 years since he was last at a major. He's had a really up and down career, as you mentioned. Like, he's been at the very heights with the Cloud9s. He's been at Optic as well, of course. Then he went off to Complexity, where he was inactive. Then to Evil Geniuses, where he was inactive for about 6 months. Picked up by Party Astronauts and kind of built his way back up again, which is where I think that kind of idea of the quote that you mentioned before came from. Like, this idea of, I've been out the game, I've not been at my peak level for a while. And he did mention a player in the form of Hobbit who did the exact same thing, right? Went back to Cloud9, has gone back to other teams and kind of built his way back into that sort of top flight player. So Rush is on the comeback trail, and it's always great to see players that still have that hunger, still have that passion for the game. He could have moved on, he could have gone to green the pastures, but he's decided he still has that fight within him. But that fight may be down here, Jackie. I mean, if they go out 0-3, pretty bleak times as far as Rush is concerned.
Yeah, it can be hard to shake off sometimes. The ring rust sets in, right? More so for the roster itself as well. Tall task. Never easy. Never easy with the old RMRs. And Americas, to be fair, this time around, Vince, I think it's been super competitive, right? We were saying that going into day one. We were expecting actually a lot of quality CS out of the game. So I feel like it's been delivering on most fronts in terms of what we've been seeing. Today's been a different kettle of fish. Very quick games. If you missed the pregame coming into this one, we didn't expect the same sort of thing here. This is a best of 3 that's got a lot of shenanigans and potentially some scrappy rounds written all over it.
No doubt. I mean, I think we saw shades of that in the pistol round, really. How scrappy that K fight was before George kind of came and made it a bit more surgical, a bit cleaner. But we spoke about Rush there, a player that's been around for a while, obviously a long time, really, in Rush's case. I think he's about 30 now. Another player that's a lot younger, that has been around quite a bit and active for quite a while, is Junior, who, of course, is the AWPer. You can see Rush there on your screen. But Junior is the AWPer of the roster, previously at EG, Complexity, and FURIA. Some people may remember. A pretty short stint in some of those teams. Also trying to make a name for himself here and get back to the very tippity top of Counter-Strike.
I do love the Rush dash. It looks so damn good in him, mate. It really suits him, especially with the haircut he's going for at the minute, mate. Rush kind of living it large. It's Movember as well, so fair play to him, Vince.
Yeah. No, it definitely suits some people. I don't think it would suit me, Jackie, as I'm staying well away from...
Just the moustache?
Yeah, I don't think it's working.
I think you could do it, especially if you went for the little curls on the ends.
Oh, maybe if I like properly stylized it.
Yeah.
Sure.
You could look like some sort of explorer, you know?
Damn.
Could be a whole good vibe. We could switch up your accent.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
We'll work that in. Vince on Safari. Well, the big game hunters can once again pick up their rifles and get back into the action. Tech pause aside. If you're just joining us, Nouns, they took the pistol round. It was George that did a lot of the damage. 3 kills to his name in that opening moment. And for KRÜ, of course, you're going into this one basically dry. It was a single flashbang. A popper to look for information towards mid, but it's the A site that they're driving into.
Yeah, they're picking up pace as well. They're going to be running into the USP wall of KRÜ. A wall made out of toilet paper, though it looks like, as they're just being sliced straight through with Junior on a triple. And Nouns with a second round. It felt like a matter of time. Obviously, no investment into that for KRÜ. Couldn't afford anything. Decide to peace out. A lot of teams do go for the force buy in the second round with 5.7s, P250s, the whole shebang, but instead they're holding fire. They got the AWP in play already for Ataraxia, but he has no kit or Kevlar. No kit across the entirety of them, and not that much utility on most of the players. So I like the idea from KRÜ, but it gives you very little margin for error here, Jackie. Like, you make a mistake, you're pretty much done.
Yeah. The candle that burns twice as bright, but for half as long on Ataraxia. You leave him as the stationary turret, the defender on the back of the A site, but it's B that's under pressure early. Reverse it. Oh, the shot into the backline's good, and he paints all over them. Devil in the details as he makes move with the M4, and Junior is the last one left. All right, hang on a minute, Junior. What can you get done for us here? Even survives the shot, switches out on the guns, ready for the read on the flank round the back as well. Don't give him those 1v1s.
Time on his side for the time being, but he is being flanked into, and he'll realize this is a possibility. Smoke to try and shield one of these angles, coordinate off and focus his attention elsewhere. He's anticipating the peek around. There's no reason here for KRÜ to go in for this one. They can see the bomb in the eyes of Riggy as he just keeps shoulder peeking this. As long as the bomb's on the deck, he's good to go. Goes out first, but he is the lamb of the slaughter, the sacrificial element of this. There would be time for him to slip out the back door here and go over onto A if he wants to try and make this play. Deco, though, is aware of this as a possibility. Surely Junior's not going to be able to just brute force this bomb down. Spots the first player as well in the approach. Ataraxia is already low HP. He's been finished off. And now Junior, with no more bullets left in the M4, switches to the Glock and is trying to play time. Switching to the Galil now. Plenty of bullets in the magazine for this one. Backs the grenade off the side. He's playing this perfectly on the position, but nearly clutching out, denied by Deco. Such a good effort by Junior, but just a little bit too far.
Oh, mate. Oh, barely. Barely but the skin of their teeth there. 4 HP left on Deco. Junior, from the position he was in initially, that's a hell of a round. The response back on ramp. You can see it in perspective here, right? 5 versus 2 goes down to just the 1 man in Junior. It would have needed to be the ace. He finds 4 of the possible 5. It was the swing onto cave side, but Ricky takes the shots and none of them connect. Instantly snipes back into it.
Good damage there.
Damn, man. Yeah, that would have been nuts, Vince. That would have been a ridiculous ace clutch. Whew, not there for Nouns. No capital letters on that one. And KRÜ finally get themselves around on the board. Dangerous stuff, though. Not making it look easy.
There'll definitely be some question marks, though, for KRÜ as well, Jackie. Like, you're in a 1v3 and you're giving him 3 separate 1v1s.
Yep.
That's another mistake you can make again. Really nice effort. Junior with an early AWP as well. Be looking to turn the screws. And you heard it as well in the background. I think it was Rush that said, good damage. 4 kills in that round. KRÜ, very little left in the tank. And that's Araxia about to get swept into a 2-for-1 trade in favor of KRÜ, though. But Deco reloading out in the open gets punished by Rush.
Deco just looking isolated there. Oh, this really does get so damn messy. You had Rush covering the cross with CJ backing him up as well, so no exit path for Laser. Laser yesterday was able to hit some nice shots. Individually, he was stepping up to the mark with some of his sprays. Very good with the SMGs, likes that aggressive style of Counter-Strike. So far, though, not really been able to spread his wings. 0-4 at the minute. Oh, George! Playing under the guise of the smoke. They step out ahead of him. It's CJ and Rush, both playing from inside of Donut. Bait out the shot. Go for the swing on the side. Spray down comes in, but no damage. And Reversive jumping on it so close to the time. But he'll take it.
Oof, leading by example, Reversive. 7 kills, 2 in this round, but Nouns will be bitterly disappointed. Not one of the players in Donut dealt the death blow, because that would have been the round that followed. So close on the timer. Huge double for Reversive.
What is this comment, dude?
Did he say, what is this com, dude?
I think so.
So bad communications maybe.
I'm thinking so. I'm thinking so.
Oof.
That's interesting. Potentially the chaos there getting the better of him a little bit in terms of the comms across. Different energy already for Nouns. Ooh, that's Araxia with the timing. They slip on out. They expand quick. Take control of the bomb site. Get up close. Shutting down Deco's good for him as well. Gives them more stock. Control of the round. You can set yourself up in better post plants. But Riggy, he can be so sneaky at times. And inside of the smoke here, he's looking to thread the needle. See if he can get back in. Jiggle peek. It's good from Carson. Dash the Molotov as well, so Riggy burns.
Lace needs to come out here and have impact. Needs to take at least 1 kill. Takes a dink though for his troubles. Junior up close with a deagle. Can't make the most of it. Will it be the 2nd consecutive defuse on the site? Over on A. Lace is making a possibility. Spray is wild, but CJ has got this man. There may not be enough time. Spray comes back through again. Both players so low. Oh, he thinks he got the defuser. He thinks he took him down, but there wasn't time anyway. CJ clutching the round, and Nouns take a 3rd with effectively just Tech 9s and a lowly rifle.
Given as good as they get, they sprint into the bomb site. You take deep control of Donut. This was Carson that got the pick up onto Deco. That MP9 could have been problematic. No trade either. It was only the one from Riggy. The Molotov burnt him out. Laser makes this play. You're thinking it's going to be okay. They're going to be able to smooth it out from this point, reset the round. But CJ, forcing out Araxia off the bomb, left them no time to deal with it. Finds all the pickups. Milliseconds of difference. Would have been Laser's defuse, and another round could have been a 3-2. Oh, you can see it tricked him as well in the moment. They thought they had it, Vince. They thought that was their round on the defuse, but bomb blows up in their face and it's gone.
Exactly, man. You nailed it, Jackie. CJ wins the round, but he didn't get the kill before the defuse would have come in if there was that extra millisecond on the clock. I think when he got the first player, he thought he got the diffuser and then went back and realized, oh, I actually have to readjust. Doesn't matter though, they got the W, that's all that counts. And they have forced KRÜ into a full investment in this round. And they have the one M4 in play, has yielded the frag. Up close spray, it's rough, it's rocky, and it's KRÜ that take a 2-player advantage. Suddenly down to Junior and George.
Oh, George. Still proving to be very crisp in this game, but it's Riggy with the 4K. Yesterday, it felt like his impact wasn't really seen as much in terms of the opening establishing rounds. He wasn't the one going out causing issues, taking names. A lot more passive. He was a late round player. He was flanking. He was keeping you guessing. Here, he's doing a bit of both. Switching up the pace. The Hero M4 certainly felt in that round. 4 kills. I do enjoy the name as well. I like Ataraxia, but I enjoy Riggy. I feel like it's one of those where every time he gets a kill, you should add an extra I. Like, really elongate it. Hang on a minute. Vince, here we go. It's the auto shot. XM10's been brought out. Oh, Big Papa Pump. Oh, this is the meaty angle for it as well. I love this one. Oh, hell yeah. Ataraxia with a shotty, blowing him into next week.
Typically, a weapon you see on maps like Nuke for squeaky hot kind of areas, but yeah, that is a disgusting angle. You're pretty much thinking of it being there or like in cave, up close. The Ataraxia, money in the bank. This has lived up to as scrappy as I think we're expecting. Back and forth 4 spies into a ton of chaos, a ton of frags. But KRÜ just slightly in the lead. What a strange game it's been so far.
Give me some more auto shotty madness. I love the weapon. Been a big shotgun enjoyer for years. Love the way he's playing it as well, close towards the smoke, head down, avoid the flashes over the top and get the quick flick up. Another one blown away. And he can upgrade himself for free. So we'll take that M4 over now coming off of the weapon. Makes a ton of bank, like you've been saying, man. That's mad. 4 frags with the XM10 off the back of the investment. Pays itself off, nearly 8K in the back pocket for him. Bolsters that CT side economy. And early on, this is flip-flopping. You know, he's thinking Nouns compared to the head-to-head coming into this, sort of the prestige a little bit more in terms of some of the players as well. Expected them to be really favored in this one. So KRÜ, it's nice to see him waking up. I feel like individually as well, it's a lot more of the team we're seeing today, Vince, compared to yesterday's Vertigo debut. Reversive early though, can't hold mid, falls down. It's George on these entries, he's been good for them.
Yeah, got the 2 opening picks and the pistol round, of course, and he's getting a couple here and there with the rifles as well. But KRÜ deciding they want to mix up the pace. It could be to their detriment, though. Do they expect 2 players to be rapping? Oh, Riggy's going to make the most of this. He may even wrap all the way around back the side of B. Now, Carson was watching for this. The timing could work against Nouns here. Once Riggy comes through, finds his man and nails him. Meanwhile, though, the T's have exploded out onto the site and Riggy's position is known. He's about to walk headfirst into George, who will not take any chances. I thought for a second, are we going to see a shank? The first shank maybe of the RMRs? Nah, secures the kill. Smart decision.
He knows better than to try and bag the Ramsey. Don't draw the tool in a situation like that, Vince. It's not going to be happening, mate. Blows up in your face far too many times. I think for Nouns especially as well, you can see a little bit of turmoil in some of the rounds already with how they're sort of feeling in the camp. So yeah, if he pulls out the knife, I don't imagine they're going to be too happy if you fluff your lines on that one. Probably leave everyone feeling a little bit tilted. So play it smart, take the round, guarantee that one, 5-4. First half of Ancient, giving us a far closer game than what we had in the previous 2 BO1s of the day here at the Americas RMR. Classic clash down through lane as well, but 1-for-1 trades.
I love it though, man. KRÜ showing a lot of initiative with these aggressive pushes. Reversive, the IGL of the team, allowing himself the luxury of getting in their face. Deck on the meanwhile though takes a bullet to the head. And that opens up business onto the A site. Smoke's already deployed down. Going to be difficult for KRÜ to get in. Almost like Ataraxia was anticipating a boosted up position over the smoke, but he's watching his back instead. Junior's crosshair placement is perfect. And there's a second. Splatters both of the temple aggresses. And KRÜ will have to do the difficult choice of saving. No further part to be played in this round. We will be hitting into the 11th, all even, and both teams sitting on 5.
13-6. Junior having some good impact inside of this first map at the best of 3. He's gunning for his 2nd major appearance. Been about 2 years since he was last there, back with Antwerp in 2022. That was with Complexity, of course. And as the bomb detonates, things start to tie up. Araxia going down at the bitter end as well, as Carson will catch him. So 5-5. Saving grace, of course, was Ataraxia was able to farm up a whole load of money, but it wasn't enough to bail him out in a spot like this. He's slightly further ahead. Rest of the team are on a round about 2 to 3K.
KRÜ maybe a bit of an unknown quantity for a lot of CS fans out there. Of course, it is the org that was made by Agüero, very famous Argentinian football player, previously of Man City, Atletico Madrid. I think he did a brief stint at Barcelona before he ended up retiring. And it is a mainly Argentinian squad. The only difference there is Laser is from Kazakhstan, and their coach Yel, of course, Brazilian, used to play himself in bygone years. Maybe a bright future ahead of them, Jackie. I don't think we've really seen the best of what these guys have to offer. They have played against 2 of the best teams in the RMRs, of course, so this is a much better sort of opportunity to fully spread their wings. They have been clipped a couple times, though. You mentioned their Junior in particular. He's really popping off on the early stages with the rifle in particular.
Oh, Carson, relatively spoilt for choice in the potential engagements that are being presented towards him, but it was ever so slightly off with the time of the face. Does find the connection back onto Deco. And yeah, and I think putting it into perspective as well, it's one of those where if KRÜ do take a map in this best of 3, if it's even just a map, that resets their loss streak. They're currently on an 8-map loss streak. That's something in the back of your mind you probably don't want to be thinking about, especially in this environment at an RMR. Most of their games being online. Not really attending LANs outside of, I believe, 1. Hey, it's kind of rough for him, man. Into this round, though, bit of a reset, reversive, finding the flick back with a P250, hitting the headshot onto Junior. Gets himself the AK. That's probably the best you're going to find from this. Just concede the rest of it, back off, reversive, could posture out, save the Fire Serpent, carry it into the next, but it'll be the round going the way of Nouns, and that's going to be lucky number 6 now achieved.
Yeah, looking to extend that to the 7th on top of it. And KRÜ's money, with this saved AK, will be somewhat saved. They should have a solid investment into the next. Couple of players maybe missing out on a nade here or there, but considering how back and forth the start of this half was, it typically will work against the CTs. Much more fragile, brittle economy. Once that Molotov runs that dry, though, he's going to be pushed in, and that preemptive fire gives his position away. Rush having no chill, denying the saved AK. They can still afford, though. Obviously, you always want that AK-47, and it's more importantly the fact that our Reversive has to drop an AWP across, so he's going to be missing a couple of the grenades alongside Ataraxia. No kit either, though, Jackie. That is also a bit of a problem.
Yeah, money troubles making it awkward for them going into the last round of the first half here. Junior put up on the pedestal, looking for the peak at the back of the bomb site on B. Ataraxia being the counter. He was good with his defensive warping back on Vertigo. Here, though, he misses the initial shot, and that gives Rush freedom to run on in. Takes so much space, and taking no prisoners on this round, Vince. They want to do it with aggression and keep it flawless. It's only Riggy that moraines, and it's a horrible position to be left in. Nades over the top, bullets whizzing towards him. How do you even feel comfortable here?
I think you have to embrace the suck on this one. Just try and push through the smoke, see if you can get a lucky timing. Tap to the dome with CJ. But he's down to 5 HP in the process. 7-5 will be the halftime scoreline here. Just delaying the inevitable is Riggy. Doing a bit of damage through the smoke, but eventually he will fall on his sword. And he was the standout player in that first half for KRÜ. But it is going to reach 7-5. so back and forth in the early stages. I'm just curious, Jackie, if Junior can have that same level of impact in the second half, because if he slows down, that could be the difference maker.
I wonder if someone else will step up to the plate to be able to assist. We saw some good rounds from George, especially early on into the half as well. He was finding entries, being able to play passive late round on the off angles, catch people off guard on rotations. You can see the difference in the kills as well. Riggy up there right now, but the support from anyone else lacking. Deco and Laser. For Laser, there was moments of greatness on Vertigo. It felt like he was good with the spray control, especially on his CT side. He was banging headshots with the M4. Felt very comfortable with the weapon in his hands. Now he won't really have a chance to get himself an actual rifle for a little while. As we go back in, second half pistol. Julie Watch is good. 2 sets of them. Brought out Junior and George. Double J, double Deegs. Or Julie's even. Double Deegs be a bit ridiculous.
Julie,
like Max Payne, mate.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's a banger of a game. I've smoked off red early on, though. That could activate these. Julie's getting to play. There is Junior showing Ataraxia how it's done. Who yielded nothing in that opening pistol round. Ataraxia, though, speak of the man, and he is going to be in a bit of trouble. Carcino gets baited out into the open and finalized by Laser. Junior around the back, just spraying down bullets in the range, but it is going to go the way of the T's for the time being. A 2v2, but George steps into play and swipes away with another double. His 2 kills in the opening pistol with a difference maker. It looks like history will repeat itself. The bomb was spilled into the open, and Rush will seal the deal. 8-5 the score in favor of Nouns. I mean, KRÜ, they managed to find like a pretty interesting position there on red. It felt like they got caught with indecision, though.
It's so nice to see the different of approach as well, of how people are using the Julies these days, because you can spam with them quicker than you'd expect. You can really just rattle those bad boys off if you're ever mid-rush, but if you take your time, tap shots, they're pretty effective. Pistol rounds, yeah, that instant tap, it feels so satisfying. Good change of pace, wielding the weapon to a great advantage. That advantage obviously bleeds over now. You're going to be able to reinvest into it, bring out the FAMASs, MP9s, Junior on the 1 solo M4 for KRÜ. It's only the double Deeg that's invested into. One for Ataraxia, the other in the hands of Laser. Got a couple of pickups on the pistol, Vince. It's been a quiet game for him, so good at least maybe to get the blood pumping a little bit, try and wake you up.
Yeah, you'd hope that both teams and all 10 players are wide awake at this point. Tournament life on the line. So early on in this 0-2 matchup. If you have just joined us, this is an elimination for the loser of this game. There will be no safety net, no lower bracket. You are done. As is Reversive in this round. Anticipated, though, with it just basically being blocked for those 2 Deagles that were mentioned before. And neither of them are going to have any impact whatsoever. 9-5 the scoreline. And keep in mind that both teams have really struggled to pick up any rounds in their previous games. For KRÜ coming into this elimination match, they only picked up 7 in 2 maps. And for Nouns, they only picked up 11. So it'll be feeling good for Nouns especially to be tasting success. But it may be short-lived.
And the historic map stats are indicative of this being a map that Nouns should be able to excel on as well compared to KRÜ. They've lost 4 games of Ancient in a row in their outings on it. Whereas for Nouns, they play it very often. 61% win rate. They feel comfortable here. They're showing that early. KRÜ with weapons to work with for the first time on the T side. Let's see if they can surprise. It's a tag that's then followed up on by Deco, who doubles down with 2. CJ replies with the SMG. He's got some support from George as well, and they're peppering them. So low on health that even though they found a way into the site, it doesn't look like they'll be able to do much with it. As CJ's in position to make it uncomfortable for Riggy. He can't walk through the smoke, forced to wait for it to fade. If he gets one, it'll be the swing back, but Riggy, oh, there's the flick we wanted.
Holy! That's an outrageous flick for Ricky. If that doesn't wake you up and inspire you, I don't know what does. KRÜ, that has to be the moment that pulls you out of this slump. That was outrageous. In slow motion, that is going to be rapid. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, man.
He almost couldn't believe it himself.
You saw the reaction in his eyes, right? The second he actually clocks on that he's done it. Great micro adjustment as well. Slight overflick at first, but he had the muscle memory to correct. That's a round that could have knock-on effects. They lose that one, suddenly you're thinking it's a very slippery slope for KRÜ. Maybe it'll be another loss here on Ancient. Coming into this round, though, it doesn't get any easier. Bit of a massacre at middle, everyone falling down numbers, and it's only 2 that remain for Nouns.
Is that the moment that they rally behind? No, slumped immediately afterwards. CJ puts an end to any potential cry. And KRÜ back to silence, back to an eco, back to the reality that they could be on the brink of losing the first map in this elimination best of 3. It took a moment of brilliance from Riggy to try and claw them out of this deep deficit that they were in. But they've been thrown straight back into the ditch again. And this time they've got no tools to get themselves out, no ladder to walk on.
It's like a moth in a bath. Just can't get out, Vince. It's too slippery. Need a small moth-sized ladder. And they just don't make them anymore.
Well, if they can save up enough pennies, cents, and dollars here, maybe they can go to a specialist, Jackie, and they can find some way of getting out of that bathtub. But it's filling with water so quickly. Oh, that's Araxi. Just had his leg blown off.
I mean, they're expanding out on the side. They're taking a bit of space with it. You just don't really have any firepower to clap back from. Riggy with his slow rotate round through Donut. Oh, maybe. If one shot connects, at least it would have been another frag back. Take a weapon out of their hands, but not even that luxury is afforded to them. Ataraxia's on very borrowed time right now. 11 HP. CJ's been crisp. The shoulder peek was good to get the info. The reface is there to confirm it, and that's how they make it to 11.
Up to 15 is CJ. 20 frags for Junior. The third and final tactical timeout has been utilized. KRÜ throwing in all their ideas right here, right now. They do have Nuke coming up next, which is statistically probably their best map. So it may not be all doom and gloom, but Nouns are no scrubs on Nuke. They got a 73% win rate after 11 maps played. I still can't believe that flick from KRÜ, from Riggy, pardon me. Like,
yeah.
That's maybe the best thing I've seen so far at the RMRs in terms of individual sort of effort. That was crazy. That's like a full, what, like 120-degree flick, I think, something like that. Oof.
Muscle memory was really nice for it as well. Like, it was a minor overshot, but then a quick adjustment. All happened in the space of a couple seconds, so really cannot fault him at all for being able to pull that one off. Problem is, though, we need more of that from Riggy. And into this round, he's been ratioed by Rush, up close and personal, living up to his name as he charges in, sprints out with the SMG, strikes against the first man. And for KRÜ, it just feels so uncomfortable in these opening moments of the round. Never feels like they're able to assert themselves. And for Nouns, you've got your first pick. You can dial it back a little bit. Don't need to get over-aggressive. Play off one another now. You know, you've got the trade advantage to work with. Let KRÜ stew in the round that they've been left with. Oh, it's really laboured from Deco. It gave Carson enough time to get the reload in and strike. Meanwhile, Ataraxia's blown away towards ramp. It's just laser. Beams the first, but is there much more close quarters engagement? And it's the Julies that silence him. It's announced on map point here.
I guess it was more like a 90-angle flick, actually, but doesn't really make a difference. 12-6 the score. Yeah, that was some really laboured, awkward kind of moments there. But Nouns have just been levels above KRÜ for the duration of this map. Carson down to 39. I think he's had a bit of a love tap from a teammate there. He's been right-clicked and spawn. We'll see how that ends up costing him at all. CJ gets drive-by reversive. Flick from Junior is good. And his eyes now trained on main. He spots the elbow peeking round the corner. The flick's not quite there. As Rush was the assailant onto Carson. Smoke can extinguish the Molotov, and as Nouns try and keep themselves in the temple. Want to try and deny this bomb plant, but it's already gone down. And they'll need to take the initiative with George taking the first point of call. Spray is rough, it's wild. With a JJ combo has brought it down to a one-on-one as the molly comes through, but Laser will clutch before he burns to a crisp. 12-7. The hero lay dormant, waiting to go again in round 20.
Damn. Heads up play. It's good he took the fight. Molotov would have burnt him out, otherwise so low on health. Swings with it, hits the shot. Second of difference, could have been a different round at the end of the game, with Nouns picking up their 13th and closing it. But the story goes on. We make it to the 20th. For KRÜ, it's the opening moments that are the most scary. Got to find a way to change that. Get some dominance in these early rounds. Playing from the back foot isn't working for them. But again, it's the same sort of outcome. Junior gets one. Goes back in for the second swing. Even more delicious. Punishing with the AWP. You might have bested us in the previous round, but they still want to close it here and now.
This has been a real standout performance, declaration performance by Junior. Most of the kills have been with the rifles on that T side, but he's not slowed down since that halftime switch up. Rush just on the periphery as well, as waiting for that push to come through on the site, but they have the forward positions locked down. Cave was being spotted just a few moments prior from George. Both players you can see dying right next to one another from Junior's double up. They slow down the pace, baiting as if they've gone for a rotation through mid towards A site, but with a player red room and one donut up close, they know this isn't a possibility. And now KRÜ about to open the floodgates for what could be the final time here on Ancient.
Rush setting himself up for the spray, but the bullets don't connect. Won't matter though, as look who's here. Junior's in the building. AWP firing out the warning shots. Teammates arrive on the scene of the crime. Ataraxia taking damage from the nade. And they swing. Carson with a killing blow, jumps on for the defuse, and Ancient will go the way of Nouns. The lost streak continues for KRÜ. Meanwhile, it's KRÜ's control for Nouns.
Very close, scrappy start to the game. A 4-4, 4 spying back and forth, this economic game of chicken. But once the economy was established, there was only one winner in mind, and it was always going to be Nouns. The concerning part for me, though, Jackie, is that when we go through to Nuke, which is up next, when you have players like Junior popping off like that, it's going to be very difficult to deal with him next up there as well.
Yeah, he was playing out of his mind, right? Super reliable, really good in the clutch, great in positions where he just had to frag out, basically. And I don't know, man, it's a shame. We saw some lifelines from KRÜ, again, but it's weird. It almost feels like we've rotated out some of the players. Yesterday were playing well. We're getting a bit of a different flavor. Yeah, I just don't know. Again, it always feels like this team don't quite have all the answers. And especially with Nouns playing the way they are, the individuals outclassing them, it's worrying stuff. Like you say, but if Junior keeps this up, God help him.
Yeah, and kind of the point I was raising there is that he wasn't just a one-trick pony. It's not like he was only doing it with the AWP. He was absolutely balling. You'll see here with the AK. So on Nuke, it feels like he probably doesn't have like a weakness, assuming that he can take that performance into the next map. And again, it is a map that Nouns play a lot, and they have a 73% win rate. So it's not as if he's going into uncharted territory or they've somehow lost out on the veto. If anything, you could say he's probably going to be coming in looking pretty good, feeling confident after what was a fairly straightforward first map.
And for KRÜ, that's the sad state of affairs. If you suffer another loss in this series, that's it. It's elimination. You're done. Your run's over. No chance to make it to the major in Shanghai. Their run at the Perfect World RMRs will be dead and done. 13-7 was the final scoreline on the cards, with Nouns taking that one home. And this is why we were talking about Junior so much, right? 27 kills, 126 ADR, really lights out stuff.
Yeah, he was phenomenal. I mean, there's nothing else to really say about the guy. Like, he was doing everything that could have been asked, but it wasn't a one-man show. Like, he did have a supporting cast. You're going to see there 6 multi-kill rounds, 5 opening duels. I'm thinking of that double pick he got on ramp towards the end, of course, which was huge. But honestly, everybody on Nouns was playing pretty well. You saw George getting tons of entries. In the pistol rounds, he really came alive. He got 4 of his kills in pistols. CJ was popping off around Cave as well, and Carson was leading well, but he was also following it up with some decent frags. So you look at this Nouns squad and you think, right, I mean, this is what we've been waiting to see. We know they've got capabilities. We know they've got talent. We just didn't see it in their first 2 matches. Well, they're on Ancient. They really did show it.
Exactly. I mean, some teams thrive in this sort of environment as well, where you're on the back foot and you realize, like, it's now or never, right? You've got to really switch it on and absolutely give your best. And he was trying. I mean, even early into that, there's the 1v5 clutch attempt that was inches away from being yours, right? Like, that was a nuts round to start things off. And the pace never really went away from them. Like we've been setting up, though, the stage for the second will be Nuke. It's KRÜ's choice of map. And lastly, if we get there, it's a Vertigo bookend.
Yeah, no, obviously we did see KRÜ playing Vertigo earlier on against MIBR. Didn't go very well for them. Lucas G had his way, like he was basically just smurfing in that game. But you would hope that they've gone back to the drawing board and they've learned a few mistakes. They've learned a few things. It may not go that far though. Like, this honestly could be a 2-0 coming up.
I think it's a possibility. Nouns are looking pretty good right now, so we need to see if there's some vowels to spell out a way for their opponents to get back into the game. Join us after the break as we find out if this one's a 2-0 or potentially we go to Vertigo.
Changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Like the blimp said, you're watching the Perfect World Shanghai Major RMRs for the Americas region. It is day 2, Vince, and we're already 1 map down in our first elimination best of 3. Nouns picking it up, and this means KRÜ are currently on a 9-loss streak.
Yeah, it's rough, isn't it? And it's the nature and how they lost as well, which is going to be a bit of alarm bells ringing out. It started super close. Like, we're getting into the sort of scrappy 4 spies. It was 4-4. We're thinking, right, here we go. We're in for a marathon of a game between these two teams. And then Junior decided, actually, I've got somewhere to be. Let's finish this game nice and quick. 21 frags to his name, popping off. And although this is KRÜ's choice of map, as I mentioned before, it's a map that Nouns are very comfortable on.
I think comfortable really does summarize how they were playing as well, right? Even when you're in situations where you're vastly outnumbered, you're outgunned, everything's stacked against you, they were playing smart CS and individually just hitting some massive shots, like, you know, the 1v5 clutch attempt that nearly went their way. A lot of interesting rounds, I'd say. Maybe with air quotes on that one. But we can dial in for it. I mean, Nuke, map 2 on this. In reality, I think at this point, you know, Nouns, you're setting yourself up for the 2-0. At least then, it's kind of the bumpy road ahead, right?
Yeah, I think that if you're Nouns right now, you're just dialing yourself in. You're not getting too carried away. You're not getting too sort of confident about this. You just got to keep to your own game plan and just keep kind of churning out the rounds. Let Junior pop off if he's going to, but it wasn't just a one-man effort. Like, everyone played well. Everybody did. The man on your screen just before was Rush. He was probably the player that had the least amount of impact, but it's not like he was playing bad. He just was basically in the wrong place at the wrong time. Like, he wasn't being pushed into. So I think you just got to stick with what you know. You're going to be starting CT side as well on Nuke, by the way, because it is the choice of KRÜ. So that in itself is also a nice added boon and added little advantage. Get the pistol, get yourself sorted in. If you're on KRÜ side of things, these are the moments where you need characters to show themselves.
Yeah.
Because, as you mentioned, you're 1 map away from elimination. You've flown all the way to China. You've made, like, so much of an effort to get to this Perfect World Major. And you're going to go out 0-3 without picking up a single map in the process? Like, that's just not good enough. If you can't get up for this, if you can't get inspired and motivated, then you don't deserve to be here in the first place. These are the moments where you need someone to just step really high up and to bring the rest of the teammates behind him.
Yeah, I feel like these are the games where we've seen some great moments over the many years of RMRs, right, that have always sort of led us into those reasons why we love these kind of events. When you get the RMRs, when it rolls around with the major cycle, because it gets to this point where it is do or die. It's fundamentally everything you've been playing for. It's the crown jewel of Counter-Strike ahead of you. And all you've got to do is fight for it. Fight for your right to be involved. But we're going into things. KRÜ, they've been pretty damn good on the pistol rounds, but those tend to be the only rounds they show up in. At the minute, it's Rush that's let loose with the USP, good for 2. And CJ adds some more insult as well, all down to Riggy.
Yeah, some great moments on Ancient, but they were few and far between. And now he needs to connect the dots. Not sure as to whether the players drop down or not. Those ones up close, they're going to take that 1v2 encounter. Not needed as Carson puts the bullets down range to the head. And Nouns will be picking up the first pistol. And this is what I was talking about. Get yourself solidified in early on. No post plant either for KRÜ to force buy in with. They're going to go for the force regardless, but it's going to be very rough, very vulnerable.
Well, that's the problem as well. It feels like a lot of the rounds we see KRÜ pick up are on those pistols. Losing another one here puts so much more pressure on them. That CT side can start to expand, excel. Oh. A little bit of congestion there on the ladder, but they figure it out. Slip up onto the side. No harm, no foul. Wasn't a quick rush into upper with the Tech 9s. Instead, it's a bit of space being taken round towards our side. Junior. MP9 in his hands, all eyes over the gun, but does he have the eyes to spot the targets just round the corner towards red? spam through the smoke's good for the first, and he'll run down the second.
Run him down and put the sword to him. Not able to stop the T's from collectively pushing onto the site for the time being. Junior mid-air baits the shot across, but Laser with a Tech 9 goes through both of them. Post plant in. Reversive was able to get it down just in time before the cavalry arrived for the CTs. Weapon advantage is in their favor, but 2 positions to deal with up on the stairs. And it's going to be a good one for Reversive. Double spray down. KRÜ bounce right back. Eminence of the first map as well, where the exact same outcome came to fruition.
The Reversive reset. And a 1-to-1 scoreline. Always feels a bit worse as well, CT side. You get that opening pistol, you think you're just going to be able to keep on rolling with it. And then the cash flow takes a big old dent. Force the investment straight back in. Junior, extra couple dollar bills in the back pocket. So that'll be the 1 M4. Pop flash for him as well for the initial play, just to slow him down. And 2 smokes there to back it up. 5-7 surrounding him as well. So they can make a play on this. He can cover Silo outside, so he pushes up deep with his smokes to block it off. You get the close angle setups for Riggy. See if he can actually find both of them. There should be room for the trade. If he gets the opening pick, he can slap straight back. The CJ knows this. Oh, didn't see the elbow. Late on the adjustment shot. Keeping him busy, but can't quite convert the kill.
George keeping himself alive in this round. A lot of damage inflicted. And Rush finishes off with a 5-7. Too many targets for him to deal with simultaneously, and so he will fall prey to the MP9. Carson with that Deagle able to creep his way into Hut. May get 1 shot before he spots. Multiple players eyeing him down. Not sure as to where these positions are. Oh, and he's being flanked anyway. Ataraxia puts him down before maybe a knife could have been unsheathed. And KRÜ will take the 2-1 lead with Nouns on the eco.
There was room for it to get a little bit awkward outside. And thankfully, they do pass that test. And in reality, each and every one of these rounds are so important for KRÜ. It's not just a round, it's about survival in the RMR. So much more pedigree to every single one of them. Round 4 goes live. Off the back of the investment in the prior. The Nouns have to make concessions. It's just the USPs, nothing else alongside that. And KRÜ are going to be aware of the money situation. Don't get up close, play into the pistols, keep yourself at a distance.
Not getting too aggressive. Allowing KRÜ to move into them, see if they can get a player in the crossfire and exploit that momentary weakness. 3 players in lobby have now moved into position, falling back into huts. Timing here could work in their favor. Deco, though, watching on that squeak push. Multiple more CTs now making moves through. Junior finds Deco and trades up to the AK-47. That in itself is already a nice reward from this round, considering the complete lack of investment, but Junior won't be able to hold on to it for too much longer. And all the bodies beginning to hit the floor. Carson wants to cross to pick up the AK, but it will be denied. And KRÜ dial in 3. Much better. As you said, survival. It's on the line right now, and KRÜ, they are fighting for every scrap that they're afforded, but Nouns will be coming back with a buy of their own.
It's one of those games as well with the position you're in where you feel like obviously that'd be the conversation of basically just if you have a gut feeling, if you think you want to make a play, if there's something you want to do inside of this matchup, now's the time to go for it, right? Live and die by the sword. If it works, it works. Nouns finally have money. Cash going to be spent on the M4s. Oh, Rush doesn't get a chance to deal any damage on this one though. Blind, but still fragging. It's Laser with the entry, and they go in fast, sprinting into the bomb site. Good vertical adjustment from Deco with the flick up. And 1 by 1, they're causing issues for the CTs.
Yeah, and 1 by 1, the CTs come out into a firing squad. Odd decision-making from Nouns, to put it politely. I mean, realistically, when you're in a 2v4, 2v5 on the site, I was expecting to see them actually just back out of there and maybe try and hold on to these rifles. Maybe felt like they were already too far committed at that point. But I do love this call from KRÜ. If the tactics aren't working, just get in their face. Make this as uncomfortable as possible. Don't let the CTs establish their economy. Push. If you have spawns for it, be ruthless. And again, aggression past red, immediately down into secret. Deco just pushes straight in. I'm loving this change of pace from KRÜ. And now it's up to Nouns. Like, how do you deal with this? Are you capable of withstanding this pressure?
It's potentially the pressure that they put on themselves as well, because you can see sometimes when we cut to the player cams, it can get a bit frustrating if there's misplays, if there's slight mistakes. They're not boiling over easy. So if KRÜ can actually take an advantage, put the pressure on, make it feel like Nouns are losing rounds they should win. Maybe a bit of a dent to the mental that could affect things in the series. A lot of potentials, but we'll stick with the present for now. See how things go. It's Riggy with the opener onto Junior. Tons of map control being slowly snatched away. Carson posted up close towards the lockers on the off angle, but Ataraxia looks to go for the vertical face up top. 3 players there now. Ooh, CJ actually does get the flick off. Okay, so the 5-7 singing.
Oh, the bomb was dropped down, but there's not enough bodies now to deal with it. CJ last man standing. Bomb retrieved. A bit surprised that second player rushed into main because he knew that it would be heard from that position. Maybe anticipated just the one player there and thought that he could get the fast, quick kill and maybe trade up to a weapon, but whichever way you spin it, KRÜ 5-1 in the lead. We'll be coming face-to-face now, though, with Nouns on a full-on investment. Junior has the AWP in his hands. Full M4s with tons of utility. Can Nouns make it work? I mean, we've seen these fast A hits, outside wall being built with fast secret plays. Some nice shots being landed as well by Riggy. It feels like a totally different outfit from what we spotted on Ancient, realistically. Like, this is a KRÜ team that's definitely upped it quite a bit since the break.
Yeah, you wonder what the coach of Yell's been able to say to him as well in that opportunity, the couple minutes we had as a break between both maps. Obviously experienced himself playing for MIBR, Luminosity. He's been through the ring. And it's working, you're right, they've switched it up. I think a lot of that is just the confidence. They're playing with a lot more aggression. Felt a bit stagnant at times on the first map. It's kind of similar to what we saw with the opening game as well, way back on Vertigo when the RMR kicked off in day 1. But Riggy's been up there. So the rest of the squad can stay alive with this level of pace as well. It could be good for him. You know, Deco was quiet, Laser wasn't really hitting the mark at the minute. It's a good even split of the frags. It's only Ataraxia that hasn't yet been able to find his form. It doesn't matter, everyone else is just hoovering up all the kills. He's going to be more for your late round as well. CT side especially, it's where he thrives with the AWP. Talking of which, Junior donning the scope this time, posted up outside.
Twice that smoke was blown aside, blown asunder by the grenade, but Junior not spotting a single pixel to exploit. As far as they're aware, there could be a player trying to push down in secret behind that smoke wall. It's not the case. Riggy's been playing a lot more passively. Still behind the red container. Carson will see action. Spray is rough, gets punished. Carson may get one, but he's not able to stop the push down on ramp. They know B site now is ripe for the taking.
Defender of B though, Big George. Made some great plays on Ancient, does it again here with the assist from CJ clearing back around. And it's down to Riggy and Ataraxia. Just under 50 seconds left on the clock. CJ relatively low, but if he finds one frag, it could be the world of difference. He goes down without the effort he was looking for. And George, paranoid about the ramp, clearing out just in case. Didn't see both bodies, so doesn't know exactly where they are.
Yeah, that suggests that CJ did not see both players. I thought he had at first. There's no way that George has gone back up here. And he's also got an AK at his feet, but deciding not to pick it up. Wants to try and sit behind that bomb instead. Spray is good. Leaving it all down to Ataraxia, and Junior will hold his position with undying resolve. Nouns get their second. It's a great cost to their economy, though. 3 players fell by the wayside, so replenished purchases coming up. And obviously, KRÜ, after winning 5 in a row, they're wealthy. So they'll be straight back in. Not necessarily a convincing round, though, Jack. Losing round that easily. KRÜ, I'm sure their eyes are lighting up. There's possibilities. They've got success on A, success outside, success on B. Nouns need to force their respect at this point.
Ataraxia pulling out the scope. Fortunately for him though, first frag goes the way of Nouns as Laser gets struck down early by George. Taking space, blow the smoke open. It's Ataraxia with the adjustment shot. Junior peering over the top of the smoke with a slight peek on top of the railing, can't hit the opener. He tries to switch it up, tucks in back towards locker side, 4 versus 4.
The concerning part about this position, though, is if someone is pushed and bypassed on Garage, this is something that will be concerning Junior. And that's exactly what is coming up. I don't believe he has any support from Heaven either. And if there was, he's rotated away now that George has lost his life. Junior may get the pick, but he's going to be lulled into a false sense of security, going back up into Heaven. He's not long for this world. Reversive puts him down. Now, was Rush spotted as he bypassed Squeaky into the smoke?
Carson only having the MP9. This round's not looking too ideal for them whatsoever. Running the risk of going for this one could be quite costly. And with Rush having the M4, all the bells and whistles alongside it as well. Just posture out, play for the exits on the walkaway, make sure they keep what they've got. Okay, Carson with a nade up the top. It's a nice read, blows away Reversive. It's a slightly better on the save, but it will be around. KRÜ taking it to 6. If I'm not mistaken, I feel like this is the most rounds we've seen them win at the RMR.
Terrorists win.
That is absolutely correct. 13-5, 13-2. Against MIBR and Liquid, respectively. Of course, they did get 7 rounds in the previous map. But we've not seen them in a lead so far at this RMR. What can they do with it, though? That is the question. Nouns, they'll be disappointed that it was a one and done, especially as Junior was getting some success outside. But those save weapons do afford them the luxury of going back in again. Junior, different position. This time peering into Squeaky, or Ramp, pardon me. Anticipating a peek through here on Laser. Oh, if he gets aggressive, he could get caught in the side. And him going down this early would be a death sentence for Nouns, surely.
Well, the opening pick is found, but it's actually onto Ricky from Carson, and Junior with the timing's good. Oh, backs off as well. You love to see that, and he's fighting with confidence. Oh. Straight back in. Junior, rip-roaring stuff. The AWP delivers, and for Reversive, it's the 360 flick around. Carson clears the angle. Goodbye, Reversive, and hello, Nouns.
So well played by Junior. The timing kind of was fortunate in his favor. They didn't double or triple stack push him, but he played it perfectly. Keeping that pace up, we asked, like, was he able to transfer his stellar performance from Ancient onto Nuke? And so far, it's a resounding yes. One by one, they walked into the crosshair. And he devoured them in kind. 3rd round for Nouns. It's still a solid start for KRÜ, whichever way you look at it here. 6 rounds on T side, with a potential of 9. Could be very powerful indeed, but they've got to make sure that they convert from here on out. They still got money. I would have to say, Jackie, that for the most part, the CT side is still looking a bit shaky to me.
Certainly is. There's been some gaps. KRÜ have been able to exploit that. Looks like the most comfortable we've seen them over the whole RMR. And it's nice to watch. Different flavor from KRÜ. But Nouns certainly can't count them out. Ataraxia, though. Oh, okay, straight in, causes problems. He gets both of the opening picks onto CJ and Rush, and they've got info. Carson at least trades back. Ataraxia's had his 2 for the round. He's got to watch and see if the rest of the team can deal damage now.
Double stack on ramp, but double Molotovs. That's more just to fend them away for the post-plant positions to take shape, and that may be enough to force the save. I think they were trying to catch them in transition, going for the plant. If they could get a pick, then the round is back on. But those 2 Molotovs pretty much put the red light in the eyes of Nouns. So 7-3 gonna be the scoreline. What a turnaround from KRÜ. And Riggy, his bloodlust in this round has not been satiated. He wants to go and look for more kills. He wants to deny some of these weapons across as he moves into the garage, but it's unlikely he's going to get any success from this one. Regardless, the solid T-half continues.
Terrorists win.
Junior looking damn good on Ancient. Similar sort of form here. Ataraxia, though, switching up the pace. It was his 2K that opened things up.
Hey, cross it. Mini's low and crossing.
Big sigh.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about as well, Vince, right? I kind of brought that up going into the start because we saw it back on Ancient as well. Even though they were winning, there was rounds where whenever there was a mistake, it felt like it stuck with them in the back of their minds. And this is a game where obviously if KRÜ are able to keep seizing the initiative, keep winning round after round like this, and especially make it feel like Nouns should be in a better position than they are, maybe that frustration sets in. Gives them an even bigger edge. It's an opening pick again here, straight onto ramp. Switch up from Junior. He's not there this time. Outside with the AWP.
Deco he's waiting. He's actually playing as more of a forward pincer. A foundation. Like, I want to try and pick someone off on the B. Rotation. What a shot from Junior. Anticipating that position, but also having the wherewithal to just flick straight to the dome. And whereas Deco was alone before, now he's got some backup. Now they're all starting to filter through. CJ, who's already been tagged, backing off at 51 HP. They've pretty much given up the B site. They're allowing this plant to take shape. It's all about the retake now. No incendiaries, a bit of a problem, but they've got plenty of flashes of smoke and a HE to play with.
Slowly making their move back towards the site. Nades are there. Flash round the corner. Ooh. Bit messy on the push in, clearing towards the window. Junior opens the door. Oh, quick shot off. That actually tags onto the feet of Deco. He stays alive though, and his impact is felt. Exchange of nades, explosive breakfast. Everyone's been eating nitro at the minute. It's CJ in the back line that hits them again though, with no time on the clock. Nouns, this one's gone. An 8th will be locked in for KRÜ.
Terrorists win.
That is a really poor attempt at a retake. I mean, you said it yourself. They flashed themselves on the approach. They took far too long to go for the retake, but then they just kind of like awkwardly stayed. It's like, well, this kind of sunk cost fallacy idea. Well, we've already made a bit of a move, so we might as well hang around, and then they just die for no reason. Very odd from Nouns. It looks a far cry from how clean and clinical they were in most of those rounds on Ancient. Maybe becoming their own worst enemy just a tad here. And Junior is still landing shots. That wall bang, beautiful, but no follow-up damage. 8-3. Getting aggressive, though. That's sometimes the remedy. For any ring rust, for any problems, get aggressive, take the fight to the opposition.
Nade straight to the lips. Junior eating that one, and Deco's good. Crouch on the peak. Dodges the bullet. Ataraxia on the other side of things is ready for the close quarters engagement towards Hart, and the shot will connect. So Rush slips over. Carson back up on George, going to play off each other's contact. Good spam. Watching the smoke, covers his teammate, brings them into an advantage. 3v2.
First, he needs this kill, and he will do just that. It's at great cost. Oh, he must have seen the barrel. Reversive. There we go. He's finally seen it. And CJ just seemed completely unaware. You've just lost your teammate in Hut. Maybe he heard a sound cue outside and he got thrown off by it, but what a strange round. From Nouns looking like they had this one nailed in to suddenly a 2v1, and Carson's been smoked off. Has to back away. There should be a 3B post plan. And no disrespect to Carson, but an AWPer. He's not up to scratch when it comes to likes of Junior. He's going to struggle here to pull off this clutch. The timing has to be in his favor. has to try and divide these two, but they've actually decided to vent 5 down. No scopes reversive through the smoke after hearing the ladder. And although the bomb was tickled, it's not been fully developed. Now it will be planted. Carson missing the shot, not punished. Riggy deciding to play with his food and gets punished. Gets taken down by Carson. I'll eat my words, but what the hell are KRÜ doing?
I'm so baffled.
Counter-terrorists win.
It goes for the peak, sees the AWP, knew the situation. Your teammate's just been blown away by the barrel. Re-peak on the other side, he's ready for it. Bomb was down, planted for him. Such a weird round, trying to bait him out. Almost made him believe it was a play towards the B side through the smoke. Just puts the barrel in the belly, takes that one with the no-scope. Weird way to get yourself a 4th round, but now they needed something. Bit of a lifeline back into it. 8-4 at the half. Weird round overall. I mean, the walkout, like you said, right? Teammates died inside of hut. On the site, felt like he didn't see the barrel. And this one, just giving him the opportunities he would have wanted. Carson, they play right into his hands.
Disappointment on the face of Riggy, understandably so. He knew that was on the brink of a 9-3 half. And it would have been such a vast lead. It still is at 8-4. But we saw Nouns on that T side of Ancient. They were ruthless. They were bullying KRÜ. They did not allow them to get many AWPs, not allow them to get many kits and grenades. They always felt like they were a weapon or two short. So let's see if they can get it done again. Yeah, like everything about that last round has kind of melted my brain to a degree. I'm a bit confused, but on with the show, on with the game. Elimination beckoning for one of these two teams.
Flash outside, quick run over the roof and looking for a rapid play on this pistol. Nouns wanting to go in quick. Laser on the defense, good for the opener. Meanwhile, over at the barn, it's going to be Ataraxia with the Julies. Oh, Riggy running on in. That's how he plays these pistols and does deliver. KRÜ, they're known for these kind of rounds. Always good on the pistols, and they show up on this one at least. Bomb's going to go down. Junior's covering the vent entrance.
Giving up the plant, though, does give Nouns something to play for. Carson at the back of the site, likely going to get overwhelmed by angles. But it's where the Junior is going to have much to play with afterwards, and it's not looking good now. Position compromise. First tap is clean. Second kill maybe forthcoming. No, not going to be the case. A bit of BM as well. Good to see that KRÜ are taking it personally after losing the first map. And more than enough time for this defuse. So 9-4 with a buy available for Nouns. Should they choose to go all in, which you expect they will, especially at this kind of a deficit. Some crispy shots though, nicely done by Laser. Good to see him showing up on the server.
Riggy's been keeping it going as well. He's been feeding the hot hand today, man. Good on Ancient again here, the snappers. And fair play, I mean, honestly, try and add insult to injury. If you can do something to frustrate Nouns at this point, go for it. Because it's the sort of game where you can see mentally some of these rounds are getting to them. There's been a couple of mistakes, and obviously they don't want that. They want to close this down. You know how important this is. If you give room for KRÜ to suddenly feel like, oh, this is a winnable matchup, problems can arise from it. Pistol not going their way, though. Reset, utility bought up. Skylight's going to be set up for that. Ooh. Peek from George, looking for a tasty tap with the tech, but it's the M4 spray that holds them back. Sight gets set ablaze. Is he ready for the run-in? Good for one.
Takes a dink, but stands his ground. Finally bested by CJ, who gets a second as well. And although there's casualties littering the floor, it still will read a 10-4 score in the favor of KRÜ. I just had a quick check there as well. 65% win rate on pistols for KRÜ on Nuke. So they are pistol merchants for sure. Typically not great at converting from that point, but there we have it. They finally got it done. And now they really do have the keys to the second map. Like, for all intents and purposes, this should be going to a third at this point. You're on CT side of Nuke. Nouns are into an eco. You're looking at a potential 11-4 lead. Everything you could ask for here for KRÜ. They've got to convert from this point.
The brutal reality of the situation for them is, of course, it would be an RMR appearance where all players struggle, where you go down without winning a single map. It would be a 10-map loss streak on the way out as well. Not the sort of environment you want to be left with when you end your time in China. You want to have some good memories, you want to have some moments to look back on, some huge rounds to look at, and this could be a game to start that potential path for them. You've got 6 rounds of edge to work with. Let's see what they get up to here. Now it's quick popper, run straight out, dive in through the vent, see if they can slip in and get the bomb planted. Carson punches in those digits and sets up on the back of the site.
That will be short-lived though, so they get defused almost immediately, I think. Well, they don't have a kit downstairs. That could be a problem. Insta-dink from the Tech-9, but they've just ran out of bodies. Just George remains. No position to deny this post-plant. As a defuse comes in. Could get the backstab on Deco, but he doesn't check his angle. And there it is, looking to try and take a weapon out of the hands of the CTs. Gets it done to reversive. Caught with a knife out. Try to swing the blade across the throat of George, but he's having none of it.
Fair play, at least he went for the left click at that point, just committed to it. Just swinging at him. Not meant to be, though. Not meant to be. Damn, all right. KRÜ actually setting themselves up for a map win. And now this really is massively by far the most rounds they've taken in a single map of the RMR. 11-4. It's Ataraxia alongside Deco, having big performances, both for 14 kills to their name. Junior lights out early, hitting some snappers with the AWP, 15 frags, but has he cooled off at just the wrong time?
I think the other problem as well, Jack, is we're seeing the other side of the coin, like where Junior pops off, but there's not much of a supporting cast there to help him out. And Ricky has no right to get that second kill. 3 sets of eyes staring him down. A 2-4 trade, about as good as he could have asked for. And although Junior is in the thick of it again with a kill, there's only 2 of them left. It's looking like KRÜ are going to barrel their way into a 13-4 score. Rush with 5 kills to his name. You've seen him sigh. He can huff and puff as much as he wants, but it doesn't look like he's going to blow this round over. Knocked off his perch momentarily. What a turn of fortunes from that Ancient performance we saw. I mean, it's not even been that like Junior's just disappeared or anything. KRÜ have significantly stepped their level up, very impressively so.
I didn't think we'd see it at this RMR, how it's been going for them, but they make it to map point. And Vertigo, oh, it's waiting. It's going to be there as our decider if they can close this. Just one more round required. And dude, going back to it, right, Riggy, the setup there, like you said, I don't know how on earth he gets that second kill. Some of the snapshots he's been finding, the quick adjustments towards heads, it's really been impressive today. It feels like yesterday he had some moments. Today he's been at the forefront of a lot of the rounds, and that's nice to see for Riggy.
Yeah, he had that crazy moment on Ancient, the 90-degree flick, 1v2 clutch. Be a great memory, I'm sure, but he wants to make many more. And he, alongside his teammates, been way more of a collective effort as well, have made sure that they at least get 1 map victory at the RMRs. Assuming, of course, they can convert from this point, which is looking very likely considering how this game has gone down, and 8 map points to their name. Couple Galils in play for Nouns with AKs. But the rifle prowess has just not been there even remotely the same level as what we saw in Ancient. We're not seeing those entries. We're not seeing that same level of confidence here from Nouns. A lot of damage early on as well, just from utility. Molotov singeing George's feet. CJ takes a stray grenade. And although they bypass the wall of smokes down into Secret, that'll be a good idea as this being a possibility. Especially as Reversive takes damage from George, who will come out ahead.
Down on the B site, it's Ataraxia. Combat warping, scoped up. Playing it cool like a gangster. Flames blocking the path. The flash round the corner, but they don't expect the close peek. Laser, good for 1. A miss from Ataraxia once again gives them an opportunity, but inside a garage. Oh, it's Riggy dealing deathly blows, and Deco last alive now, inside of the vent. Timing on it's going to be big. If he finds Junior, that's the bomb dropped. Knows about George as well. 1v1, and he'll take it with a headshot. They finally break their losing streak as KRÜ pick up a map win, and they shut down Nouns, forcing us to a third map. We're going to Vertigo.
There will be no clean sweep today for Nouns. A reality check as they're body blocked. Just get choke slammed through Nuke here. Now we move to Vertigo. And I think it's safe to say that all the momentum, all the confidence is now dramatically shifted on its head.
I mean, you look at the body language, right? You look at the way they were playing it. There was a couple of rounds back on Ancient where you could see things were snapping a little bit, when there was misplays, when there was miscomps. They were frustrated about it. But here, just the amount of brutality, the amount of rounds the KRÜ were able to rack up, I think they did just feed off of that energy, right? And they were trying to BM a little bit as well with the post-mortem shots, shooting at the bodies, anything to get in their heads, break their mental as best you can. I mean, that's the way to do it, Vince.
Yeah, Ataraxia was the play with the Julies, right? On the bodies after the round was picked up. And I mean, the really concerning sign for me is if it was a case that like no one showed up for Nouns in this game and it was just a really flat performance, then I would almost just chalk this down to maybe nerves creeping in. But Junior was playing well again.
Yeah.
He was actually landing shots. He was the only reason this wasn't like a 13-1, 13-2 scoreline, ultimately. Incredibly one-sided. And all of that prowess with the rifles was just gone. You're going to see it here reflected in the ADRs. You got Junior up at 93 ADR with 17 kills. And then after George, there is a dramatic drop-off down to 50.
It just falls off the cliff. Whereas the players that were struggling, that felt like they were down in the doldrums, in Deco, in Ataraxia, it's a massive return to form. They stepped straight back into it. Deco with some huge impact in that one, 17-9, nearly 100 AGR posted up. Hell, even Laser. I know he's at the bottom there, but I mean, a lot of the kills are being soaked up before he got a chance. But individually, he had his little impact rounds again. He's getting the multi-kills where he needed them. And in a game that his teammates were doing most of the work, you're going to take that. It's their first win at the RMRs, Vince. They get one under the belt. It would have been a 10-map loss streak. And you going home from China, at the very least now, focus on what it is, right? It's a best of one. You're still in with a chance, as good as ever.
Oh, absolutely. Again, the momentum is now in your favor. Yes, you lost. You got utterly destroyed in the first day against MIBR. That's MIBR, though.
Yeah.
Rated around 15 in the world. Like one of the best teams here at the RMRs. Fair enough. You lost to a really good team. Now you've got the confidence. You've got that curse off your back of just losing constantly. And not only did you win, you smashed them 13-4. You absolutely destroyed them. So, yeah, I mean, and you just mentioned there about Laser not necessarily getting tons of kills. He only died 7 times. Sometimes the best thing you can do, especially on the CT side, is just not make mistakes, not die. And that's ultimately where KRÜ were a level above. When it came to the crossfires, when it came to the protocols, they were on point. They weren't really giving many deaths away for free, whereas the complete opposite end of the spectrum when it came to Nouns, they were just dying all over the place.
No, exactly. It felt super scrappy. They were just kind of charging in one by one in a lot of the situations where you're looking for the retakes on the upper site. It just felt a bit disjointed. Yeah. And then especially with that as well, right? The 1v2 with the AWP where my man's just somehow pulled that one off. They're peeking into him, giving it to him. It's a weird round, Vince. That felt like it was going to be a bit of a momentum snap, but it is what it is. It's in the bag. They've secured themselves one. The best of 3 rages on, though. Can they take 2 and get the upset win, shutting down Nouns, or will they recover? Join us after the break as we head into Vertigo.
But one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
A series that looked like it was destined to be Nouns in the space of 2 maps, but we push on through, Vince, and the bookend that we hypothesized could come around has actually got here. KRÜ break the loss streak and push us through to the 3rd.
Yeah, at the start of the day, we thought this was going to be a super close best-of-3 series, each map going the distance, loads and loads of OTs. It's actually been very one-sided, but on opposite ends of the spectrum. And now KRÜ looking to try and just basically swiftly ride off the coattails of a very solid Nuke performance to take us on Vertigo. Now it's... Junior has basically been the man for me that you're looking at as a potential sort of like saving grace. Maybe a talisman they can build behind, but he needs help. Like, he can't do it all alone. That last map shows it, it's evidence.
No, absolutely. Like, he's been popping off, had huge plays over the course of both maps. I think he was still sporting good numbers even onto Nuke, right, where he was being pretty proactive. We had the huge round with the ramp push as well, where he was super switched on. Even if there was a 4th player there, he towed anti-flash into the break. Man, I don't know. It's rough. It's rough for Nouns. It would be a sad way for them to go out as well, where you kind of look at how things are going, facing off against KRÜ, that basically, you know, everything you look at statistically, it's been a bit upsetting for them. But maybe, Vince, they've broken the bad times and are looking to try and keep it rolling. Hell, if they pick this one up, you're going to stay alive in the RMR. It's all that really matters. But it's the same situation for both teams now. Lose this and you are out. We're into the pistol. Normally, KRÜ are good for these, but will they be here?
Well, so far, so good. They got themselves the opening pick and a second on top of it. There's Deco able to take his frag and back away into the sanctuary of the site. Junior and CJ, low HP between the two of them, but Junior has nailed the first frag. Gonna try and turn his attention now to the white box, where players laid in wait. CJ bests him before he's put down, and Junior is keeping that torch shining bright, as has been the case throughout this entire series. Still plenty of time on the clock. He is also healthy. Same will not be said for Reversive. Oh, he had a chance there. He backs away though, Jackie. I think he's trying to bait this out for a rotation, see if one of KRÜ bite down and have a nibble. But it's not the case. He's still in with a fight. He's still in with a chance to clutch this.
It's the full commit as well. He's going to go for the wrap back up. It's not the play towards the A site. It's up the ladder and out through middle. It splits the attention of Reversive and Deco. Well, thankfully, they might have made the right call, even if it's just the early warning. If the USP goes down, you got the quick assist, but it won't matter. Reversive catches him sleeping on the off angle. And no chance for Junior to close the gap on that one. So KRÜ, the rounds that they know and love, the pistols that they've been good for, continue to shine through again. So the opening goes their way. 1-0 up on the CT side of the 3rd map.
65% win rate on pistol rounds when it came to Nuke. Only 50% when it's Vertigo, but they have only played the map 3 times, including against MIBR, where they got annihilated 13-5. Early aggression being shown from the T's, trying to bypass this smoke. A lot of damage has been inflicted. Laser taking a ton as well, but leaves the grenade. Not able to finish off George, who was dropped down to 4 HP, and Ricky finds Carson. Caught napping, punishes him. The bomb's still under control of the T's, but without any investment into this round, looking pretty unlikely that much is going to happen from this. Opportunities for CJ, but the Glock is basically going to hit like a wet towel at this range. Oh, the timing on that reload. But Ricky will survive, finally bested by Rush. But it's just the MP9 that falls prey. And the 2-0 is about to be dialed in.
Ataraxia running in, jumping round corners, trying to throw the crosshairs off. The SMG's good. Quick tuck into the toilets as well, and they'll take that one. No Mickey here, though. It's all been serious for them so far. And for Nouns, weapons are at least finally donned. First time they get the AK steel in their hands. And see if they're handy with it. It was Junior's 2 kills in the pistol that made you believe. Now he's got a weapon that he's lethal with. Let's see what he does. Early control down towards the stair sides. 3 players grouped up on B, expecting a potential hit here. Laser with a smoke deep. You can wrap one of the players off knowing there's no initial hit.
One thing they were really struggling with on Nuke T's side was entry fragging. They were not getting clean entries whatsoever. They were constantly behind in terms of the opening duels. The same could not be said of Ancient. So we'll see if that can change here. Carson with 3 kills, finds the perfect timing. And exploits it, shatters the window, jumps straight through head first, and gives this team an amazing advantage which they're going to capitalize on. No chance for Riggy to get them back into this. And Laser trading up to the A4. Would do well to back out and save. His chances of clutching this are so minimal. Looking good for Nouns to perch up their first round here in the deciding matchup.
It's a beautiful play from Carson as well. The domino effect on the round. Ataraxia had the nade in his hands. Everyone else just lined up for him for the spray. Taps his way through all 3. It's Nouns. As soon as they pull out the buy, they're able to get themselves on the board. At the very least, it's a save for Laser. As long as he survives through this, no one going to swing into it. CJ was quite low, so a single bullet would have taken the AK out of his hands. They'll concede that one, let it pass on over.
Tactical timeout called already. I respect it. Down into an awkward position, caught by Carson's 3K. As you see firsthand there. Exploited it perfectly. But they want to make sure that they don't leave any stone unturned here, KRÜ. I actually really respect them calling a timeout there. It is such an important moment in this half. If you can bounce back with another bit of success, break Nouns down, establish that economy, stabilize to some degree, you want to make sure that you have every player able to juggle around finances, give everybody every bit of utility possible. No point holding on to these timeouts. It's exactly what Legacy did. We both pulling our hair out. Well, me not so much.
You were growing hair. Yeah. I could see it coming in. I saw the follicles opening then.
It was great though.
Fell out as soon as it came in. Falling into the round though is the way things are going for Nouns. Okay, it's a fast collapse. You hit for the stairs control. With 2 instant picks, it's Rush and George that have been taken out of the round. Trade back from Carson. Ooh, good adjustment shot as well, but it's the re-swing from Ataraxia that catches him. And they're down to 2, so rapid pace on this one. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. Junior, he was good here last time. Let's see if he can send sparks flying again on the A site.
Doesn't fully commit, decides to bypass instead and get to the back room. Really solid movement. And actually had no idea. Reversive though does answer the call. There's still a lot of time on the clock. CJ gonna get the element of surprise on the first. Finishes off a weakened Riggy. That was Junior's work beforehand, tapping him on the side. He can fake for a rotation here, but instead decides to change up his angle of aggression. Move through from the side control. Tap is good. That's more like the CJ that we saw from Ancient. Would be a 1-on-3 clutch, but caught on the side and Deco punishes him. KRÜ pick up a 3rd. A collective sigh of relief.
CJ the King, looking to make plays to put royalty in his name. But they fight back. Shut down the chance of that one collapsing in front of them. It was early dominance in the round. 1 versus 3 attempt for him. Some nice shots as well. And that was the problem. It went quite quiet in terms of some of the snappers we were seeing back on Nuke. They weren't having as much impact.
Deep in conversation. Our KRÜ. And now it's Nouns' time to sweat this one out as they call their own tactical pause. They're 1 round off the back of Carson's brilliance. George yet to get in amongst the frags. I hope that'll change sooner rather than later, especially as he's one of those entry components that makes the cogs turn and the machinery work on this T side for Nouns. But just a Tech 9 on the side of Rush though, that's going to be a bit rough. Having to drop down into that inferior weaponry. Extra smoke has been dropped behind. Want to try and fend off this push for as long as possible. But they may not be forthcoming considering 3 of the 5 are currently situated at the bottom of ramp.
Riggy, he loved this angle when we saw him on Vertigo before. CT side is taking a lot of fights and switching it up in terms of the way we'd play around here. Oh, nade's good. Great read. Reversive taking a boatload of damage. Down to 26 HP, and he's got a posture off. So the SMG not up close in the way that he'd want it. A slower round from Nouns, though. Not getting overly aggressive, making sure they can just clear these angles, chip damage here and there. See if you're given an opportunity to look into the round, then build off the back of that. And George, he might have found a way to potentially build into this. Slowly skulking his way in through mid-side with all the attention being on A ramp. A heavy grouping from the CTs. Bombardment of bullets through the smoke as well, so they're getting info from this.
Oh, but they may have overextended. Or perhaps not. Putting an end to the rot of kills. Here's Carson. Gets a second as well, but finally is dealt his demise from Atraxia's AK. Still 2 players remain with 20 seconds. CJ trying to wrap around the back of the CTs that now have control over the bomb. And they're going to have to push through that smoke. Pop flash should be good. Fully blinding CJ. Time is of the essence. They can't really capitalize this anymore. Even though they get the kill on laser, there's not enough time for the post plant. And they've already got the hell out of there. Atraxia is going to win purely off the basis of staying alive. And Nouns may be overthinking things. A bit too slow in getting punished.
And you'll be laughing all the way to the bank with these kind of rounds. It's exactly what they want. Even when it got scrappy, when it looked like it should have been a position for Nouns to be able to collapse back in and reset things. With how little time's on the clock, and he just slips away. I think this is one of the few times we've actually seen them so excited as well. It was super somber, day one. Obviously, they've had something to be excited about now, Vince. You're probably feeling that energy, right? Curse has been broken. You're not on the loss streak anymore. See how far you can push it. Again, it's an opening frag, but it's a quicker pace play. Straight into the B bomb site. George finds his first pick, and it's an important one.
That's where you see the confidence, man, at full swing. You're off the back of a 13-4 victory on Nuke. You've done such a good job of keeping Nouns dead and buried. Piling the pressure on them. Deco making sure that if the post plant comes in, they will have the advantage. With the opportunity to repel and force away the invaders. That plant is still yet to go down. Junior going in, dialing in the digits. Post plant now coming through. George low, trying to use that smoke as a shroud to pincer in and find an adversary to plunge the dagger into. You assume this is going to get checked, and Deco just pivots in, leaps into midair, and all of the dominoes come tumbling down. Nouns unable to hold on to the site. More than enough time for the defuse, and KRÜ into a 5-1 lead.
That's what I was saying before as well. It's these kind of games where if you have that gut feeling, the chips are down, just go for it. See if you can make some high roller plays. And the comms were certainly there. Deco, he was waxing lyrical. Got his point across. You could see that he was translating what he wanted to go for. The instant dive in, the MP9. Heads up play as well, drops the weapon over. Knew he was low HP, wanted to play off the best position for his team to take it. Vibe check's great, Vince. Everyone's feeling good.
The passion of a team that is beginning to believe in themselves. The punching bag of MIBR, the punching bag of Liquid. And in the first map, very much the same could be said here for Nouns, but no longer the case. They're standing up for themselves. Carson already down. And what's a little bit of a damning statistic in this map as well, Jackie, is that Junior hasn't fully got off. He's not had a bad game, but Carson is top fragging. Carson is top in terms of ADR. They need George, they need Rush. Nouns really struggling at this point.
Ricky walks out with the AK. Thought he had that one for free, but rushed straight in. Flash over the top, all bumping into each other on the stairs with a counter back, and Laser and Atraxia, they can convert. Junior's trapped, and the Deagle is not decimating anyone as it's just down to CJ. But it'll be see you Laser as he finishes him. And that is a 6th locked in for KRÜ.
See you laser.
You like that one?
Yeah. Good stuff.
That's the thing about words, Vince.
From dad jokes to that. I appreciated that one.
Yeah, I got to keep people guessing, man. Keep on the edge of their seats. You never know. It's like this RMR. You never really know.
Yeah, just tell Nouns. After that first map, I'm pretty sure they thought, that's in the bag, boys. Easy.
Yep.
Nope. And that's what I'm talking about. Carson is head and shoulders above the rest of his teammates. And sure, most of that is going to be off his 3K, which, by the way, is the only reason they have a round. Is his push through side, lines up the 3K, sprays them all down, they take the round. Apart from that, there has been slim pickings to get excited about for Nouns in this game. KRÜ look levels above their opposition right now.
I think that's the crazy thing as well, is it's in this map. They've had their attempts. They've had near 1v3s, near 1v2s, but they're not winning them. Previously, it felt like they always went against KRÜ. But somehow those tides are certainly turning. Smooth seas do not make strong sailors, and at this point, the sea legs are certainly gone for KRÜ. Establishing themselves at the RMR at just the right time to stay in it and have a chance. Live another day. See how far you can take things. Carson. He's been the one that's carved a lot of paths in. He's been aggressive towards the A site. It was the 3K spray that created space for them previously. Here it's an early opener. Bit of seed of doubt in their mind. You're hoping there'll be an overextension from B, but they're playing it cool.
This is where we go back to what we were discussing in the pre-game segment as Carson again with the all-important entry frag. Is if Rush wants to cement himself as a player that's been there, done it, took a break and come back again, like the Hobbits of this world, these are the kind of games where he needs to prevail. Needs to step it up. Major, in the meanwhile, is going to come under heavy duress onto the site, bypassing the flash, but not George's entry. That's more like it from Nouns. 40 seconds, the bomb will be planted down, and not sure that KRÜ want any further part of this round.
It's not been the cleanest state of affairs with the rounds that they have been winning, so it's always dealing damage back to that economy. You don't want to throw all the cash into the blender for no reason. Just keep the weapons alive. Oof, reversive. That's his one. He gets his chance. Throws the flash in, try and bait him a bit deeper as well. They're looking to try and hunt on it. Quick jiggle. See if you can get the read, but don't have your head taken off. Now you know they're coming. Let's see if this Neon Rider can do anything.
It's Carson again. Finally picked off by Deco at range. Securing his own A1S in the process. But KRÜ still have a vast lead of 6-2. At least some signs of life, but it is off the back of Carson's entries once again. George also getting involved. 13-7 into a 13-4. And here we are on a deciding matchup. We'll be saying goodbye to one of these two teams. The first team eliminated at the Americas RMR. But who's it going to be, Jackie? Right now, pretty even.
It's been a tight storyline for both of them. They both had their individual pop-off maps where they look really dominant. So far on Vertigo, it is KRÜ that are accumulating more rounds. Oh, Rush on the off angle with the support. Deco deals a bit of damage but couldn't convert the kills, and the molly will force him straight back. Gets the smoke in at just the last second. Flames blocking off his path. And he's calling for the rotate. You're expecting the full commit onto the bomb, but they're not going for it. They peace out. Junior slips away. George left to try and defend in case they do go for the info peak on Stairs side. Just depends if they overcook it in terms of the timing. Maybe the CT start to wrap back, and if George goes down early, then maybe that adds to that.
I mean, I understand throwing misdirection in, and they're probably going to get away with it because of that entry from Rush. Felt a little bit too relaxed, perhaps, on the approach there for George. Reversive trying to bypass the smoke. Oh, the shadow baited Rush out, shot too early. Was expecting the wide swing. Timing on that jump, though, could not have been worse, and Junior lays waste to 3 in this round. bagging Nouns their third and second in a row. And Araxia has to save his AWP, and how quickly the economic game turns against you on the CT side. KRÜ was swimming in money before, and now they barely have anything to their name.
The AWP stays alive. Oh, and he actually gets it off as well. He knew they were saving. Oh, he takes the beak from CT. Oh, mate. Ataraxia, you cheeky chappy. Oh, that's sick.
He had his protractor out. He was just analysing the angles. He's like, listen, I'm saving, but I'm taking you with me.
Mate, he did trigonometry in college and it's paying off. He knows his triangles. Line that one up with a scope. What a steal away at the end. I mean, round itself's gone. But you'll take that. Takes one more weapons out of their hands. Leaves them down to 2. Cash flow problems for everyone. What a legend.
Oh, you just know Carson's like, wait, what? What's happened there?
Where's he shot me from? Oh, mate. That's sick. All right, fair play. I mean, he's blessed the AWP, Vince. That's kind of like, you know, he's given the gun a bit of a kiss on that one. So let's see if it pays him back into this round. There has been a lot of early B aggression, so rightly so, they expect another potential play like that. Set up with a pistol surrounding it for the fast peak. When you realize no one's there, they're going to rapid rotate back round towards A, and ramp's already been conceded. George looking for entries.
A lot of players bobbing back and forth, and he gets baited out. Nade by his feet. No real damage in return either. It's a freebie pick for KRÜ. Carson fully flashed, USP. It's going to pick him off with reversive. And suddenly, KRÜ have a 2v4 advantage. CJ going to try and stabilize the situation. They still need to pick up the bomb as well, though. And Junior goes walkies. Can't finish off the frag. Surely, Nouns don't lose this round.
Uh-oh. They just might as Deco comes a knock-in with a Tech 9, sneaks up, and slices them straight back down. Oh dear, oh dear. Man, it's crazy as well that, right, we're looking at it thinking, okay, finally the money's broken, surely this should be a bit of a stepping stone, a platform for Nouns to spring themselves back into the game. But the double nade, the HE set up onto the site. So damn clean, and they're excited about it, and fair play to them. You're going to be in a good mood right now. They've armed themselves with AKs for free, and they've got the AWP, and Ricky finally able to make the play that he knows and loves. Fast swing out for the opening pick, and that's on to Carson. Carson's been giving it, Vince. He's silenced early here in the 11th.
No doubt. And that, considering that he has been a huge linchpin of the entries that they've picked up so far, his absence could be felt so strongly. George, though, tries to pick up the slack, but he's only good for the 1 kill. An awkward spray, but Reversive takes him down before receiving the shrapnel. And now Junior on 43 HP, gonna try and line up these kills, but a flashbang throws him off his aim. And KRÜ throw him off the edge of the skyscraper. 8-3 the score. Oh, I still can't believe they lost that last round, man, with the USPs and the Tech 9 that was picked up. A team that's already maybe a little bit apprehensive, it gets in their own head a little bit. That's the kind of round loss that can completely throw you out of kilter.
Oh, man. Goddamn, yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I completely agree. I think it's one of those where it's going to really start to toll on the mental. You got to dig deep, forget about it, try and reset. But those are the rounds that replay in your mind in the hotel room late at night following the games here. That's what you're left with. It's a long way home from China. And Ataraxia, he wants to send them to the airport. First strike's good, shuts down CJ. Rush trades it back. AK besting him. Contact's good for the hit as well. They're slipping into the site this time. Another round where they've got an advantage and a potential post plant to set up with, but Reversive running straight in, calling for the backup of Ricky. They're on the site, looking for shots. Flash over the top. Carson low on the bomb site. Reversive wants him to peek into him. If they give him the 1v1s, he'd feast on them all day. It's down to Riggy. Can he do something ridiculous on this one? There's the first connection. If they give him the fights, he'll take them all day, but it's not meant to be. Nouns squeeze out a fourth. 8-4 being the split as KRÜ looking damn good on Vertigo.
They're looking good, but that fourth round gives them a small lifeline. Complete different vibes. South Americans up in arms, screaming, happy, animated. Nouns, silence. But they've got to persevere through these rough patches. They're still in with a fight. They're still in with a shot. Carson playing as well as possible. So many entries on that first half. But what's their CT side going to look like? And we've already mentioned multiple times that typically KRÜ are solid in the pistols, and for me, this is a must-round win. You've got to win this if you are on the side of Nouns. Like, this pistol's got to go your way. You lose this, you're 1 foot out of the RMRs.
Gravity of that situation is going to be known better than no one by the players on the server right now. You got to dull those voices and just focus on the rounds as they come. For KRÜ, you said they had that 50% conversion rate on the pistols. Well, they won one of the two. Can they take the second? Or will it be an opportunity for Nouns here? Slow and steady stuff on a bit of a sneaky maneuver in towards the B bomb side. Bombs on the back as well. Deco supporting them. You got the flash out through mid side, which is mostly grouped up on right now. Want to try and keep them guessing and make them think it's the push out through mid.
Smoke into play. Rush watching the tight angle, but he's not going to be able to deny this bomb plant. Got to stay alive now. Move together as a united force. They have the kit in the hands of Rush alongside his smoke. Reversive watching mid. Takes the hit, runs away. And that's going to be a pain in the backside. They're constantly be looking over their shoulder now as they look to clump together. It's going to force them out into the firing squad, but Riggy and Deco are laying down the law as the gavel comes down. And the sentence is death. KRÜ pick up the second pistol. Oh, that is brutal if you are Nouns. It's a well-orchestrated round, though, from KRÜ. You could see the idea behind it. But Reversive getting that kill in mid felt like it was the key moment.
That's the swing. That's the huge swing of the scythe that makes the difference for them. It's a 2 for 2 on the pistols on the third map. And Nouns, money's down in the bin. Investment into light utility, couple flashes, bit of a cheeky boost up as well, going for the elevated face. SMG in the hands of George is good. They don't expect the angle. Carson on the re-swing as well, gets the dink off, so Ataraxia takes a bullet straight to the head. George, he's running on in. Wants to try and get rip roaring with a hot rod, but they silence him. And this could collapse quite quickly.
Oh, straight. Like, did he just assume there was only one player there? He wanted to finish off the dinked Ataraxia, but like you just put all your chips on the table. You said all in on this round, and then you've thrown it into what effectively was a gamble rush with the MP9, entirely backfiring. I'm so confused and perplexed at that decision. Like, they didn't even push together. It was just him by himself.
And now it really is only Rush on his lonesome. P9, tap shots. Oh, good for 2. Okay, Rush, what can you show us then? He was talking a big game, showing he wanted to come back into the server, deal some damage. This would be the round to prove that point with an exclamation mark. But a 1v2 with low health to contend with. Riggy assisting Ataraxia. Paranoid about the right, but it's the swing from the left he needs to be wary of. Okay, it's all down to the 1v1 then. Rush, can you finish it? Not ready for the re-peak from Riggy. A free K for him, a 10th round confirmed. KRÜ, they keep it moving. It looked dangerous. At the start, it was a relatively tidy round. The aggression was given to them by Nouns, and they kept putting them down in the dirt. And honestly, Vince, they've not got time to bury him 6 foot deep right now. It's 2 foot shallow.
Such a nice effort from Rush as well. Had a shovel out, looking to bury them all alive, but there were signs of life at the end for Riggy. We know that mechanically he's a really slow player. There's the anguish. Understandable. He was just 1 kill away from his moment at the RMRs. A chance to bounce back, and instead it's 10-4. They will have a bye, but it's so rough. M4 in play. 2.5k across the rest of the team. You're looking at 5-7s. It's more of a hero purchase. Obviously, that's off the back of the kill reward he got from the MP9 in the last round with a couple of kills. But you are properly down in the murky depths right now, and you are staring the abyss straight in the face of elimination.
Oh, George with the 5-7. Look for the peek out, but so many eyes honed on him, and the bullets will connect with the wall bang to put him down in the dirt early. Another round where you start things off with an edge. And Deco, he's got this covered. Even if he doesn't find the full commit, you're going to keep him trapped. Carson won't want to run in for the flank. He can start to wrap off, assist the rest of the squad on the site, reversive. He's been hitting some tasty little snappers as well. But the MAC-10, let's see if it's going to be delicious up close.
Rush putting that A1S to use, but looks for information and finds it as a bullet passes through his eye. Ataraxia spots the shadow, makes the most of it, capitalizes. And although CJ stands in with 13 HP and musters up the strength for 1 kill, that should be where his round and the overall stature of Nouns comes to an abrupt end. 11-4. On the horizon, getting closer and closer with every footstep that Deco makes. KRÜ 2 rounds away from an elimination of Nouns. It would be an upset win, I think most people would agree. And they are just inches away from making it a reality.
For Nouns, it was Carson, CJ and George looking for their first major qualification going into the Perfect World Shanghai Major. For Rush, it would be his 6th. And Junior would finally go back, getting his 2nd appearance. But with how this game's going, that reality is getting further and further away. It's KRÜ that look to keep themselves alive and still fight on in the Americas RMR. Nouns have cash. Investment comes out. Junior, he was a big baller. Hitting some huge pickups over the course of this series, but in a round like this, he's got to go above and beyond because Deco, he's shutting him down. Galil gets gory, straight into the site. Junior arrives, but he's been snapped down. The Galil finishes them. And this is looking rough, Vince.
It's looking like a save. It's looking like 8 elimination points. 8 survival points, depending on your persuasion. But for the South Americans, they are so close to getting their first W at the RMRs. Nouns surviving by the thinnest of threads. They need each of these weapons desperately into the next round. Ataraxia is unable to capitalize onto George, who stands in with the M4A4. Can't upgrade to the AK. But that's just fine as far as he's concerned. Survival is priority number 1. CJ also passes, but Carson will go down.
A 13-4 victory on Nuke that led them to an opportunity to actually win this series, not just equalize it. And if they take the next round, it'll be a mirrored scoreline. And a 2-1 victory for KRÜ, with Nouns leaving the RMR. One of our first teams to depart for the Americas region here in our initial elimination series. And pressure's already put on. This is not the way you would have want to started things here on the 17th. Carson eats the nade damage. Left on 22. George fighting demons through the smoke as well, up close and personal, but they're grouped up. They've been good on these engages. Pepper and bullets back. He's got to retreat.
And the issue here is that with Carson being on 22 health, they kind of have to back off. They know that a stray bullet and he's gone. No grenades additionally for Carson, nothing for Rush, nothing for George, and only a flash for CJ. It's Junior with the bulk of the utility, and there's still over a minute on the clock to try and kill. Everything stacked against Nouns. Their survival looking bleak, looking unlikely. And KRÜ slowing down the pace, making them sweat this one out as long as possible before they make their move. And it's looking like B site may be the final destination. 3 players at the bottom of the stairs.
Reversive on contact lane. It gives them the opening pick, but there's an instantaneous trade from Deco that's been dealing some deathly blows and looking like he's starting to get his engine going in this game. And Deco's doing more than that. Rest of the team assists as well. Just George in the 1 versus 4. Nouns, they're on the knife's edge, and it looks like they're about to be sliced as KRÜ take it. 13-4. They stay alive in the RMRs. Say goodbye to Nouns as they are sent home.
What a shock performance. A bit subdued with the celebrations, understandably so, because that is the first of another 2 that would be required to keep themselves in the RMR. But today, they've done their job. A shock, surprise result, especially considering, Jackie, the first map was a 13-7 win, and it could have been even more one-sided in favor of Nouns. It felt like this was going to be their series, a fairly straightforward 2-0, but all the credit in the world, man. Like, the fact that KRÜ were able to bounce back, 2 13-4 victories in a row, hats off to those guys. They played really well in the end.
Absolutely. I felt like it was the first time we saw them actually give a good account of who they are, the individuals, the play styles, the way they approach Counter-Strike, right? Over the previous series, yes, you had some very hard draws. That can't be understated, right? MIBR into Liquid, they're never going to be easy games, but it felt like they were trapped in their own minds a little bit. As soon as you got to breaking point, back against the wall, knowing one more map and it's over, they start taking tempo plays. They start playing with gut-wrenching maneuvers, and that made the world a difference for them. And fair play, Vince. I mean, you survived the test. Upset, like you said. That's Nouns gone. No run left. Rush. He wanted to make it back to a major. It's not going to happen this time for Shanghai.
Yeah, back to the drawing boards. Curious if Nouns do stick together, if they're going to learn from what kind of went wrong here. I do feel kind of sorry for Junior. First 2 maps in particular, he was on point. Rush, you could really see the emotions the entire way through this best of 3. Even when they were winning in that first map, he was still really caught in his thoughts, it looked like. But 2 13-4 performances back-to-back. Deco, 105 ADR. He was the only player, by the way, that was positive when they played against MIBR earlier on yesterday on Vertigo. So he's had another return to form. And Riggy just behind him, just shy of the 100. Carson top fragging for Nouns. He got a lot of entries, especially on that T side, but it felt like, other than him, there wasn't that much to really talk about.
No, exactly. I mean, coming into this series as well, for context, there wasn't a single player on KRÜ that had a positive KD over the run at the RMRs. And at least here, we saw the individuals certainly showing up on both Nuke and Vertigo. Completely different flavor of how they were playing it. But man, that's the way it ends, Vince. First elimination. Game here at the RMRs for America. And we say goodbye to Nouns. Fair play to Deco. Huge rounds, good impact across the board. It was the shot out onto Junior as well. Posted up on Guardian with the AWP, right? You're thinking there's always a chance. Junior's been delivering, but Deco just ruins him on the swing.
Yeah, it really picked up his own individual performance there. He was a little bit off in the first 2 maps. You mainly look at Riggy in particular. Pretty solid performances from him, but I mean, the scorelines don't lie. 13-4, 13-4. It was every bit that one-sided. Had it have not been for Junior on Nuke, you could have been looking at like a 13-1, 13-2 scoreline. But I think it's also showing that, like, KRÜ's propensity in being very solid in the pistol rounds, it is always going to give them a puncher's chance in these maps, because they're typically going to get 1 or both pistol rounds, and it's about converting from that point. That was something they struggled with. They were even winning pistol rounds against MIBR and still lost out. So if they can get that kind of like on the same page, they can get that 2nd, 3rd round underway. I'd be curious to see who they go up against next, man. I wouldn't completely write them off. They actually impressed me today.
No, yeah, genuinely, the way they played here, vastly better than what we had seen previously,
100%.
right? Looking a whole lot more comfortable. And I think, that's a good stepping stone. I mean, honestly, Vince, if you look, right, most of their games have all been online. There wasn't a single LAN on HLTV, maybe some outside of that. But this is a different environment for them, right? It's, again, a little bit different in the way sort of you got things set up here with the RMRs, but it's still an environment where you need to come in switched on, play your best CS, and they step up to the call. 2-1. They shut down Nouns and close that one out. Next game up on the B stream here will be Red Canids taking on Case. That's our last BO3 of the day.
Indeed it is, with other teams that are playing for their survival as well. Of course, Red Canids, we got a chance to cast them yesterday. We didn't see, I don't think, the best of what they have to offer, but ultimately it's just panic stations right now, right? Like, you got to dial yourself in. You're playing for your survival. It doesn't matter how you get the win, doesn't matter how scrappy it is. You just got to get that W, man. There's so much pressure on these teams. And I think today also goes to show, like, look, most people coming into this series, I think both of us included, we thought Nouns take this.
Yeah.
Very high likelihood, a Nouns win, probably a 2-0 off the basis of that veto. No game is easy in these RMRs. You can't take anything for granted.
No, and I think, again, as well, there was almost that element of Nouns kind of defeating themselves in some of the rounds with a mental game. It did feel like they were easy to frustrate in a couple of those instances, and it just isn't the environment where you can allow that to happen, right? Whereas flip side for KRÜ, even when the chips are down, it's looking like it could be over in one roll of the dice. They keep their heads in it, play some great CS, keep answering back, and hell, man, I mean, that's one way to start it off, right? You break the loss streak, Vince. Again, like, for context, they would have been going out of the RMR with a 10-map loss streak. Yeah. That's a rough way to be dealing with going home. Like, you don't want to be thinking about that.
Yeah, and most of those losses as well were like 13-4s, 13-5s. You know, I even heard some people say they're dead team walking. Like, there's no way they're going to have any success at this tournament. They're going to go out 0-3. They've proved a lot of people wrong with that performance. Now, I don't think, if we're being completely honest, Nouns had their greatest performance either. I don't think they played fantastically well, but you can only beat what's ahead of you. And when the pressure is there, some teams sink, some teams swim, as we mentioned before. And I think in this case in particular, you saw KRÜ actually come alive, show us something that we haven't seen before from these guys.
No, definitely. I think they really did just sort of live their own style of CS, and at that point, that's the best you can ask for. It pays off massively for them in the end. Yeah, it's a weird one, right? Because way back on Ancient, I'm right there with you. I'm thinking, okay, this is probably sort of dead in the water, going to be a relatively easy series for them to close out. Didn't happen though, Vince. We say goodbye to Nouns, and KRÜ keep on rolling. And so with the broadcast here for the Perfect World RMRs for the Americas. Myself and Vince are done for the day, but don't go anywhere, as there's a whole lot more in store for you right here on the stream.
Changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Perfect World Shanghai Major RMRs. And we're heading on into another clash. This one, of course, for elimination, Chatty B.
I just learned something. I didn't know that the Portaloos on Vertigo are a secret portal to Shanghai, China.
Just trying to track it.
You know?
So obviously
you chase the chickens, chase the magic chicken.
On their skate police skateboard.
Yes.
On the police skateboard.
With neon wheels.
And then when you find the magic portal in the Portaloo. Okay, well, we've worked that one out. We should probably talk a little
Half-Life 3's coming, of
Confirmed.
course.
Confirmed.
Right? We've nailed it there.
Yeah, I am in awe of our introduction, but I also want to be in discussion of where's Coldzera, man? Why is he about to be eliminated before he even gets to the major?
Well,
he used to be a big double from Cold!
It's not the Coldzera that won 2 majors anymore, is it, Alex? It's a whole different look. He's the veteran now, but taking a look at some of the results today, we had Legacy taking on M80. Alex, they went to Ancient again, and we saw Legacy versus 9-0 on that very map. They look terrible. That's not even an understatement. That's just factual. Yeah. So 13-5 lost to M80. The Americans with the German twist bouncing back as we move further in the day. Payne taking on Imperial. That one's an interesting result, isn't it? The fact that it was so one-sided.
Yeah, I had high expectations for that one to be a bit of a closer affair like MIBR Imperial just yesterday, but Payne, yeah, making light work of them. Coming into KRÜ versus Nouns, you can see this is into the best of 3.
It's an upset.
This is an upset, no doubt about it, considering especially...
Some of the North Americans in the green room were upset.
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is probably the team with the most North American players in one place.
Yeah,
actually.
it is. It actually is.
So, didn't necessarily go well for them. It looked like a bit of disaster class from them. KRÜ upsetting them. And now we find ourselves here. Another best of 3 for myself and Chatty B. Red Canids versus Case. Could you enlighten me as to anything about Case?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah, what would you like to know? Anything.
Who are they?
Who are they? Well, do you know the team is named after a famous football player?
I don't follow football, but do I know him?
Casemiro.
I do know. I've heard
now,
that
it's
name.
his team.
Okay.
Now, he is, if anyone's not certain about it, it's Carlos Enrique Casemiro.
Casemiro!
I believe...
Back of the net!
I believe he currently plays for Man United.
Oh.
Yes,
Yeah,
I was just informed. That is correct.
That's
now, this is his roster. Now, the main name that I want to point out for everybody here is Yeps. And the reason that I want to point that out is because he has a special relationship with Coldzera. Now, Coldzera is on the other side of the server in Red Canids. Now, you remember when Coldzera went to FaZe Clan?
I do.
Yanko was coaching.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, well, back then, when he was part of FaZe Clan, he was living in Serbia, in Belgrade. And he had Yeps come to Serbia to be his content guy.
Yo!
And now he's facing his old friends for survival. One of these two teams will be eliminated, as you can see here. Venom Zira, fan of the suffix.
Yeah, well, I mean,
prefix?
it must be cool
suffix?
that you've been inspired by a player to change to use his
So it's
nickname,
Big Zira.
his naming scheme. Big
Yeah.
Zira, Venom
Big Zira, Venom Zira, Cold Zira, Davideus.
Davideus.
That's to do. Do you know where that's from? Dr. Zaius from The Simpsons.
Futurama. Another Matt Groening creation, yeah. Okay.
Was it? It could have been Futurama.
I think it's monkeys dancing.
Yeah, but because Dr. Zaius is, I think it's to do with something to do with...
But isn't it originally Amadeus, right? From something else. I think they were making a mockery of like an original musical.
Could be.
They go Amadeus. Who the hell's Amadeus?
Let us know,
please.
Though. Tweet at Alex and I. Use the hashtag... What's the hashtag?
Perfect World
Major? Shanghai.
Perfect World Shanghai Major.
Shanghai Major.
Perfect World.
I did see a tweet from Perfect World. They said, for everything related to the ongoing Perfect World Counter-Strike Shanghai Major for 2024 and its RMRs, that's where we are right now, the official web portal, not the portal we saw on Vertigo, provides a one-stop solution to find news, updates, schedules, and information and more. Click, well, you can't click, but you can type shmajor2024.pwesports.cn.
Is this, just in general, 7 maps, is this the worst map pool Counter-Strike's ever had?
No.
It's been worse?
Ancient and Anubis are great.
Yeah, I'd like those two.
Dust 2, good.
Good.
Inferno, upsetting at the moment. Mirage, classic. Nuke, fantastic. Vertigo,
Nuke's
bad.
Okay. Yeah, Vertigo bad.
Right.
Well,
so
we've got Mirage, Dust 2, and Vertigo to dig our teeth into for this one. It's Red Canids taking us to Mirage.
If we get to Vertigo, we might not have to play that map.
You suspect this is going to be a one-sided affair?
Well, these two teams in 2024 alone have had 8 meetings.
Okay.
So that's 13 maps of Counter-Strike played over best of 1s and best of 3s.
What's the scores on the doors?
Coming out on top for the Red Canids. Now, obviously, we mentioned Coldzera, but he has Henny by his side as well. Maybe people aren't too familiar with Henny, but twin brother of Lucas. Henny's probably the more famous and more successful of the two of them. But Henny's been... Well, yes, as well, yes. But he's been... Oh, we're underway.
Yo.
Well, we'll talk about Henny.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure you're going to see some highlights from him on the AWP. This is Red Canids map choice. They'll be starting on the T side. And quite a heavy lean from Case over towards the A site. So no eyes on middle whatsoever. Davideus lining up a connector smoke. Also has a molly in his hands. Maybe it's connector smoke, window molly. But they do want to split A by the looks of things. So yeah, window molly. Oh,
that's really quite a big mistake, actually.
Yeah, one job.
It's like the one smoke. Whole strategy revolved around it. Venomzera has found Riccioli. How was that? Riccioli?
Yeah.
Riccioli.
I think he tastes pretty good with some bolognese
Yeah,
sauce.
with their pesto. Oh, look at Venomzera flexing the moves here. He's already found himself one, and if he can find BSD, it does open up a portal, if you will, into B. Oh, both of them collapse in unison. It's nice connections from Niazin as well. Long-range Glock works out for Cold. Can he come up clutch? A 1v4 demanded of him, and that's an accidental scroll wheel jump. Costs him his life. Niazin long range on the dual Berettas for his third, so really high contributions. You can see the energy's electric. I will say, if Case win 4 more rounds, they'll have hit their
They'll
quota.
have equaled their quota. Yeah.
They've only got 5 rounds in both of the best of 1 so far.
Precisely. They've lost to the likes of FURIA and Imperial, so they've only played Brazilian teams.
But also 2 of the stronger Brazilian teams.
So Red Canids have lost to 9Z and M80. The Anubis game, I think, against M80, people could have argued they should have won. It felt like a little bit of a choke there. They did have a decent lead.
Okay.
But M80 staying resilient and bringing that one back will be the eco for the Red Canids. And maybe we could talk a bit more about Henny. He was originally in Game Academy. Well, not originally, but that was one of the teams that then he got brought across into the bigger leagues. That was Fallen's little project back in the day.
Yeah, right.
He was in Immortals, Alex. He made it to the bloody grand final of a major. PGL Krakow 2017.
Yeah, I mean, he's always had, like, flashes of brilliance, hasn't he?
I think it was the first major I worked.
Was it?
I casted the show match with Fifi.
For Flaren, for those
on my birthday, and the arena sung me happy birthday.
Well, that must have been left quite a mark.
That was quite nice.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. He was also in Luminosity, Furia, MIBR, Imperial. Those are the notable names. But surprisingly, he's only played at 2 majors, Henny.
That is bizarre.
Isn't it? With all those teams in a 10-year-long career. Cold Zero has played at 11 majors, and he's won 2 of them. So that's not too shabby whatsoever.
That ain't bad. I wanted to see the major trophy. He's rocking Columbus. Okay.
Okay, nice.
Columbus 2016 for Cold.
Look at Keith go from top middle. You get it? You get the joke?
Keith Urban.
Keith Urban.
Yes, I did it. Don't know who that guy is, but he's a...
But you said you guessed it right.
Yeah, I know.
he's a country
I've heard the name.
I think he was married to Nicole Kidman.
Oh, he's done well then.
Is he still married?
Amadeus, by the way, is it's a musical about Mozart. That was his middle name. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart.
Okay. All right, well, this is about to heat up. We're getting into the gun rounds. Red Canids bringing out the AK-47s. Now, talking with Harry and Hugo at breakfast, they were saying expect a slow pace from Red Canids. They might find an opening pick, but they pause. They wait for the CT reaggressors. I don't think we're going to get that in this round whatsoever. This is looking like an all 5-man into an A execute. Somewhat of a mid-presence being found from Case. Send a player through the con smoke for info, so they can be on high alert towards either bomb site.
Yeah, BSD and Riccioli about to be tested, forced away by the flame into dark. Second molly forces him further, does well to find Venomzera. Traded out by Davideus as a double delivered. Only Urban now to disrupt, falls back behind that con smoke play for the retake. Niazin does get overlooked there by Nathan. Looking for another significant damage and converted into the 1v1.
Here he is, the alligator.
It's the alligator versus Yeps. Coldzera's old content man, I believe is his official title. Now he's up against him.
A round-the-world maneuver from Henny, a man after my own heart in a clutch.
Yeah, this is a Chad Sponge Birchall maneuver.
I do like what we're seeing. Let's see, should be able to maneuver his way in towards the B bomb site. With the vent not broken, Yeps is not going to oblige. I think he will have to make the rotation point through Cap, but Henny needs to make sure he doesn't give away any sound cues. Obviously, the bomb getting planted will let Yeps know.
Not going to plant for short side open, no, thank goodness. Okay, so, what? Sticky, gets it down.
Yeps is here so quick.
A bit of a jump scare for Henny. Yeah, he was not anticipating that. He was in the mindset of relocating and moving and gets caught with a bit of inaccuracy there. Yeps, that's a big clutch to post and gets the 3rd round converted, passing the first test of the guns. Relatively a team effort as well. It was just BSD who didn't manage to find the frag. Instead, it was a double kill from Urban, I believe.
Keith,
as we call him.
No, good work from Davideus coming out of ramp towards Tetris here with the multi-kill. But yeah, Henny maybe overcooking the pooch, was expecting Yeps to be a whole lot closer than he was, and he was the one that got the jump, so getting fired up. We know the Brazilians make some noise. But when you've played each other 8 times in a year, right, you've got so much tape on one another, and this is where the mind games come in, and it's difficult for me to explain the detail of how these kind of scenarios play out, but you're playing to beat the style that you know, not to have a solid style yourself.
Yeah, I see that.
So like the layers on layers on layers, and the last times that you played each other, last time they did face, Case actually won best of 1. It was part of the qualification for the very event we find ourselves at now.
I found that quite interesting. They went for early like ramp, 2 of them walking towards ramp to try and take it with a flash, and instead
Bad info, isn't
back
it?
away.
Yeah, well, there is going to be another A execute on the docket for Red Canids with these upgrades into the pistols. Tech 9s are plenty. And they have more than enough for everything. CT smoke, the up downs, and away we go. Molly's to follow.
Be one hell of a double nade here. Arch uses it for the clear instead. And yeah, no one's going to be exposed. They get across onto triple. CT as well, exposed and not covered. Venom Zera could try as hard as he might get through. Ricky Olive does find Amadeus. And it's going pretty good. Henny finding that space as well. Nathan could be overlooked. He is going to run into BSD's USP. And so things, despite the plant, have fallen apart.
Oh, well done from Yeps there. Just buttoning things up. This would be a massive Cold Zero clutch. I don't see this one manifesting.
No, nor I.
Plenty of time, weapon advantage, and can't get it done on the first. Yeps will better him. And the defusal will come through. 4-0 start for Case. Now, look, you'll take the plant if you're Red Canids. You will be buying into this one. More than enough money for Henny to bring out the AWP. And maybe people at home are questioning, how come they push their own smokes? If they just executed it into the site and the team was playing retake, which they were, the bomb goes down, they're at a disadvantage just playing with Tech 9s, right? So they have to make a bit of a move. It didn't look very well put together. I think that was the problem. It wasn't a swarm of players, looked a little bit limp from the Red Canids, but the idea is to get some kills while the bomb's being planted to give themselves a chance within that post plan.
Can't help but feel as well, like if they'd have known, which they certainly don't, that CT was unoccupied, that's a real valuable asset.
Precisely.
Instead, you ended up jungle, and it was a real brawl. Talking of brawl, looks like Urban fancies himself an early fight. Top mid smoke naded out by his teammate, and they are anticipating it. Nathan versus Urban in this clash. He actually jumps up, finds himself on that higher elevation, is just going to tuck in on the chair, which might be and will be overlooked. Controls the spray, finds himself an opening kill. Case looking to find what has been par for them in the first 2 best of 1s in the first 5 rounds.
And Mirage was one of those maps they played earlier within the tournament. Well, just yesterday, actually. Mirage and Vertigo. Whereas it was Dust 2 and Anubis, the maps that Red Canids have fared on so far. So I think potentially the Red Canids looking to see if they could exploit Mirage as a bit of a weakness. Now the breaks, well, I wouldn't say they've been hit, but they're definitely being tapped as Red Canids looking to fight their way back into things. Very separated at the moment. 2 over towards A, 1 through Palace, 1 through Ramp.
Very frustrating angle if you're coming out of Palace.
Yeah, this is geeky, isn't it? They're playing the number advantage. They're not giving anything over. They're not re-aggressing. They're allowing Red Canids to make the next move.
I mean, you're just not pre-aiming that. You're so concerned about the default. There's like 4 angles you have to be concerned about before you even cast your eyes towards Niacin.
Love some snooze on New Year's Eve.
Nice. Not bad. Chad Sponge Birchall is locked in. I love that Americans think that they invented snooze as well.
Ah, it's great.
Have you guys got that in Europe yet? It's a new craze, sweeping the nation.
Been it for a while, boys, but the bomb goes down. Post plan, an opportunity for Red Canids. This could be their first.
Maybe, maybe. Especially with Henny still alive and that mid lurk. Ooh, Venom Zera's a valuable asset to the team. BSD removes Henny, so now we might be time for Cold and Venom to start doing their Zera things. Only the one. Nice from Yeps. 2 on 3. Venom, Zera, and Davideus. Good find. Davideus looking sharp in this one. Now Venom's going to be overlooked. No, he's not. Yes, hyper aware. Bomb on the bomb. Defuse. Gets it in time. Oh, that's the best we've seen from Red Canids, but still not enough.
The mantling con there really cost them. The feet being off the ground, the inaccuracy, the inability to take that fight, and Case will grab their 5th. Bomb goes down again for Red Canids. They were essentially given over a free bomb site for this plant, so Case are more than happy to play retake. Here it is. This is the frag, the difference maker. Yeps
That's two
changing
times.
the dialogue.
2 times we've seen Yeps now in these kind of retake and chaotic situations being aware of the less expected play. Previously onto Venom Zera in CT. That's an aggressive warping line. Henny does get punished a little for it, down to 50. Out mid.
Look at how much space they're being given. I think this is Case just being jarring more in the mid to late round. Let's see as well, monitor how long they hold on to their nades, because when you have a domestic head-to-head like this, and as mentioned with the 8 games that they've played against each other this year, you know the tendency. So if you're going to hold on to util for quite a long time, then you know that the Canids operate slowly. Well, there's an offering, an opening to work with. A shot from Venom Zera. 3 push.
Yeah, but I tell you, you're not expecting this re-aggression after catching someone so early in abs. It's the fact that there's a second. Cold, this is aggressive, proactive, and punished is Urban. Was not anticipating someone ahead of that utility. Riccioli to be tested here on triple. No molly for him, so he will have an opportunity to take a fair fight. Nathan blind, lovely find. Oh, nearly the double. Davideus, good work.
So many nades for the retake.
Yeah, still not looking particularly comfortable here for the Canids.
The flank is key.
And not choosing to engage. BSD would rather just bide his time.
This is free.
That's a free frag coming
We're about to have a 2v2.
Knife out, heard that coming. Clean headshot and an AK upgrade. Still has all that util. Time for BSD to start throwing his. He does look like he's deployed a flash or 2.
I think Cold's heard him.
Oh, yeah. Oh, good luck. Yeah, clean from Dog Cold. Very nice shot.
Smoke and defuse.
That's all he's got. That's his best tool in the arsenal right now. And yeah, Henny catches him before the smoke does plume. Yeah, to see Nathan on the board is interesting as well. I was talking to you just before we got on live that all of Red Canids have exactly the same rating over the last 3 months. 1.05. But yeah, Cold, some proactivity there to break into the A site. And this was a very important frag as well from Davideus. I feel like I've said that a lot already.
Yeah, he has had some moments, even though this is only their first round.
Yeah, 5 frags, but I feel like all of them have been like taking steps towards that round conversion. Well, yes, Alex, a kill is a step towards a round conversion.
No, but you're talking about impact
That's
kills,
what I'm trying to say.
right? So the importance of the frag, right? It's something that has been helping them potentially get to the closer. And we will see a tactical timeout called quite early on in this one. Kay's going to discuss what the buy will look like, or if there is one even available. 3.5 for Big Rick. And it looks like they are going to take the conservative approach. So loss bonus into that round. Bottom of the barrel into the next. It should put them in a position to get the purchase.
Here we go.
So,
nice and early start. USPs aren't going to get much going here. I mean, a peak 250 was infested, and Urban's given it a good go. Gets Nathan on notice, but Davideus died. This is a 3v3, and 2 of them are like sub 60.
Catch that one.
Yeah, not bad. Awkward now for 2 of them. Nice try. NT's in the chat. Look at the damage. Close to converting even more.
Bit stressful, and letting out a roar as Venom Zera. Sure, you want to kind of lift the morale of the team, get rolling with the momentum, but somewhat of a laboured approach. They've been doing this top mid smoke spawn-based, so this time it's going to be Venom Zera's, or is it?
Yeah, they have. It's just both instas for top mid and window.
Their top mid smoke, it doesn't extend as far as what you see from other teams. It's very cat-centric. It doesn't spill over into mid as much. Well, this one does. Okay, different lineup. And this is pretty common in current Barrage, right? Obviously scaling front of the smoke because the top mid box, the island box, gets mollied all the time. Get yourself over towards tap, post up that AWP this time round. Speaking of AWPs, BSD posts up, B apps. Won't have company for a while. It does allow more bodies from Case to find themselves entrenched over towards the A site.
That's what BSD stands for. B site defense.
Damn. So some feigned mid presence. Haven't really taken too much control, but a minute apparently the go signal. I think copying a little bit of a flash there, but
he's been watching some Dust Moret demos, I'll tell you. The team flashes yesterday were on another level.
He's trying to support, you know?
Yeah.
Oh,
And that is supporting another round for Case. Urban, strong Case. But hang on. And he's found himself a double before the rest of his teammates just completely dissolved, disappear.
another clutch for Henny.
Let's see what he's got.
Gonna be treacherous if he wanted to go up. Cat, is he considering saving the AWP?
It's a long project. Gets himself towards
There you go. It's a
despawn.
save.
Yep.
All right.
All right. No orb skin? Can we have a conversation, Henny, or is that not his? Maybe it's
Might not be his.
Check.
You know. Oh, yeah, you can actually see.
It's Davideus. It's not an orb.
Davideus doesn't have an orb skin. You just whack on anything. I'm sure you got something in the inventory.
There must be something.
You got some piece of trash in there. We all do.
You've opened a case at some point.
Maybe you haven't. Maybe your name's Actually, no, Flush's whole thing was he wasn't going to use a knife until he opened one.
That was the strap.
Yeah.
I know Elige is the hipster without the skin.
He likes vanilla.
Yeah.
Which is fair.
I think it's cool.
Some of the vanilla knives are pretty cool.
But I mean, I'm all for any skins as long as you're going for an aesthetic. You've thought about the combinations.
Don't look at my inventory then.
No, but Elige it is an aesthetic. You know, vanilla knives.
Yeah,
Vanilla skin.
I like my souvenir skins
yeah.
because they have value to
and
me.
history. Yeah.
Well, at this point, ancient.
Yeah, I had a souvenir for my first major game cast, but it's a P90 and it's hideous.
Yeah, so you never use
No.
it. No.
VP Fnatic.
Who
Train.
won?
Fnatic.
Oh, well, it would have been back because Fnatic was the best in the
Yeah,
world.
that
eh?
whole thing.
Yeah. All right. Well, we do get the timeout, and we get the investments behind the saved AWP. Galils for 2. Davideus and Cold Zero having to wield those, but AKs for the likes of Nathan and Venom Zero. Would love to see Nathan get off the mark. Get to find a frag. Nathan again goes down, opening death to Urban.
BSD. Oof, yeah, doesn't catch the first out. Kioli, Messi onto Davideus. A chance onto Cold, but a little hang time before he engaged. BSD composed, finds himself a connection, takes down Venom on Sandwich. Now not looking too comfortable for the Red Canids as a 7th looms in this case defense. Cold trying to be the hero, does understand the intensity of the situation. How has he gone and got another one there? But all for naught. BSD double kill on that AWP in the right place, right time, and Case making somewhat of a strong case for this CT side, considering now Red Canids are down to what, $3,000 at the on average.
Damn straight. The Canids better lawyer up. This one might be closed.
Give Harvey Specter a call.
Well, this might be one of those weird series that we have, Alex, where because of the relationship between the two teams, they swap their map picks, and both teams are feeling somewhat comfortable on the choices regardless and would have been well prepared.
I mean, all it takes is a slip up as well to completely disrupt their flow.
Well, I would say Case winning is an upset along with the KRÜ upset over Nouns.
Yeah, well, like a kind of equivalent.
Yes, I would say so. Like, you have Canids as the favorite, you have Nouns as the favorite, but it's not like an 80-20 type favorite. More like a 60-40, 55-45.
Numbers. And talking of numbers, Nathan yet to find that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice shot from BSD. Removes the head and a second onto Venom. See you later, guys. Nothing for your Tech 9s here.
Thanks for coming. I guess we can recap a little bit of what's happened so far. We did bring the matches up. So we've had Wildcard, actually, as the first team to qualify from the Americas. They dealt with 9Z quite handily, so congrats to Stan, Sonic, JBA, Cozy, and, of course, Susp. And over in the Asian RMR, which has been going on adjacent to our Americas RMR, we did have the Mongols as well as Rare Adam, Chinese representation, qualifying for the Perfect World Shanghai Major, which is going to kick off in a couple weeks' time.
Nice to see a Chinese team qualify as well.
Oh, it's great, isn't it? And there's an opportunity for one more. Lin Vision are playing against Talon right now, and the winner of that game will face FlyQuest later today, so you can check that out. That'll be on, if you're looking for the English broadcast, the C stream that PGL are providing with the remote broadcasting.
And Complexity versus MIBR is underway as well.
Oh, that's a great game, isn't it? I would love to see Cole go 3-0.
Oh, it would be a
For
statement.
Jason Lake's sake.
Yeah.
So look at this, another molly towards that top mid box. It's really stalling out the mid control. BSD posted up, and oh, the oscillation on the smokes. BSD takes another shot.
I mean, mission accomplished. You'll respect the Molotov. Venom. A util set to take further mid-control. Connector now under his remit. Clear, though, comes in, and there was a body exposed. That's Nathan spotted. Can Nathan get on the board in this half? He's got 2 rounds to have a go. Finds himself boosted up window side. Urban does actually poke his nose out of that con smoke.
At this point, just bait for a kill.
Right. At this point, I would be. Last man in.
Just to feel good.
Whoosh.
Nice shot from Annie.
Nice.
Level things up 4v4. Time. Never an issue for the Canids.
Here we go. Nathan's actually being proactive, and he's bang on the money. There is a gap, a path of least resistance where...
Urban seems aware. Nope, maybe he doesn't.
That's a frag. Oh, Urban escapes. Now the back is exposed. This is yours. This is yours.
Oh,
this is
take
your
it,
frag.
bruv.
This is your frag. Nathan takes his first. Urban down 3v3 and the bomb on con. Down he goes. BSD maintains control.
Oh.
Yeah, he can't peek in front of it. He had to go. Experimented with the idea. Haney brings that bomb through. 2 of the more seasoned vets of the Canids to try and put this more competitive scoreline together. Cold does catch Yeps, but activating from CT is Naya's in. Cold goes down, and a 9th for Case.
What a half.
Yeah, they are farming.
They're really not having too many issues whatsoever. That round seems a little bit stressful for a moment, sure. Now Money going into the final round, it's pretty miss for Red Canids. We're going to be talking Galils. Maybe there could be an AK with head armor for Henny, but they need that util.
Bang. Really, like, it's been impressive to see how much impact this AWP has had. BSD in 1 half alone. Really been a disruptor of the Red Canids game plan. Every single time there's a clear, like, it does feel a little bit like it's kind of 2017 T-side calling.
Yeah, you can see the ideas of what they're trying to do, but they're never getting away with the space.
Like 4 mid.
Well, this is something pacey. B split.
Fast B split. Naya's in. Oh, yikes. He's got help. Oh, dear. It's collapsed.
That's a shutdown. This has happened in the blink of an eye, Alex. Can you hit tab and see how long this map's been going for?
23 minutes, but I think that's also including the wait time.
Okay, because it feels like it's been
it does feel quicker than
rapid.
that. It does. More like 18 in my book.
Even that feels a bit generous, doesn't it? Well, just 2 to find, looking for a spotless finish with all 5 staying alive in round number 12. Henny and Cold again.
Yeah, but I mean, they are...
Thank you for highlighting that.
That's, really, that's valuable information.
The bomb is down. They're not playing the bomb, which I respect. It's like they have such a huge number advantage. You don't need to be like, well, we know you need this. We're not going to sit on top of it. And by doing so, look at how much time is being melted off the clock. Cold now tasked with going to go pick up the package. Can get it for free. Walters on over. I feel that they have to go A.
And they will. It is the lesser defended bomb site. Just BSD on CT.
Yeah, retake again. Look how passive it is.
I mean, they're playing for the win, aren't they? They're not. Oh, I say that. No,
he gets an AWP.
Gets an AWP. We could be cooking. Oh, Riccioli goes down. Henny and Colt Zera making a round out of this after all. It has to be Henny. The entirety of this has to be Henny. A recovered AWP, and they know. They're well aware the AWP went down CT. They know Henny's got it equipped. He's got 3 bullets and 3 targets to ace clutch for a 3rd for the Canids. Biding time for Yeps to get himself positioned CT. Opts for the ROPS angle. Ready to pivot between the 2. Urban advancing. And he's hit the next onto Niazin. This had to connect. Yeps running him down. No bullets and no problem. Yeps collects. And a 10th. Case have managed to get 10 rounds, which was their total over the 2 best of 1s in the first half of this best of 3.
They are smashing through this. We have about a minute right now to sit and collect yourself if you are Red Canids. And Nathan, we did see him get on the board, so doesn't walk away with nothing done within the first half. But all in all, Case put up a pretty stalwart defense. I think one of the key factors was how happy they were to play retake in certain scenarios. Nobody was overstepping the mark. A great understanding team-wide. I think Riccioli did a good job on the A site in different anchoring positions, and Yeps is happy with that. Vibes seem like they're very high for Case right now, trying to avoid elimination.
Yeah, I'm sure they're quite the opposite here for Red Canids upon reflection of that half. 10 frags combined for the bottom 3 of the Red Canids.
And they are the least experienced of the bunch. Now, we've seen Davideus, he was in 9Z once upon a time, Venom, Zero, Nathan. It's like we haven't seen those names kicking about before either. But not being able to contribute much on that T side. Now, this is where they get an opportunity to do better work. CT side, the fight will come to them. See some dual Berettas equipped. Davideus and Cold Zero rocking those. A defuse kit for Nathan and nades residual for Venom Zero. So Kevlar on 3. There's the tease. Not looking for anything too technical. A smoke and a molly and just all 5 straight through ramp. This is going to be quick.
Simple. See if Davideus has got the multi-kill potential here. Nathan, that's a good contribution. Now Riccioli's back in turn. Tracks it nicely. Davideus with a second. And it's just falling into place wonderfully. The double kill in. Oh, and just enough bullets would have been style points if he found Yeps. Nathan will steal that away. Nathan actually finding double kill in the first round of our second half. Doubles his total from the first half.
I'm always curious with something like that because you have such a really strong first half of your case and you are owning them, right? Like you're just throwing them around the server. So I wonder if in their prep, the pistol round was going to be fast or if just because of the nature of the first half, they've considered, hey, let's just do something really quick. We can run over them. If they play retake A, it's all good.
Yeah.
And by doing so, they've actually given Red Canids some heads-up Counter-Strike that they've dealt with very easily. With so many players staying alive, you get these upgrades of armor. And, well, they are just going to chill.
Yeah, I mean, let them waste all their incendiaries. You can hear them burning away. It's smoke. There you go, 300
I never really came up with a fun name for this. I always would say like that they would be milking them.
Yeah, well, you called it a milkman or something.
But it wouldn't make sense if it's because the milkman delivers. Like,
but milking them as in, you know, you're getting every reg of utility out of the udders.
Yeah. I know.
I don't think we should say udder anymore.
Why not?
Like I don't know. It's utterly ridiculous.
We were just on Yeps' camera. You could see he just had his hand off the. There you go. Yeah. He's talking, which is good. You know, I like that they're taking this time. We call this a French timeout.
Was there like a deep lore on why we got sausage men? Why sausage men?
I just feel it fits perfectly for the Perfect World Shanghai Major.
Yeah. Okay.
They love those type of weird things, don't they? Yeah. And I think. Do you remember when they were? I don't remember what event was it. Copenhagen earlier in the year, and there were some representatives from Perfect World there. It may have been, and they were giving out those little keychain things, which are akin to what we've seen added to the game.
Okay.
So it would be smart of Valve to do something like that. All right, Alex.
Yes.
If they flood into B and kill Venom Zero, they can plant. He's the only one near. The support network is quite distant.
But Venom Zero is going to get 3.5. So. There you have
Never mind. Cold not that far away. He looked a bit deeper on Cat. He was able to rotate over without too many issues.
All the same, they're clearly taking this one incredibly seriously on that eco. No funny business, no rushes. Just, as we said, making it as smart of a move as possible, as financially viable as possible, getting the most out of that round as you could. Of course, a bomb plant and a kill would have been nice. Instead, 10-4 scoreline as we fly on into the guns. Let's see how these Kalashnikovs clash with the M4. Urban to take some early mid control. Davideus smoked off window.
I feel like we're about to get a lesson on how quick a 10-2 half can dwindle.
I too have a similar feeling. But this is where, you know, you have your eyes on the...
He's just faking A. Oh, and he's missed the smoke as well. Bloody hell. How are you missing that smoke?
Not gone well. Davideus' double is going to already put them into a rather dire strait. Powerful angle here. But info more than kills as they do walk in and get spotted out. Venom Zero plays this conservatively. What? He's jumped up. Thought he wasn't going to get advanced upon. Niazin catches and punishes.
You can't let another Davideus double down.
No. Yeah, I mean, it does seem like that's... just one kill away from happening. Yeps down. Nice. Cold takes down his former content generator. PSD keeps us interested and then exacerbates the problem by finding Davideus. We're into a 2v2. One from Apps. And he from short side. Here we go. It's really up to Nathan here. He's going to take first contact, keeps on walking in. BSD, that was overextension. Nathan down, it's up to Niazin. Oh. Gets the info, swings out. Playing it very risky, but he knows time is on his side. Repeaks on repeaks. No time for Henny! What a clutch! Niazin makes the 1v2 dream a reality. He's chatting smack, he's feeling good. 11 for Case. And you were just saying, there was that air of a comeback in the atmosphere.
Especially when Davideus gets you a double kill from Connector. to start the round. You feel that for the Red Canids that should have been theirs. Here it is again in the replay. Smoke fades, lights up 2. A bit of a misplay there from Venom Zera. Cole does his best to stem the bleeding, but BSD double round changing. And then Henny in another clutch, unable to convert again.
I mean, the fact that Nizen has the balls to actually cross from Van, if he stays Van, it favors Henny, and he knows that. So just being proactive, taking a gamble, catching Henny with W pressed, it led to the time being his greatest ally and Henny's greatest adversary.
It's one of those moments, though, if you are Henny, and I'm not saying he's thinking this. I'm saying if I was in his shoes, I'm thinking, what is he doing?
Yeah, of course.
Like, why is he just swinging? Like, I should have the what, you know, and it's caught him off guard. So playing outside of the box within the clutches left Red Canids with only 4 rounds to their name. A technical timeout has been called. A bit of a, I think, TeamSpeak issue, as Yeps has said in the chat.
I'm a salty sailor, but I'd find it even more frustrating that they just won a round and then they call a tech saying that they've got a TS issue. Like, they just won that round with bad comms, with TS issues. They won it.
Yeah. Is it pretzels or cashews?
I'd be taking the pretzels over the cashews.
Because you said, I was just trying to work out how salty.
Yeah. I'd say the saltiest. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Let us know at home what's saltier, a pretzel or cashews.
And what is the name of salt? Sodium something, isn't it?
Don't get me started with science.
Science, man. Salt name.
There's a reason we're doing
chloride. I knew that.
Sodium chloride.
That's right.
Well, what's going on with the MIBR game?
I'm glad you asked.
Don't say any score.
Glad you asked, Chad. The score is 13-1.
Huh?
I'm joking.
Oh.
Yeah, it's actually looking like a nice close affair. Still on the first map.
What's the first map?
Nuke.
Oh.
Picked by MIBR.
Nuke, Vertigo, Anubis.
Yeah, it's a god
That's
map
a curious little map pool, isn't it? Complexity picking Vertigo. Graham Pitt. What have you done?
Why are we giving him credit?
Graham Messioso Pitt. What have you done?
That's obviously a Floppy call. Floppy loves Virgo. Can't stop talking about it.
Can't stop the flop. Right. Well, we
went tech to tack.
Okay.
They call it tech-tac-toe.
Not bad.
Not good, but not bad.
Well, to defend their honor, the Red Canids have forced M4 for Davideus, MP9s for Cold Zero, Nathan, and Venom Zero, and Henny with a scout. Case can close things right here, right now.
If there was a competition for world's smallest crosshair, Niazin is in the bucket. A microscopic cross on his screen as they look to find a 12.
Surely a flash. Surely a flat. Oh, no need. So scouts take first contact. MP9's to play off of it.
Cool idea. And it does look like
the smoke's coming over.
On the way. Here we go. Cold. Nice find with Nathan in combination. Full flash as well. Now they swing through. Cover is there from BSD. Cold is stubborn. Still a competitive round. Do they slow down or do they go? The smokes are up.
This is huge from Nizen. So much space to be taken. He's going to cut the defense in half.
He might catch Venom here. He might. I don't know whether he cut. Yeah, he's walking. Okay, doesn't hear the confirmation of a short presence, so might pivot CT instead. Now he hears him. Ooh.
Oh, he's gone off in case it's going to be a B pivot. The Nizen can win the round right here, right now.
Yeah, he knows.
This gap not being acknowledged by the Red Canids.
He's coming, and he's going to check it. Scout ability down. Good spray from Nizen. Doesn't get flustered by the jump scare.
This is the bomb through the smoke.
Big fight from Davideus, and down now to Yeps. Venom Zera, they know where you were. They knew where you were heading. Trying to acknowledge the potential for the B pivot, so Yeps knows he's got space to plant the bomb. Nizen concerned about CT. They are grouped up, but this is not the range for the MP9 to flourish and thrive. And how has he hit that?
Jeez.
My God, boy.
Boys, fight together. That could have been so much cleaner, so much easier.
Like, you made that look as dangerous as possible.
Yes, indeed.
Either way, it's Red Canids map pick, and Case are 1 round away from closing it. So fair play to them. I keep having that observation you made, or that kind of prediction you made about being such a frequent domestic matchup that we might see some weird results. Red Canids map pick going so strongly in favor of Case, I think might be a sign of things to come into maps 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's so comfortable, and I think we were having the conversation yesterday when we had Boss versus Complexity on screen, and we were discussing the likes of Boss, you know, looking at the names on Cole and being like, well, you guys are nobodies to us because we're from the same region, we play against you, and potentially a similar thought from Case with Red Canids. Sure, it's Cold Zero, sure, it's Henny, but it's 2024. It's not 2016 anymore.
That's exactly what they're saying.
And it's been quite a great performance from a few names within that roster. I think even though Big Rick only has 8 kills to his name, anchoring over towards the A site, he had a couple of crucial kills.
Yeah.
That's Ricky Oli. I call him Big Rick.
Big Rick.
Big Rick.
I mean, that's that. You know that you maybe you've peaked when you're at a competition where your name has inspired people who are now competing against you. Like you've gone that deep. You know, you've played for so long.
I've asked this question a couple of times. That's why is suffix at the end? I'm not good at maths or English or chemistry.
And then a suffix.
Okay, so the suffix of Zera is apparently a common one.
Was it
but I'm not
started by
sure.
Cold or
I
no?
don't know.
Okay.
Cold could have been inspired from somebody else.
Yeah,
so I don't know the lore.
Tag. Next on Ricky Oli. And he does have a couple of opportunities, but they are starting to pincer into short. Davideus is here as well. An opportunity for Venom and a nice connection. Burst is there, traded out, and now found. Davideus reveals his presence in the apartment, staying nimble with the MP9. A nice double.
Options still open because of Nizen. Oh, they were. Oh!
Python, the Nightmare. He's given it up. That man advantage.
That's tough to
fades
watch.
Away. That's a messy one to concede.
He's going to chase. He's going to chase.
Range down.
That's not the fight you're looking
A
for.
lot of faith in that MP9 here on the Red Canids side. Scout 1v2, but this is where Henny, this is where he locks in.
He's been in a few clutches.
He's good at this kind of thing. 30 seconds, he's on the right bomb site. He is trying to isolate these duels, and one down, a second, onto Yebs, becomes more of a possibility. Henny knows the clock's on his side, misses his chance, 2 more bullets, up to the USP, and last bullet on the Scout to try and extend play.
Oh!
And it's through the bench, call it 13-4. Case with their first map win of the Perfect World Shanghai RMR.
They cleaned him up as well. That is an absolute drubbing. I love the approach with on the CT side, and we saw a little bit of something from every single one of the members as they embraced with the victory, but the job is not done yet. A map win will inspire confidence, but one more necessary to knock out the Red Canids and survive here at the Perfect World RMRs for the Americas region. But I wasn't expecting a lot. There's 3 teams, which I kind of put in the lowest rung bucket coming into this event. It was the likes of KRÜ, as well as Case, and, well, unfortunately, Boss was there, and then Boss put up a really good performance against Complexity today, but looked rubbish. Complexity yesterday looked rubbish today. Nouns have gone out in last place.
Tough.
And the loser of this will join them. So if you take a look at some of the teams that we've lost across the Asian RMR and now starting to lose over the Americas RMR, those names are starting to stack up. We lost Drillers earlier today, Alter Ego. They went home. I will let everybody know that Lin Vision did topple Talon in 2-0 fashion, so it will be Lin Vision taking on FlyQuest for the final spot of the Asian RMR. So yeah, look, this is, don't really know how to frame it. It's I want to say, oh, it sucks to play against the team you play against all the time, but it's the regional RMR. Of course, you're going to play against some of the familiar names.
Yeah, and if anything, it's a chance for you to demonstrate how, separate yourself from the rest. Show that you're the best.
Well, this one matters more than the rest of the games they played against each other all year.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And right now, strong case being made with the first map, taking Red Canids' pick of Des 2, if my memory serves, is going to be our second map of the series.
And then the third was Vertigo.
Yeah.
So, look, we'll get to see more from BSD on the AWP. I think he had some pretty nice moments, as well as Nizen. Yeps in the clutches early was instrumental. And realistically, if you look at the scoreline for Red Canids, they get the pistol on the second half, which is just a case A rush, right? They shut that one down. Yeah, look at that. It's a team effort, realistically.
I mean, all I'd be doing right now if I'm in Red Canids camp is just getting Knife in to go, lift some weights, do some jumping jacks, just go.
Wake himself up.
Yeah, just get out of there. You're probably in your head. I saw he's still wearing his lanyard. Like, come on, mate. Get comfy. Get into your home. You're not wearing a lanyard at home.
No.
Like, get yourself reset, get yourself situated so you can play your game your way.
Or maybe he is maybe he is wearing a lanyard at home.
Maybe.
He comes to the kitchen, he shows his badge to his mum so he can get catering. considering, you know, how it all goes.
But you were saying BSD, and understandably 5 multi-kill rounds and lots of opening duels with that AWP on that first half of play as well. So yeah, really impressive scenes from Case. I think this is the best look we've seen from them. That's quite easy to say.
Is Casemiro watching?
That's another question. If so,
let us know.
Hit us up.
Yo, send us a tweet,
Casemiro,
man.
yo.
But no, definitely a good performance. And going into their map choice, it's definitely going to, well, fill them with confidence.
So cool. So he plays for Manchester United. So he must be friends with like Paul Scholes, Ruud van Nistelrooy, all the lads. Roy Keane.
Yeah, I don't really know much.
That was the last time I watched football.
What was that, about 20 years ago?
About 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ryan Giggs?
Giggsy was on the team. He was on the team.
Who was the tall Is that Giggs, the tall, lanky
Yeah,
bloke?
he's the one that slept with his brother's wife. Yeah. Let's take a break. Let's go ahead and do one of them. We'll be back with a second map. Looking forward to that. Dust 2. We'll find out if it's going to be done in 2.
Changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
A beautiful view there of the Bund.
You're learning.
I've been learning.
I have been right there and had a photo
of the
where the T and CT, who are getting along nicely, were in the background. Yeah, so a few times I've been to Shanghai.
Yeah.
And traditionally, because when we go to these events, we're looked after so very, very well, we're put on the other side with all those crazy cool-looking buildings, right? And we stay in these hotels that are insane. Whew. Like, we're talking about showers with it coming out of the walls, and the ceiling's normal, but the wall, like, the full-body showers. From the ceiling, you wouldn't believe it. But then the food, you go down for breakfast.
Yeah.
You've never seen a buffet anything quite like it.
They have vegetarian options.
Well, sometimes. No, they use a lot of fish and meat products within, so it's the broths. You got to be careful with that. But, mate, you can have ice cream for breakfast. They got like a Western area. They've got everything. But right now, I'm sure these players aren't worried about breakfast. They're worried about staying alive. Case, one map away from, surviving. Now, for all 5 members of Case, they've never been to a major before, right? They're looking to keep those hopes and dreams alive and potentially battle back through from the 0-2 bucket in the Swiss system. On Dust 2, their map choice, that could very well be the case because Red Canids didn't get started. They had a couple of moments, a couple of opportunities where if Henny had won that clutch, maybe it fires them up. But a few of their players, Nathan, Ben and Zira, weren't really contributing. But overall, I think that Case want revenge. They head-to-head this year. The Red Canids have the better of them. Okay. But as mentioned before the break, this one will matter the most.
Yeah, well, I think I echo that sentiment. I would be feeling fine about losing the majority domestically if I can win this head-to-head.
Precisely.
Admittedly, it's still the first step in a long road back.
Oh, yeah.
To be in the 0-2s after day 1, you really do have your work cut out.
I was taking a look with the, if anybody at home wants to play around with themselves, I want to just, before I say what I'm going to say, just know that this isn't official. Wait until things are put out from Perfect World regarding matchups. But if you head over to majors.im, it has a bit of a simulator of how the Swiss works, and I will say, I'm pretty sure most of the time it's correct.
It hasn't let us down yet. But
wait for the officials,
absolutely.
Right? That's how you should always
But if you want to simulate, if you want to kind of, have a little preview as to how the matchups may fare, you can use that.
Precisely. And one key factor, if you are interested in what tomorrow's games could look like, if Case wins, it means if Complexity win their current match versus MIBR.
And if and
exactly. We avoid the chance of Furia versus Liquid facing each other in the 2-1 game.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay.
Right? Whether you would prefer them to play in 2-1 so they can't play in 2-2, right?
Yeah, well,
right?
Yeah, so maybe they're cheering for Canids. We'll find out.
Anything's possible.
Either way, Canids heading into this one with a must-win. It's elimination up for debate. coldzera not making it to a major in 2024.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We've had a lot of majors right at this point, and I mentioned that he's played at 11. He's won 2. Since the top of coldzera, his peak as a player, he's no longer the star player of the team, right? Obviously, having to fulfill an older statesman role.
T-posing.
Oh, yeah, well, he's getting security.
Well, he's doing. He's T-posing.
Yeah, he's getting scanned. It's like the airport.
That's what they do when you top frag. You get extra scans. Oh,
extra.
Yeah. That's more of a T-pose. Actually.
Well, then yeah, okay. I see what you. Now pivot. All right, we've done the front. Now we're going to do the back.
Now take off your lanyard, please, Yeps. Take it off, man. It'd be itching the back of my neck. It would be hitting the desk.
It is bothersome, isn't it?
I would find it frustrating, but also,
I like the belt loop.
The belt loop's the play.
The belt loop and then into the pocket.
Yeah, perfect.
He's taking it off.
Thank you.
That's great.
Now do the same for your compadre as well. Actually, no, it was Red Canids that needed the extra switch.
They all need it. Really, don't they? All right, headsets are getting back on. What do you think of the Red Canids jersey?
I mean,
it's very baseball-esque, isn't it?
It is. It's got the baseball energy.
Out to the ball game.
And I think, the colour was kind of decided for them. What with the name?
Imagine if their jersey was blue.
Blue. Yeah.
The Red Canids take to the server.
In their beautiful navy jersey.
Imagine you're colourblind. Yeah. You can't quite work it out.
Well, I mean, is my red your red?
That's true. That is true.
My red could be your green. But you'd call it red.
Well, all I'm telling you is the chair right there is red, the carpet is red, and their jersey's red. Don't do it. You know it's a red.
Yeah.
It's a flavour of red.
It's more burgundy.
Of course. Well, look, he's having a chat.
Excuse me, sir. You've been yet to be scanned.
I've heard there's referees and officials. If people were listening to Jason Moses O'Toole, shout out to still casting after losing a leg. Oh, have we spilled a drink?
Oh, poop.
No, was it sweaty hands?
Sweaty hands.
Don't have spilled a drink.
No, it's a spillage.
Ooh.
Oh, on the mouse?
Ah!
Maybe it's
or
just
is it
a
just
reset.
sweaty?
Maybe it's just a
it's just a clean. Maybe he's just cleaning it.
Okay.
Oh, you'd hate to spill on the mouse pad.
No, mate, no.
Especially after how good map 1 was.
Yeah. And especially because players, especially with a mouse pad, you know, there's you got your Matisses of the world.
I think did he just... Oh, he's got his notes.
I think it's just
Okay.
a reset. I think it's just a reset.
I can't... This is kind of like Big Brother.
It does feel like it. Yeah. They don't even, you know...
Well, there's cameras all over the place.
Well, they know they're being recorded.
They just don't know when.
Yeah.
All the time. We're always watching.
Always watching.
Imagine if, though, we did have like Big Brother cams that you could just pick and watch it all the time. Not in their rooms while they're sleeping and stuff, just while the games are live.
Well, that would be interesting. Like, you could
Didn't realize I needed that context.
No, I understood, but it's just it was very open-ended as you presented it.
Well, you were thinking of Big Brother up late.
That's what I was doing. That was a thing. God,
Yeah.
humans, man. Oh, he did a very loud and aggressive clap, and I know what that means because I've done it before, and it means, "Come on, wake up, let's go."
Let's go.
That's probably what he's saying.
Vamo.
Vamo.
Well, it's us two now, everybody, and this is the choice of Case. So maybe the case is closed. Quick shout out about the coach. I'm going to say his name wrong. Bettino. He used to coach Red Canids last year, and now he's over the Case camp.
Oh, a
So
betrayal.
this victory will feel quite well. Well, I think that was before Cold Zero had joined the Red Canids. It was with like Danoko.
Oh,
I remember.
Danoko.
He was on MIBR for a while.
Aizen going to be testing a 3-man long start for the Pistols. They've got like responsive flashes. It doesn't matter when the P250 finds the head of Nighton straight away. And then you throw out the late flash. Cold down, late flash. Very late from Henny. Completely useless.
Cold on the off angle, you don't want your player who's taking first contact on the corner to die so easily. You want him to take contact, survive, and then they run out focused on him. But there's a Chotchki.
Ooh, he got gooshed. Davideus is going to be humbled here.
Oh.
Risky maneuver from Yeps. Tests them. Fortunately, BSD has not dropped in form. He's hit 3 with the P250. That's why you equip him with that pistol. Riccioli going to go for the bomb plant. Davideus low HP going to push this smoke. Venom Zera takes first contact. Davideus opts for the boxes instead. This new angle of approach.
Oh, he's in.
Yeah, clearing Goose on this higher elevation. Riccioli nails the first. Venom Zera in the clutch. Can't do it. 3 alive. And Case, they keep the ball rolling.
It's great for the momentum, isn't it? You win the pistol. Now we're about to see likely Red Canids force buy. And you win this one, well, you're just going to be steaming. Here's the opener with the P250. Bang! Player in the corner goes down. Comes out. Has plenty of time to deal with Cold Zero after the flash over. Yeps giving one away on the jump. And another crispy shot from BSD top side. Really well done from the AWP player from Case.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know the situation with the setup for the flashes. It's easy to be critical from our Ivory Tower, but I think
Did look disjointed,
as soon as
didn't
BSD gets that frag, throw one. You know?
Maybe they're expecting it fast,
Yeah.
and instead it came a bit more tempered. But it is going to be a B execute. Now, long control has been taken. There was a mid-door molly thrown out from Case to ensure nobody went to lower dark. Ah,
Whoa,
okay.
what?
So we've seen this one before. It's going to land on the toolbox.
Yeah, that's cheeky. I mean, it is one of the most powerful positions for a 5-7 to sit, and he's forced away. Cool setup, though. If the scout hits a couple of tags just like that, you could soften him up. And Yeps and Riccioli
handled.
Both tagged, but
love the details.
into the sight.
Perfect work. You bang on, right? You do get a bit worried. We've seen Snacks in that position. You've gone nuts about Snacks in that position with a nice little double kill, right? So I think we saw, was it Vitality throw that in recent history? But it's kind of like when we saw the tree Molotov come in on Ancient when you're going
Very good comparison.
Right? So just being diligent, especially on the anti-force/anti-eco rounds, that's when you really want to cross your T's and dot your I's.
Well, especially because what is there one way that goes wrong? It's a 5-7 getting 2 kills.
As you're teaming out of a choke point as you're worried about the scout back plan.
Yeah, unless they've gamble stacked 5 on B, that's how you win the round. And so nicely done.
Well done. Going to be a 2-0 start. Now, the save of a Deagle, a 5-7, and...
Whoa,
wow, look at that.
That was cinematic.
That was specky as all hell. And a scout for Henny. So still some threats to deal with if you're Case. You know what? Why not just do it again?
Yeah, why not? There is actually no reason not to. They can do what they want.
Yeah, for sure. But they even threw long corner smoke to continue to apply a bit of pressure towards A. So it wasn't like Case was super telegraphed. And they were able to pull it off in enough time. I think the biggest issue is if you get blocked by smokes, right? That's going to stall you out, and then Red Canids could find some time to be able to rotate in more bodies. But Molly down mid again.
BSD got the line up.
Ready?
Smokes the doors. Henny will have a moment of vision and does spot the retreating BSD. Vision obscured. Throws out the HE to clear, and fortunately they've waited wisely. Riccioli can now activate. Mid to be taken. Lower molly in. This shot from Henny, not far off of the mark, but now mid is being taken with force. Riccioli, urban meet through lower. Up short, perhaps. Looks like they're heading to test Henny, and perhaps Nathan's going to be tested with that 5-7. He is going to be the element of surprise. Oh! Nice shot. Tracks Nyas in just a flash of info on that sliver gap.
Well, he's been a nuisance, isn't he? They are going to...
This is brave.
Careful, Collie.
We're crouching in the open against the scout, and he punishes. Awkward right here, right now.
It's actually 4 players who can assist B in a moment's notice.
Yeah, it's an economical, and Henny's in the right place again. Misses his chance, but still this is getting really awkward, really quickly. Yep, just gets one. Trades onto Venom Zera, another tag converted, and it's a Henny round. It's about time as well. We knew they were coming. We know he's got that star power and can deliver the necessary frags in it.
What a steal, though, Alex. 3 AK-47 scavenged on the force buyer like this. So, you know, they do save the pistols and the scout, and they make the most of it. After you're being pushed back from Henny on middle, the fact that they take a second fight, it's a little bit of overconfidence in that scenario. And also, they did the mid doors molly at the start of the round, but then mid-round, they mollied from top cat to lower and from tunnels to lower. They were worried about players in dark.
It's a big catch. He's just taking down Cold right early doors, and he's not stopping. Look at Yaps go. No car molly, no care. Okay, thinks twice. Hang on. 5 long. These are those rounds that it gives the T's a lot of options, but I've seen capitulation when you get that early long pick. 5 up long, and look at this reaction. Venom, Zera, and Davideus, they partner up and clear out mid. They're calling lower clear. They're looking top mid. It's quiet. Henny prepares himself for war. Nathan, does he swing on that? That would be very brave, and a scout takes down the AWP.
But the fact they haven't gone, they have to push through. They don't have any util.
Nathan spotted out as well. He loses that potency. Davideus recovers the Henny's AWP and puts it to good use. Fantastic use from Davideus. Another impactful double. Drops down. Venom Zera providing the overwatch. Now the smoke will arrive, so he's going to regret his decision if he does see them get across. It's the last of the HE. And he's got time to do that, you're right. Slips into short. Venom Zera, last seen CT. We've got lots of time. Nyazin and Riccioli. Oh, it's an incendiary, so at least they don't have to worry about Gandalf. Default plant Molotov, flash and go. Venom Zera, oh no! A fantastic headshot from Nyazin. Must have been the first bullet, crazy shot. Now Davideus, he's already once again.
Whoa, why are you playing in the open?
Plant, where do you think he's gone? He's not on B. Davideus, he could come up clutch here. Oh, and in the same spot as his fallen comrade, Riccioli is overlooked. The AWP will find its way into the case hands. And Red Canids, very short-lived celebrations. What is going on? That's a
I can't fathom why you would. Why would
plant for long?
No, but even still, right? If you're planning, what? I can't understand that. Why would you plant?
Just molly sight from short. Maybe that was the only safe. No.
But what was the rush?
No rush.
Anyway.
That's cancelled BSD's early opening. He was going to try and search towards Plateau.
Anyway. Got to regather myself after that one. Well, Henny has an open, so does BSD. Are they going to try this B execute again? They do have the utility available to do so.
Diligence. Second smoke. Well, that's a lot of info. 2-1-2 almost assumed at that point.
At this moment, if you're Case, you either need to put pressure short or pressure mid to B, just to draw a little bit more attention. You don't have to commit.
But they want to hit. You want them to hear you. Forces out the incendiary. They can stand their ground here. Nade in his hands and a 30-bullet spray. Cold Zera gets it done. Okay, just about. But now the pressure's onto Davideus, and he seems to be the shining beacon of hope. Riccioli's walking out short, spotted out, dinked up. Davideus blind, window trades. Venom Zera double. Very low though. BSD could swap to his pistol. Does he have the confidence to do so? HE will force him back.
Might be a save.
Yeah, Bomb in a bad spot. Nathan's already pushing on the flank, so you are trapped.
Riccioli won't be saving this one.
He's actually watching for it. And he gets that.
Nathan can't catch a break.
Oh dear, not the 2v4. Cold was last seen CT, and look at BSD, just confidence, ready to take the quick scope. Henny's holding, missed shot. Cold could be overlooked. Nice from Henny.
Not going to be time to plan.
Yoli goes down, at least not after time.
Double AWP? Yeah, why not?
Why not? It doesn't cost you a penny to find the second. That's nice.
Get it online early.
Gosh, we're going to have a volatile dust too, aren't we?
We are indeed. I think Davideus has been gifted the AWP to wield for the mid to B position, so Henny likely still being that A AWP. A good flash, good fight. Bomb getting dropped here, so Yep's going down to Venom Zera. Bomb goes loose. The fact that they swing past Cold Zera and Henny in combination close down the round. And a force from Case, understandably so.
Yeah, he hits that onto Venom.
Bit of a pre-fire there. Takes the shot, respects the incendiary. Oh.
Now he's peeking into the scout.
Interesting.
Missed shot for either side. Urban going to try and luck it up. Ooh, lovely shot. What is that? Finds the head of BSD. Eats the flashbang, forced to relocate. Cold establishes the crossfire. There should be nothing in this one, really. An investment short.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate if you're Case. You would hope to get a kill or two, maybe the bomb going down, but it's going to be extremely tough now that you're at a man disadvantage. You are already hamstrung regarding the weaponry. I like this from Venom Zero, just going to play on the jiggle. Deep nade doesn't find anything of value. Lurk smoke from Yeps, and can just... Ooh, okay, the AWP back plat.
Vision. Whoa, Davideus is an AWPer, I'm telling you.
He looks confident in his decision making.
He does. And he had a good shot there onto Yeps, doesn't connect. Nice attempt. That's a little aggressive. Hasn't been punished for it, and now running into that SMG. So it's all lining up nicely. Farmed, finished. And what was going to be a double eco, so force of the hand into the investment doesn't get anywhere for Case.
Red Canids should take the lead, which I think will be the first time we can say that throughout this series.
Yeah.
And should being the operative word as part of that conversation.
Well, yeah, there's nothing here other than what? I mean, BSD's probably going to save his extra $800 in pursuit of an AWP whenever he can. Davideus, high impact round. I think he's really been the only player that we've been seeing consistent threats in these rounds.
He's the only player that's not Brazilian in the server.
Yeah, true. Hold. He's confident up against the clock.
Get your eeks.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe 5 bullets is enough to ward him away from pushing the issue into Riccioli.
Looking like a confident bounce back from Red Canids. Obviously, we want to see this form keep up, but good to see them not just...
I mean, I don't know about you. I want to see Vertigo.
Yeah, we very rarely do Vertigo these days. Obviously, there's a lot of anti-Vertigo rhetoric out there, but happy to see if teams are willing to offer up something a little bit new, and it can get brawly at times. I think the biggest issue with Vertigo is the smoke spams, but that's a conversation for another day.
Or another map. We'll be there soon.
That's true. Well, back into the buys. BSD able to afford the AWP, but it's of the glass cannon variety? Yes, it is.
Okay.
And look, not a single molly, Alex. So we're just talking a handful of smokes and flashes, and Henny, aggressive.
Love it, love it. He is going to get overrun here. He has to hit the second.
Oh!
And he's going to go down for his aggressions.
Both
Punished.
AWPs dead.
And double up down. Ooh, awkward now. Nice in throughout this kind of new smoke up we've been seeing players throw. Broline was abusing it.
Malbs gave it a go as well
That's
in
right,
recent
yeah.
times. Just a way to sow the seeds of doubt. Cold Zero has investigated to make sure nobody's home. This, highlighted by Chev, thank you very much, is the aggressive position of Venom Zero. So if they do go for a mid to B split, he can stay in this position and potentially be pesky from tunnels. If they
go
start
to spawn.
well, if they start making presence elsewhere across the map, right, for mid or short, he can get a bit of a push on and maybe get a cheeky kill. So important positioning potentially from Venom Zero as Cold... Wow, he's hanging around long. So a lot of pressure on Nathan, unfortunately, who hasn't been having the best of times. Still yet to frag. Slow approach from Case, though, isn't it? Waiting for aggressive moves from the CTs. Nothing given just yet.
Nathan, if he peeks into the AWP, it could be... Whoa, that's a quick death for BSD. Very quick. Efficiency from that M4. coldzera combines. It's a perfect defense of the A side. Naya's in a little late. Wrong! Double! It's gone wrong. venomzera remains.
He's on the bomb, basically. You've got to hustle, mate.
17 seconds.
Yes,
Yeah.
this is done.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do. I mean,
Done like a dog's dinner.
venomzera, just by existing, hearing 5-4 plan. Yes!
Wow.
He got it down.
He's given him a chance. Now the 1v1's on.
But now he's maybe overthinking. Coming in from short side, thinks he's gone round long. venomzera versus Naya's in. Chance. venomzera saves them. He really almost gave him just a little too much room. But still pulls it off for the Canids. Of the red variety.
Yeah, I'm surprised he allowed him to plant.
Yeah, no.
I thought he would. I understand why he's backed off, why be in range to get taken down by the AK and potentially lose the round, but he could have stuck around the corner in a position that was a confident one to take a fight from. Regardless, no harm, no foul, and tactical timeout to be taken from Case. Now, the bomb was planted, which does give them a little bit of extra cash. No longer 800, but 600 on the bonus, plus Nizen, who did plant, gets to 300, so that's 900 total for him as the extra money with the loss bonus. As you can see, Henny and Davideus both being successful in their opening duels.
Yeah, 4 combined. I mean, 5 rounds total. It certainly aligns, and seems like a 6th could be imminent, as you can see the investments, or the half investment, I should say, being worked out now by Case.
The problem with Dust 2, to do something explosive, it's quite tough, right? If you don't have the long spawns, you can't just all just run on out. We've already seen their B execute. I think Red Canids will be prepared for it now. Oh, they're giving it a go. He's looking to extinguish, so this is a late pop. Let them establish. Flash go.
Flash is good. Forces off the AWP. The flash is great. It actually has given them space. Yeah, she hit that. Niazin takes down the pit player. This is awkward. Henny's trapped on car. They don't have a molly to force him off, so Henny can farm and hits the first onto Urban. Now Riccioli to activate. coldzera aware. Plucks away the first. Yeps' Deeg found Venom elsewhere, and now the pressure on long starts to compound. Davideus bails them out. Nice shots. coldzera in combination. It's clean. They really like the way that double AWP felt.
There's so many opportunities within that round for Case to reset.
Yeah.
Yeps killed a Tunnels player pushing. They could have backed off long, right?
Was
Sure,
that the
the
B
first
player?
player swinging, Henny gets the kill, give it up, reset the round. You could have had access through middle, but tried to force the issue, and maybe a few too many investments from Case members in the previous. Again, just a handful of Molotovs. It's not a full buy. There's not full utility on every single player.
This is crazy. Riccioli's already out. Yeps is taking coldzera down on long. Now perhaps that conversation again starts.
Oh, this is very quick, very quick.
Yeah, Nathan's holding perfectly. Punishes that overextension from Riccioli. Equalizing frag found. That's an extension from Nathan. Can't get anything rolling. Niazin brings him down. AWP down to Urban. And now Henny's got a lot of work to do. Some combat AWPing required.
Flash from Venom to peek with.
Does so, nails it. Tynes finds Urban, can't hit the no-scope yet, applying the pressure, but with the support of venomzera, it's not gonna be too easy. Henny nails it. 2 up close and personal, puts it into BSD, and now Henny's coming to re-clear you. BSD a dead man. Massive round from Henny. 11 frags. He is not going down without a fight.
Yeah, well, this is the type of form from Henny. You know, if he'd won one of those clutches in that first half in Mirage, likely to see him get unleashed, but just couldn't get going. This is great from Yeps, just spamming the corner smoke. Good space taken. Riccioli getting very ahead of the play, and you don't want to get blocked towards long with the smoke that we've seen come into fashion that lands, you know, quite deep and it just blocks you. So playing ahead of it before they can start to put up that wall. But right now, a huge gap manifesting in favor of Red Canids to take this one the distance. And look at the confidence on Cold.
Yeah, he just wants to absolutely just screw them. Charges up mid, gets spotted out, and now he could be punished. There's grounds for a punish here onto the M4 as he retreats. Lower players don't catch him in time.
Oh. Tucking visibly on the camera there is Cold.
You'll do it.
knowing that pressure from lower could have found the tippy top of his head, but they will still mantle up cap. The smoke to block has been disrespected, so another one has to be dropped from Nathan. Ineffective utility used at first, but still stalled with the number disadvantage. An A deep and lands on 2. Decent damage.
Yeah, they're really up the creek now. No paddle.
Good luck executing out short.
With what?
With no utility.
Throw a Tech 9 at them.
Run boost, potentially.
Oh, that's your only option.
Henny's posted long, so it'll have to be the rifles taking care of them teaming out of short, but it does look like that is going to be the case as all 4 players grouped up. Surely they run boost. Here it is. Look at this. It's like I've done this before. And away they go. Oh, here will come the flash, and the knife and swing.
PSD, not ready, distracted by that ramp player. coldzera just drawing all of their attention. And then he's going to keep farming up the frags. Misses that chance, so now across. On track, yes, it's a big shot. If they hit one more, it could go wrong. Venomzera, he's close, and yeah, it's a very ballsy maneuver. Aizen doesn't have the health for this. He's going to get double swung. He needed an insta headshot, doesn't find it. So an 8 for the Red Canids. There's a solid CT Hall case after what started pretty promisingly. I think they got the pistol, it's conversion, 3 rounds out of the first.
It's the eco they lost though, Alex, to the save scout and the pistols.
Never seen.
Where they forced the issue in middle against Henny, and he did damage. I think he got 3 kills on that 3rd round. And Henny's just been unleashed. The double orb setup of Henny and Davideus has been dastardly. And the final round of the first half, well, it was 8-4 on Mirage, back to B, where they found some of their earlier successes.
Oh, it's so loud. Venomzera, he's not worried at all. Double spray as they run through the smoke. This is looking helpless now from Case.
Yeah, look, that's what I was saying on Mirage with the map choices. It just, it has that flavor about it.
Like, this just looks like a really comfortable situation for the Canids.
.3v5. Waltzing out middle. coldzera, the A rotator, up to bat. AK in hand against the orb. Spots him out. Collects the information.
He still maintains an attempt towards short, but he's not letting these go unpunished. coldzera nails the first bullet up with the saved AK. 1 bullet headshot, very nice. A very hard angle to clear onto Davideus. BSD down 9 for the Canids. So strong case being made that we will see Vertigo.
These games are so quick though, aren't they? Right? You don't feel like, even though we have seen timeouts used, it doesn't feel like it's in the same kind of fashion as what we would see with European Counter-Strike. Obviously this is a different flavor, but 8 consecutive rounds to close the half. And it just felt like it got weaker and weaker as the half went on for Case.
Well, you know how we always kind of talk about how, oh, a lesser team would have let that eco loss,
sure.
We always use that as an example of when teams have tenacity, have that ability to bounce back. Here's an example of a team that couldn't in this
Sure,
half.
yeah, and I think that if you were to highlight, I said after they'd done it the first time, why don't they just do it again? But they went to do it in a different way, and they gave away a couple of kills with that because I guess they didn't want to look like they were running the same strat. But it's tough for the CTs without much utility to really get away with crazy moves unless they're going to run up mid or something real funky. And also with the boss game yesterday, we had discussed this a couple of times, but it's a retake that they were never going to win that they went for, and then that it meant they had no rifles to kind of defend their honor as the game went on in a close match. So you really see the class difference with top tier teams and those who are battling to become. And it comes down to the decision making essentially. But here we go, pistol round number 2, map number 2.
3 up short's an interesting call. Just going to be spotting long from one of them. It's going to be Riccioli tasked with that. Just actually rocking a P2K, so man after my own heart.
Well, they poked their nose out long, called sector clear, and a regrouping now top mid. Palm tree once upon a time. 2 smokes, a molly. P250 in the hands of Henny. So Nathan lining up a smoke. He's just tasked with sitting and waiting, and well, the time has hit. 1:20 on the clock, smoke thrown. This pressure from Nice and highlighted by the ops team means that they're able to have an early bat signal on what could happen. Well, if this is mid to B, Wouldn't hate it.
Urban. Ooh. he felt confident and then he didn't. Venom and Henny, good finds. Riccioli, clean on the first. And now in combination with BSD, if they can catch this crab walking T, it's all good in the hood. coldzera in a 1v3. And now with a missed shot from those Julies, Niazin gave him a little bit of a window into it, but that's 2 pistols now for Case.
I like what we're seeing from BSD. He's sharp, right? He's hitting difficult shots, but necessary. And turning the tide.
USP like an AWP. Same position,
Yeah,
holding
precisely.
across.
Precisely. Very comfortable angle. It was a really good trade, and then rotating back in time to help Riccioli before he goes down side with more frags. So great work from BSD. Bomb not planted.
They have to match the output of Red Canids first half here.
Yeah, well, they get this one for free. I think Urban has been spotted towards lower by Davideus. But we'll have support network of BSD and Riccioli over towards Cat. Nizen locking down long, and Yeps over towards B. So the CT setup and actually starting to sprawl out confidently as BSD. Careful now. This is the type of round that is yours, but you want to do it with as few casualties as possible. Make sure that you're keeping the lion's share of your investments alive, especially these M4s.
Huh, clean. Taps the head of cold.
The game also feels like it plays at a different pace, doesn't it? Like in the type of fights they're looking for.
Definitely.
The way that they don't seem pressured in certain duels.
No, but it has its own unique kind of flair to it.
No AWP available for Henny, so scopeless going into round number 15 for either side of the server. Now, Case can turn their own fate around. You win this one on the bonus. You upgrade these MP9s and FAMAS into AK-47s, and you're going to be feeling great. Important round for Case. Oh, I love this. A bit of a biff from Cold. 2 players into lower with the MP9s. It's aggro.
Hyper aggressive. Oh, they're not ready for another. The bait, the switch. Yeps. There's a lot of
Wait, you look at
not clearing. Yeps gets 2. BSD's found Cold, and this does look like a bonus they can convert.
Did Riccioli's mouse come unplugged or something there? The comms must have been flying there. There was one.
I don't know. Still have the advantage.
Whoa!
They had the advantage. BSD.
Just caught dry crossing mid.
Oops.
Henny and Venom.
Okay, long pivot into Niazin.
Why not? You've got a smoke for the cross. Molly for sight.
I'm very interested to see how they take this fight.
This is not as good as I thought.
He peeks in. Oh, no. Oh, it's the worst of all. Against 1.5. You'll take that. Hans Yeps are clutch. They're both equal on HP. And now Venom accelerates. Yeps last seen lower. He goes ahead of the smoke. Confirms CT looked clear, so can now process of elimination. That's short likely the approach from Yeps. Has an incendiary. Will
It's late to the party.
throw it out to reveal his location, but Venom's long gone. Uses
Has
that
a kit.
to drop out. This favors Venom heavily here. He just has to hit the shot. Starts to search. Top of the box.
Oh!
What a shot! What a round! Yeps pulls it out for Case. Bonus round converted. Comeback on.
Looks so messy towards upper tunnels. Riccioli coming through the upper smoke looking like a lossy.
I want to see that from Yeps POV. First is great. Picks up the pieces after Riccioli's just...
It looks so funny the second time round.
Where are you going?
The fact that Nizen's still anchoring long. Here it is, slow-mo. Bang!
Bomb. The car. I love that he just took a moment to really relish that clutch. That was a big round. Massive round for the boys of Case.
Oh.
What's this?
Don't know how much I love this.
They did it once. They did it in the first half. I mean, this is a T-side, and it's an interesting buy. Henny's gone Galil.
No, that's not what I have. I have an issue with a double or purchase against what you know is going to be a partial buy.
Sure, I
Because
can see
think
that
about it,
over
you're not
round.
gonna. It's not full AKs. You're dealing against pistols that are going to be using the movement to their advantage.
You can lose this very quickly. For
So
example,
double AWP against
no one
lighter
holding
buys,
short.
scary,
Imagine.
scary. BSD will be there. And this is bread and butter. It's also fine to play retake. Very classic, right? Once Source version of Dust 2 started to exist, this is the most common setup that you'll see. Biggest problem that BSD has to worry about right now is the drop to CT spawn.
Sick flash. Long range Tech 9 doesn't connect.
Play retake, it's fine.
Playing for that retake short, but already this is actually looking more and more potent. They have short control. Exposed by the clear, Davideus will go down. That's a big find. BSD opens up their account for the retake. This elevated position, Urban disappears into the smoke, starts to advance, trying to take that ramp control. Yep, takes a heavy lick from Henny. Riccioli good for it. Venom Zera, long range tech 9, gets 2. Cold Zera and Venom. The Zeras combined up against the Orcs on the retake. Down goes 1, and there you have it. A disaster on the half by losing out. The double AWP's not playing retake when you go double AWP as well.
Look, they played retake on Mirage in a lot of rounds, which was fine. The double AWP scares me because of the type of buy. Retake in this scenario, I didn't hate, but it was disconnected at this moment right here. Think about the trade potential. It was desperate. The AWP's not in position, then jumping up desperately. Nizen, BSD left in an unwinnable 1-on-2, and Henny with a scavenge door punishes. Red Canids looking to draw this out and take it to Vertigo.
Oh, your skin's all hot and prickly. You feel remiss of what could have been. Replaying that round in your head as you get into the next one. Round 17 for the CTs to try and fight back. It's bleak. Play the fade on the long smoke, that's something, but they're being held from...
And the thing is as well, you're in long height, you think, well, you can't push. What if there's a guy doing exactly this? Or can you?
Well, you gotta wait for some action to unfold. That flash isn't enough.
At a certain point, you feel like you have to make a move or you're going to be too late as well. So I guess if Urban takes contact and gets away, the long push can manifest.
This is ballsy from Urban. Forced
Come
off
on,
the
Keith.
Flash. They're out. They're across.
He has to know.
This is uncomfortable now. Banging shot takes the head off.
Where's the long push?
Now would be great. Might be a bit late. They're backing up, actually. Urban resweeps. Leg break audible.
Oh.
Now they push. Yeps. Flashed in. Oh, what a flash. What a sensational flash. Yeps gets 2.
On the flank. The bomb.
Oh, ball exposed.
Oh!
He's missed his shot. Nathan nails it. Still Urban good on the AWP. Henny up to the clutch. A 1 versus 2.
20 seconds.
How is he supposed to win this? Case have actually done it.
Urban has to be the MVP of that round. That
100%.
flash, God flash. That's where you're pointing at him, you're gassing him up.
I can't quite believe how brilliant that was. There was 3 outdoors. Yeps is hearing it. Flash arrives, double kill, the round falls apart, and it all starts with Urban as well. Sure, Henny catches BSD. This shot hit right here. He then immediately pivots. There's the flash through the smoke.
Perfect.
No one's ready. 3 players blind. Nathan turns around, catches that long player with a missed D, and still not enough.
Wow,
Urban.
what a round.
MVP of the round for sure. Tac paused just to compose themselves.
We liked what he was offering on Mirage. We liked what all of Case were offering on Mirage. Relative team effort. But now we're definitely locking horns. Red Canids, it felt like they had done enough to separate themselves from the opposition on map number 2, but there's more twists and turns in this one as a tactical timeout called from the Canids. Oh, a back-to-back tax. So Case will call one. We need to make sure that they have all their adjustments as they'd like.
That's Tac-Tac-Toe, a different game they're playing here on Dust 2. This is going to be interesting, folks. I actually have no idea.
It's still teetering, however, for Case, because if they lose this round, it's only 1,400 loss.
Oh, why is their buy so poop? Nizen's still on an MP9. I mean, it's not ideal. Only 1 flashbang for your AWPer. Threatening, sure. Let's get into it. You can still see that the opening duels from Henny and Davideus are still fantastic. The 2 of them, 3 and 4 respectively. So it is going to be kind of a win condition that though they continue to find these openings. Henny did start the round previously with 1. Gives another go.
We were just singing the praises of Urban. He missed the smoke to cross, and then BSD gets tagged through the doors.
Oh, long. Ooh, lots of damage actually. Hang on. Did he get away? Oh, Riccioli flattens the double. Oh, 3, Riccioli stuffs them. The little pasta parcel.
Goes from 0 to 100, doesn't it?
He was fully caught out in the open, and he just turns around and says, "You're stuck in here with me."
Well, it's time for Davideus to go down to Nizen's AWP Imperial. I can't believe that he could have gotten away, right? He definitely could have been in TT. He's like, nah, actually, you know what? I'm going to stand right here in the open and smash three.
Bruv, this third as well. He peeks into an AWPer and flattens him. Teetering it was. Now that gap is going to be closing even more so. It's
That was
Tech9.
a sick round.
Yeah, crazy. Crazy from Riccioli. That's like the highest impact round we've seen from him so far.
Be exact. So likely to see doors smoke and windows smoke. It's going to really depend on the setup that we see from the CTs.
Canids fighting for their life here at the RMR.
So Yeps on plat, dark smoke. They're likely to come through this. You need to get in the site, Urban.
Yeah, blinded off, and so now it all falls.
Great flash
Actually, look at this bait. Look at this, Yeps. He's just hiding out. Now reveals himself and profits. Finds himself the double. Bomb plant can't be going down until they clear him out. Davideus gives it a good go, but last bullet of the mag connects, finds the head. Aggressive AWPing pushing in. What's going on? You've given them a chance, and they'll take it with both hands. Bloody hell. Pushing through window. The bomb's not even down yet. Let's take a breather. Naya's in. Looking to take the clutch. Cold fakes. Ready to hit this shot. They're both ready.
Molly is going to flush him out.
No reaction. Venom Zera's got 5 HP. Just hiding out on the bricks. Oh, this is going to be a tough one for Niazin, but he can most definitely do it. He's capable. Venom Zera just holding down crouch. A smoke will completely limit his contribution.
Oh,
He hit him. 4 points of health now for Venom. Oh, he wasn't far off the mark either. Now Cold will hit it. I can't believe they've won it for their life here at the RMR.
Where'd the window smoke go?
It didn't arrive.
There wasn't a window smoke.
No.
I thought for sure it was going to be doors and window, but that was the way that Red Canids ended up winning the round because they all ran in to help Yeps. Yeps staying alive actually cost them because the response time is, we got to help out Yeps. He's in the side. They're all there. They should be focused on him. And as they're running in, they're charging in. They're giving away free kills. Yeps was one of the last players to die.
Oh, it's so tilting. And yeah, now look what they're working with. 2 M4s. 3 kills from your B anchor and you still lose to a Tech9. Bruv.
Well, does that mean that Case win this round?
If, as we're currently flowing, yes.
Well, sign me up for some more madness because I'd love to see how they pull this one off.
Madness! This is Brazil!
Well, VSD will be put in a very powerful position as long as there's no flash. The smoke will fade in about 10 seconds' time. Util thrown out towards A from back of hat. Yeah, so I don't think it's going to draw the rotation. VSD stands, delivers the first. The second swings on out. The Deagle of Nizen can't get it done. The flashes are there, and Venom Zero with the double.
Damn, that was a chance for Nizen to really find a massive frag. Instead, now it's up to Riccioli and his partner in crime up mid.
Yeah,
in fact, 3 of them
long.
pushing fast long. Ooh.
Cold would have heard the
walking.
mid doors.
You're walking. It does mean Henny will be in position to collect. You are walking.
Are they saving?
AWP.
They might
yeah,
save.
2 rifles picked up, but I don't think they will, Chad. Instead, they will jump into the AWPer's jaws, jump into the alligator as he chomps down 2.
Vertigo next.
Vertigo is our 3rd map.
Yep.
And Red Canids are not going down without a fight here.
No, thankfully. Right, you definitely don't want to give this one over for free. If people want, they can check out MIBR vs Complexity, currently on map number 2. And FlyQuest vs Linvision will be starting about half an hour time. So
what's map 2 on MIBR?
Let me have a look. It's Vertigo, map choice of Cole.
Oh, that's
I think
right.
it was a risky pick. I don't like the fact that Cole picked that.
Is it? I assume it's going to be like a punish idea.
Well, they
quotes.
think they're pretty good on it, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's just such a coin toss of a map. But regardless, we'll see what happens.
Yep.
And we can take a little look as well. As mentioned, this is, I believe, the 9th time that these two teams have faced off in series in 2024.
What?
And out of all of those, they've only played Vertigo once, and that fell in the favor of Red Canids 13-6 back in August.
Okay, interesting. No boost. Clocking his AWPer as he runs down cold. Runs down suicide cold. On his way. Davideus, he's ready for this. He's so ready for this. He hears it, confirms that they've gone for aggressive B-apps. B-apps? Interesting.
Yes, Alex.
Interesting. B-apps.
Nah, well, you're still on Mirage.
Not much of an apartment.
Map's still orange.
It's not much of an apartment. A couple of boxes.
Someone's just moved out.
Yeah. Okay.
An AK, 3 MP9s, and a 5.7 to defend your honor.
The lettuce, the tomato, maybe some mustard.
Keep the clay out of my burger.
Oh, that's a lovely little tracking from Cold. Tossed him his life, and now they aggress short.
They know where everybody is.
And they're in big. So what's interesting about Vertigo is it's this multi-layered map. You have
51 stories?
Yeah, 51.
51 stories.
And it was a 13-6 last time they played, so it'll be
look, the comeback was definitely possible, but too many mistakes for Case on against the lower buy rounds, right? That's what this really comes down to. But a 3v3, considering how this game has gone, anything is possible. Flashes over, stalling them out a little bit longer. Davideus on plat, 1 car. And the AWP of Henny posted and ready to deliver. You've got to go, and you've got to go now, Case. Through window, flood in.
Mid-air, MP9 connecting was not going to be enough. Henny and Nathan to take us the distance. There's no time in this one. He's going for a knife, but he's going to get a no-scope to the belly instead. The Red Canids take their opponent's map pick, trading maps. Mirage and Dust 2 leaves us with a third to decide the fate of these two teams. One of them's going home by the end of this series, but not yet.
Yeah, well, for survival, right? This is what it's all about. You want to continue your opportunities. And the tough part for either of these teams going forward is it will be 3 consecutive best-of-3s required to lock yourself in for the major, right? So it's the hardest of possible paths, but that's what happens when you lose your best-of-1s. And in case you are just joining us and getting excited for that third map, these teams, Case took on FURIA and Imperial on Mirage and Vertigo, and Red Canids earlier in the tournament took on Nouns and M8.
This is the round that we were highlighting as well. This is where Case kind of dropped the ball.
Yes.
You know, just started to look very convincing, a very convincing pistol with BSD's P250, and into the third round, things started to spiral. Henny started hitting shots, then Davideus demonstrated his prowess on that AWP as well. It did feel like Case had it within their grasp. It was attainable. It was within reach. However, as you said, a couple of unforced errors compounding into a Red Canid CT half that set the bar just too high.
Well, when you highlight that round right there, as well as the 2 rounds against the lighter buys, it was the double AWP retake set up on A, and then as well as that B round that they lost to the Tech-9s where Yeps was stuck back at plat. Those rounds, those 3 add up, and they make a huge difference. If Case were able to convert those, it could have been done in 2-0 fashion, but now the pressure about to get turned up a notch. This is 5 players on the Case side of the server who have never competed in a major before, and I'm sure they didn't want to be going out in last place, but now that reality, it comes alive again. Whereas over for Red Canids, you have the experience of a Henny, experience of a Cold Zero, players who have been here for an awfully long time in the Counter-Strike world. Cold Zero chasing his 12th major, and surprisingly for Henny, he has only, after a 10-year-long career, only played at 2 majors.
Yeah, that is surprising.
Isn't it crazy?
I can't compute that, but he has been in flux as well, you know, in terms of teams and finding the right recipe. Well, now partnered up with Cold.
He's been in 10+ teams. Yeah. Like, some of them are really short stints. Some of them could be organizational changes as well. Yeah. Yeah, look, Henny was... When he was in FURIA during the online period, because they also had Art doing AWPing, it meant that Henny's AWP was like used late round and could come in clutch, and that's when he was an absolute monster. But then I believe he wanted to go play with Lucas again, and yeah, it's a story that definitely one day could use its own documentary.
Yeah.
It's Red Canids with Henny, Venom Zero, Cold Zero, Davideus, and well, Nathan again.
Henny's been on a team where they didn't play a single official.
Oh yeah. 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves. That's a record in itself,
Yeah.
but here he is, our standout player.
They did get their sticker, though.
That's true.
Yeah.
And it was a nice sticker. I got that on my AK. But yeah, either way, it was an impactful one from Henny. Only 3 opening duels, most of them onto BSD on that second half.
I like what we're seeing from BSD.
Yeah, no, I think he's my
probably
standout.
the standout, yeah.
From the other side, Case.
14 AWP kills. That just shows you how many times he was able to have that in his hand. And then I would say out of his 20 kills, he had 3 scout kills as well on that round that they were able to convert for round number 3. So most of them done with a scope in hand. But there you can see it. Vertigo, we're heading sky high and a different color. It's not going to be a orange map. It's going to be a gray and blue.
Yeah, well, we'll talk more about it when we get into Vertigo.
Oh, the colors, yes.
But I'm more interested in seeing just how the Vertigo game is played. If it's anything like the first 2 maps we've seen, like I'm intrigued. You know, there's a lot of, because there is a lot of things that, if your protocols aren't in place, you can play aggressive and disruptive and naughty. And I suspect we're going to be seeing that from the boys. But we might take a quick break.
That sounds like a great idea.
We'll come back. We're going to talk about Vertigo, and we're going to get into it to find out which of these 2 teams, Case or Red Canids, one of them, their journey ends at the Americas RMR today.
Changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
When are Valve going to give us the CTs a skateboard? That's what I'm saying.
I
Instead of
thought
swapping
you meant
to-
like when are we getting more of the models back that we used to have?
No, instead of swapping to your knife, you swap to your skateboard. That would be an
Okay,
option.
can you hit someone with it?
Yeah, you dismount and whack. I
Okay.
mean, there's just a bit of a hang time on that. Welcome back, by the way. Perfect World America's RMR for that Shanghai Major of 2024, the last major of the year. Yeah, obviously.
Well, it's the last event of the
Yeah,
year.
there you go. That sounds
Yeah.
more exciting. And it could be the last map that we see from Red Canids or Case as we find ourselves in the third. Both teams taking each other's map pick. It's a bit kooky.
Yeah, and look, I think Case had a real opportunity of getting it done 2-0. It's just those rounds that we highlighted right early on within that first half of play. Henny happened, and then a couple more fumbles against some lighter buys. But all in all, we have 3 maps. And when you're about to be eliminated from the RMRs, the major qualifiers, you would love to go the distance. So the intensity about to get turned up a notch. These two teams extremely familiar with each other. This is their 9th outing against one another in 2024, if you're just joining us. And the second time we're about to see them go toe-to-toe on Vertigo, a map that we don't get an awful lot of. I understand that is also going on the mainstream. Harry and Hugo just next door, bringing the action of Complexity versus MIBR. MIBR 1 map up in that series. The winner of that game qualifies for the major.
Yep.
The loser of our game goes home.
Yeah, we're on the depressing side of the bracket right now.
Yeah.
And if you win, you've got a lot more work to do. So it really is just...
It's a road.
It's
a bumpy road.
Yeah.
I would say no bitumen.
I would say it's got like bear traps hidden under leaves
Bear traps under leaves.
in the road.
In the road.
Potholes.
In the potholes.
Spiky sticks.
Okay, so you've dug a couple trenches, covered them
Bear
over,
traps,
put the
spiky
sticks in,
on the sides.
sharpen the sticks. Okay.
Yeah, kind of bringing my Viet Cong energy into
I understand. Yeah.
the road.
Are there any? There's no skateboarding on this road.
Absolutely not.
No, no,
skateboarding
no.
strictly prohibited.
Put your boots on.
Yes, steel
Not
toe
wearing
caps
boots.
or something.
You-
Like your Timberlands that don't have any grip.
No.
Zero
Very
traction.
slippery.
Zero traction.
10-year-old boots not functioning as they should.
Apparently not.
No.
Red Canids on your screens, as they are, as you said, are not only determined, but I would argue momentum now favours them.
Look at this. Henny's in his own server right now practicing utility.
Yeah, that's what I like.
That is not even
That
a
is
joke.
what I like to see. Just making sure 100 out of 100 have landed on the way into Vertigo.
Well, which maybe is why the game is not ready to start
Work
just
out
yet,
which smoke
everybody,
he's throwing?
because
Looking from
it's
a-
the is he? Oh, okay. So he's throwing it on
T-spawn.
Guardian, right?
Yeah, T-spawn to Guardian. Okay.
Destruction.
Yeah, there's a new meta, isn't there, to the Vertigo B takes where you just throw one smoke.
Yeah, and you can even drop the molly on top of the
Right.
gen. Oh,
So that was,
I thought he was fist bumping, and then I forgot that we need the security checks.
yeah. If you leave the room, you will be checked, especially
I
if you're
would-
playing as well as BSD is.
Why do you think they would have left the room? There's 3 reasons.
I can't think of one because there's probably a bathroom in there.
Yeah, but it's got a glass.
Oh yeah, they're hitting the peach.
So unless
peach
there's
state
a-
or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or they want a fresh environment, right? So you come back into
fresh
the room,
air?
right? You go out, you reset, you come back in.
I think that would be my protocol. What was your between series? Did you have any rituals? Was it just
Try not to have a mental breakdown.
Yeah, okay. Just looking in the mirror going, oh.
It's basically me now, but as a player.
Okay, right. Same energy. Same
Yeah.
energy.
Yeah.
I'm sure a little team talk. I reckon you gave good team talk, didn't you?
Yeah.
The boys G'd up.
I was talking about gorillas on a bus once.
As in you were the gorillas.
We were the gorillas.
on the bus.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm already kind of
Yeah,
interested.
yeah.
So was the gorilla driving the bus?
Yes.
And you were going to run over your opposition?
Well, I think at that point I could have been the gorilla.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, now you've been hitting the gym. You actually are.
I'm not.
You're more
I'm
gorilla
not
now.
sure a lot of my speeches, but Aaron, sadly, Talon lost, but he reminded me of one not that long ago.
on.
So, no, that was about the gorillas
Oh,
on the
the
bus.
gorillas
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
bus go round and round.
That's how it went, actually. That's exactly how it went. Cold, where are you going? We want to start.
Mate. It's okay. Henny's got time to work out his smoke again.
He's buying a
It's a
little bit more
mid-smoke.
time. Well, now he's doing something different.
Yeah, from mid, left click throw.
Okay. Great for a little mid to B
Yeah.
split, isn't it?
Yeah.
A little impromptu mid. Excuse me, Mr.
Sir,
Official
sir.
/ referee. Can you move your head? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Isn't that what? Oh, no.
I reckon Red Canids have got this 13.
You think so?
8. Yeah.
So nobody tweeted us when we asked them to use the hashtag Perfect World Shanghai Major. Not sure if that
Such
is
a
the
catchy hashtag.
Yeah, well, look, maybe tweeted us at MachineGG at Sponge, SPUNJ.
I got a notification. It's raining in Bucharest.
Okay, not the notification we
you
were
were
looking
wondering.
for. But yeah, let us know what the hashtag is, and then we'll make sure we have the right one rolling.
Let's roll. It looks like Cold Zera's going to be getting himself back into his seat.
Oh, he's not wearing any shoes.
I understand it. I actually feel like I play better with like a little bit of a shoe.
Shoe on. It's more serious, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels like it's like I'm still at work, you know?
I kind of agree with that sentiment. But do you want that feeling, or do you want the feeling of
Comfort.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one or the other, isn't it? Sometimes
you can't have both.
And you can't really sit on your leg unless you're like, I don't know, Jason.
Yeah.
Unless you're Jason.
It was tough that Jason lost his leg.
Honestly, and I mean the Pirates, I'm gonna track them down and I'm gonna find them.
Yes. Well, look, if you guys have any words that you want to send to Moses, let him know. Our thoughts are with him.
Any messages you want to send to Jason, it's best you send to just Harry on it.
Send to Harry first.
Yeah, and he'll approve it and send it to Jason.
Send it to Jason.
Yeah, but we need Harry approval on any messaging to Jason at this current time.
It's kind of like his sidekick.
Sidekick is a way to frame it.
Yeah, in a way.
Because obviously Harry's the hero.
I
Jason's
meant,
the hero.
I meant
Harry's
Harry's
the sidekick.
Yeah.
He has got sidekick energy.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see that.
You see
I can
it.
see that now.
And Hugo is Harry's assistant.
So he's the sidekick?
He's the sidekick's assistant.
Okay.
I think sidekick is actually a step up from assistant.
Yeah, for sure. And Robin never had one of them.
An assistant?
Yeah.
Well,
What about the Jeeves guy?
Well, I don't know his actual name.
Jeeves.
I don't think it was Jeeves.
Oh, come on.
Morgan
we can do
Freeman,
this.
obviously.
No, Michael Caine.
Michael
What's
Caine.
his name? Mr. Tumnus? No, that's Narnia. Mr. Jeeves. I've got Jeeves. Jeeves, man. It has to be Jeeves. It's something like that.
Okay, well, looks like Henny's joined the server with everybody else now, so that's wonderful news. We should be getting things underway ASAP, and Henny needs to be in the server because he was quite the force for the Red Canids on map number 2.
You think about it, ChatGPT is kind of what Ask Jeeves was supposed to be.
In a way.
Yeah. And sorry, Chad, yes, you were getting ready to go, and I'm ready to go as well. As we get a T start for, I could just take a gamble. Canids on the T side.
Canids on the T side, indeed.
And we're going to be getting this one situated.
Here it is. Who will be joining Nouns in the last place category for the Americas RMR for the Perfect World Shanghai Major?
The smoke. He's been practicing. Henny lines it up.
Wow. Look
Looks
at that,
good.
everybody. Don't flash through there. It's not going to do anything. Through here.
We're talking.
Cooking.
And we're off. To the races. Double flash. Smoke arrives. Looks like it's landed well. Oh, but so was the bullet from that USP.
Imagine if he missed
one
the
from
smoke.
Yips.
Well, bomb goes down. Post plant ensues. A flash available on Riccioli.
I can't believe I just called him Yips. That's like a curse in the sporting world. But he's Yips.
Flash fight on the fade. Here we go. Come on, Big Rick. It's time to flash.
Here it comes. Oh, but lovely tracking there. Double from the Glock. Urban and Riccioli hitting their shot. Fires it from behind. It goes down to Cold.
This would be a classic Cold moment.
It would, especially considering there is an absence of a kit. They're just going to have to go for a 10-second sit. You can't lose the duel, Urban. It's going to lead to the clutch. Cold Zera takes a leap and a bound towards Canids taking this one.
Whew. Big from Cold Zero. You can see it starting to happen. That's exactly what he was known for back in the day, coming in clutch. And he sets the Red Canids up pretty.
Genuine question. How often would you say, like, if you were putting like a percentage on it, do CTs buy kits on pistol? Like, is it like in a professional Counter-Strike? Because it's not compulsory. We don't.
No, it's
see people go 5 Kevins.
I'm going to throw out a figure that isn't based in anything other than
eye test.
Counter-Strike. Maybe 25%.
Okay, interesting.
Because like think about the amount you see like 5 armors or dual Raiders getting dropped like normally 2 pairs. Yeah, I reckon maybe 25%. I think if your setup is going to be retake heavier. Oh, great flash. Cold under pressure, pushing through the pesky USPs. One and done for Cold. AK available.
That's something. And actually, if
hello.
Venom Zera did overlook that, they could have got awkward instead. B-side's open.
If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a very Merry Christmas.
Coming up, that is. What's on your Christmas list?
Australia.
Australia. I'd like one country, please.
Well, Nizen, it is great that you got that kill, but you don't necessarily want to be rolling into the first gun round with a MAC-10. However, if you can do some damage, get another kill, maybe scavenge away a rifle, that'd feel pretty
Another
tasty.
$600, and he would be on track to get BSD situated.
About what you could buy for Christmas with $600.
Yeah. Probably a gaming console. I have no idea how much they cost these days.
Jeez, Jason's sidekick is going nuts next door.
Yeah, calm your...
He's going mental.
You guys pedal to the metal right now. I reckon it's because Complexity have just had an amazing clutch from Halzerk.
Oh, yeah?
If I was just...
Oh, is that what you can hear through the
No,
wall?
I'm guessing. I'm actually guessing. I can't hear anything.
All right. 2-0. Nice start for the Canids. Wouldn't it be, and this is what we were discussing for Case, if they were able to get the victory over Red Canids, considering all the head-to-heads they had this year, it would feel great in the context of the major circuit. But be so far up on map number 1 to have a great opportunity on your choice of map number 2 and then to lose, I feel like that's going to be the gut punch because they did only win 10 rounds in their 2 best-of-1s prior to this matchup today. But we are into the guns. Oh, he has kept the MAC-10. The opponent will have head armor.
Niazin looks like he could be Drop's brother. At least from the side profile. coldzera flashing him out mid. Molly for Niazin's position. So they've got
fast.
This is very poppy.
Blocked.
Blocked, but still CT needs to be held. And with a MAC-10 versus an AK. Oh, he's done it! Magnificent from Niazin. Job done. Gets his one. He gets his one.
Oh!
Wow, BSD does not.
Didn't have his AWP, Alex.
No, but that was the frag. That was the frag to make this whole round looking good. Now Yeps is under so much pressure. Has to turn the
What a
flash.
flash.
Beautiful from Venom.
Oh, comfortable.
Why is Venom such a cooler nickname than Venom's Zera?
If he just dropped the Zera. Let's just call him Venom.
I think so.
Let's do it.
It sounds so much better. We can all do all the Spider-Man bits and bobblies.
So Spider-Man references Carnage.
And even Naya's in. Like, what? Let's get rid of the Zin, bro. Naya? Nye? Bill Nye, the science guy?
Bill Nye, the science guy. All right, well, saving 2 rifles, Urban with the AK, Big Rick with the M4, a little bit of util residual, of course. Lost bonus going into the next, going to be the 2900, so they could drop a rifle each. And Niazin will be able to buy himself because he carried into this round with the MAC-10. Now, Niazin could even drop an AWP for BSD, and it could all work out quite neat and tidy.
Okay. Everyone will have something.
Did good for one. There was the molly he had to fight, didn't really have a choice, but that flash from Venom Zera just lobbing it over the top of the white box. Yeps with few choices, and there it is. So BSD will be dropped the AWP. Everybody with rifles, those saves need to pay off immediately.
Tag pause just to kind of get themselves situated.
I think important to do so as well because, look, you can continue to go for the saves with the loss bonus there, but you want to get going ASAP. The last thing that you want to happen is Red Canids start to build up a big bank. At the moment, likely to have 1 residual buy. But if that gets to 2 or 3, T-side of Vertigo, I actually think the map is starting to lean a bit more in that fashion. I think the changes, especially late to mid-round over towards A with the lurk potential. We know teams are very good at ping-ponging on this map. Or seesaw, depends on what terminology that you're aiming for.
Merry-go-round.
Merry-go-rounds. I don't know, right? I don't think it's...
No, I think that makes sense, actually.
I think if you went with tennis, it would have been...
Oh, look at this gap. It's actually perfect for an AWP to peek in, but... Yep, leg shot into cold. No, okay. I think I slipped off. That's my bad. Misread the situation. Davideus has a lurk smoke down towards the sandbags to progress. Venom Zera doing the same thing. This is very proactive towards B. They want to keep the pressure onto Yeps. Yes, BSD rotates through. Yeps nails the headshot. Is Nathan going to be overlooked here on Danger?
If Nathan just parks, this is perfect for Seesaw. Nathan can just stay here. It's very difficult to clear this position without an overcommitment or extra utility. So now they need to go and knock on the... Oh, dear.
Barrel's going to stick out if you actually push this. Oh, that's tempting. Nathan has a little investigation. He's not going to be Molotov'd out or incendiaried out for the pedant. Smoke down from the CT, but Urban has to clear out Davideus as well. So here comes the beat pressure onto BSD. Comfortable collection.
Good.
Second, not going to connect onto coldzera, but their options are so severely limited now. You're going to walk on up, hoping coldzera can hit this shot, which he does! Takes down the AWPer on the other side of things. Henny has to find his now on the cross. Yeps is close, pre-aim, pre-fire. Yeps has managed to control the spray. It's Niazin from behind, from the top rope, delivers.
It's going to feel nice. You took the time out for that. You have the conversation. You now walk away with some AKs. The AWP picked back up for BSD, who did find success off of being dropped. So everything working as you would have hoped. that flash, you could see it just didn't quite blind the position that BSD was posted up with. Good awareness from Yeps as well that they could have been pressuring the site. And a great close from Nizen. Like waiting, swinging out late, not overextending and getting lined up. Lovely work. And as mentioned, there was going to be a residual buy, tactical timeout for Red Canids. And, well, a mission for David Deus onto a MAC-10. Henny will be operating with something a little bit lighter as well, but there are AKs aplenty. A very workable round for the Red Canids. But right there, it was spread out, right? There wasn't one clear plan, keeping their options open, but still getting shut down nonetheless. And we had spoken a whole lot about David Deus on map number 1 in Mirage. He was finding some good multi-kill impact that wasn't always converted upon. Secondary AWPing for the team as well on Dust 2. Finding some good openings. And if you're curious about David Deus, the only non-Brazilian in the server right now, did have a stint with 9Z. Went to 2 majors with that team. I believe it was Antwerp and Rio.
It's cool to see some Chilean representation at the Americas RMR. I would have assumed Meadle would be knocked on with that MAC-10 on David Deus. Didn't anticipate him to have so much company. So Henny's got the AK. coldzera sacrificing that onto the Tech 9 gives Henny a chance to find the opening. He's been working on this smoke as well. Going to go for a mid-take. This is a page out of the strap book. Quick pressure. Look at the amount of pressure onto Yeps. It's brilliant. Straight into him. Tech 9 finds one. MAC-10 another.
Save.
Copy and paste that, Chad. I mean, that is a lovely combination of util just to take a quick pop into B from a different angle of assault.
And you need to be able to have those moves up your sleeve, which we did see Red Canids be quite successful with similar type of low-buy maneuvers on Dust 2.
But drilling it, I mean, straight up, before we saw the last 5 minutes, before they got into this game, there was the pistol smoke, and this smoke that's now rendered them a nice 4th round.
Yeah, so Henny being reminded. That's the thing with AWPers in modern-day Counter-Strike. There's a whole lot more pressure. Well, I wouldn't say pressure. The workload on them to be able to throw utility is key. Yeah. Because of the position they're going to play, they're obviously not going to be a first in unless you're setting them up for the pick. Otherwise, you tend to... Cole, you're not going to spam that. I was going to say, you're definitely not going to spam that with a MAC-10. Wouldn't be any point.
Terrorists win.
Does seem, I mean, at least from the first 5 rounds, that B site has been a target of Red Canids.
Look, if you want to go for full B lobby control, it is risky, right? Especially when the T's throw out that like lobby lurk smoke and the flashes are there and they can path through the smoke for different angles. But if you can get full control, it forces them to either sit back, wait out the util, and then retake it later, and it just changes the default progression. But if you go for that type of gamble and they go heavy over towards A, your rotation point is as far away as humanly possible. So let's see if they want to try and get Yeps a bit more aggressive. Doesn't look like it, as Venom Zero is going to do exactly what we were discussing, apply that pressure towards B. So happy to set up. Oh. Well.
Not what he was aiming for.
No. I've seen a little bit of missed utility within this series.
Have another go.
Might not have the same potency now. We'll let everybody know the Complexity MIBR series has come to its conclusion. You go check out those results if you ever so wish. And FlyQuest versus Linvision has just begun. I'll let you guys know the veto for that series. Nuke, Vertigo, and Anubis to be played for the final spot from the Asian RMR. So only 2 games going at once now, Alex, not the 3. A few less plates to spin. I would recommend you spin plates at home.
Dangerous game.
All right, well, Red Canids, one thing to note is they're a bit risk adverse in the early parts of the rounds, right? They're not going to tussle too much through the smokes and flashes. They wait out the CT protocol utility. Urban.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, he's edging.
Oh.
Heard now.
Yeah, that's awkward. Colt's just staring at him. Will he be allowed to vacate the premises? Seems as though it's a safe passage back into the site. Quick smoke exec onto A, so they're showing some depth here to their playbook. You can see that 2-side smokes forces them to either push the smoke or play for the retake. Oh, it's a 3-man push, but 2 of them walking catwalk, and that's going to be confirmed. Nizen takes down, or goes down to Davideus. Nathan quick to surprise Riccioli. Urban up and over. Lovely triple. Urban does so much work, but now BSD rotates in. Cold and Venom.
Can't win the round.
Where did the bomb go? It was over towards the crane side. Ran the clock down a little too much with their cautious opening. So Case will take that. Look, I mean, you'll call that a clutch for BSD. Didn't have to lift a finger. So
Yeah, look, it'll count in the
15,
stats though, won't it?
Didn't catch the clock, to be honest with you. Caught me a little off guard, but Urban's kills enough to just completely destabilize. They needed that plant quick off of the back of the smokes.
He did well there, and in quite an awkward position too. So good job from Urban. Second tactical timeout used early from Red Canids. So wanting to make sure that the CTs don't feel too comfortable.
Is there?
Yes?
I was just going to ask, is this like an uncharacteristic performance from Nathan, or has he been struggling historically? Oh, he actually has been having a tough rating.
Yeah.
I didn't realize.
And I think something else that you need to look at with Red Canids is the average age, I think, is quite high. It's not a young man's team. They're 26.2.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Henny's 29, Nathan's 27, Cold Zero's 30. So this is not a young man's team. Davideus at 24 and Venom Zero at 20 being the youngest member. So he really brings the average age down. But yeah, look, it does look very rough for Nathan in a lot of scenarios, to be completely fair.
He's on, like, across the first 2 maps, 12 frags.
Yeah, that's less than ideal. B-Lobby Control taking it yet again. There was a great flash there to keep the AWP off the line, but Canids are going to take their time. That's the classic. Slow and steady.
Venom's talking a lot. So smoke, or rather Molotov towards danger, clears out close wood. So the pressure definitely being felt by the B players.
But you can see this pack, so it's 3 players.
Lovely little util set to put the pressure on again. Like layers to this, and then you boost. There's nothing that you can do to spot that really, unless you're up and over on the double stack, and so...
Feels like it's definitely going to be B. Look at all the bodies moving back over.
Yeah, look at the layers to this.
Here they come.
More and more util just landing. This is brutal. It's brutal out here for Case. But still there was an opportunity. The smoke was late. Ahead of it was the cross of Davideus, but a missed shot from BSD. Won't get any more, I tell a lie. Davideus down. Hits him with the flashbang. May have been heard. Venom brought low from the spam. 5 HP remaining as he gets away behind the generator.
That kill's going to lull them in for the retake. This is going to be tough.
It really hinges off of the way Urban and Riccioli find this flash conversions. Is it good enough as well? Is it going to blind that generator player? I think it's going to be over the top. Still has vision. Venom plays it well. We'll have a chance to pull on the trigger on once more. Nathan onto Urban. Post plant's looking good. Yeah, it's just one. Venom down. Niazin in. They need to get on that bomb now. Time-sensitive mission. Cold Zero in the smoke. Niazin doesn't have a chance. No time. Henny, by virtue of existing, will get away. Will not keep his AWP. But all the same, it's a 5th for the Canids.
Yeah, Photo finishes on a couple of these rounds, really coming down to the wire, and I mentioned that kill might lull them into the retake. It was always going to be tough. With the number advantage, of course, you're going to give it a go, but that B setup from Canids was looking pretty tidy. If you come in, your spacing's bad, you get caught off guard, the trading doesn't start in your favor. This is exactly what could happen.
We know B anchoring Vertigo is nasty, but I mean, put yourself into the shoes of the defender of that. This double wave. There was that one window, that one gap for anyone that was, anti-stratting Red Canids. If they're going to continue to be peeking ahead of that right side smoke, there was an opportunity for BSD. He just missed his shot.
And look, I understand Case going for this eco. I wouldn't have been crazily surprised to see them shove either, because everybody went down. So you know that Canids don't have a huge amount of money. Obviously, their buy is going to be much better than yours. But this is the point of the game where it's like, oh, maybe we can still wrangle back control of the economy. They are going to take more of the safe approach into the next with the 2,400 loss bonus. They'll have a buy, and well, that's an opener.
Yeah, tough one for Nathan. It's just paranoid and expecting a lower buy, and what's one of the most common things you see is a boosted dig. He gets punished.
Yeah, he does look out of his element though, doesn't he?
Yeah, most def.
Well, they're still in the lead, regardless of the struggles that he's had throughout this series. Should be able to waltz in towards B, as we can see a completely vacant bomb site. There is a rotation coming back over of one man, Nizen. He is just a ward right now. Information given that they have overrun the opposite side of the map and trundling together the remainder of Case. Look for some more damage, right? This is something that you would potentially want to be able to get away with a few more kills or even some upgrades, because you know that Canids' money's not fantastic. So where are they going to group up? Because they should try and fight for this. Not necessarily the round, but the damage. Kioli goes down middle.
So that was the Mag 10. Just going to be the USPs to try and do some more.
trying to find Cold, or at least Nizen is, as Venom Zero is going to be bailed out. Cold in the back line, Teddy with one. Davideus takes down Urban, and it's just the one man standing who did get, well, he ran the Mac 10 earlier, Alex.
It's true.
He saved it once, he saved it again.
Holding mid with the Mac 10, not an easy task.
No, not at all. Maybe if you get boosted on the box.
Yep, that's fine.
That might be one position I could think it could be okay.
Not a conversation you want to be having on the third map of your for survival.
I'd be getting rid of it at this stage.
Yeah,
of the
throw
game,
it off the map.
especially with 4 rounds in the hole, and he has done. It's on there on the ground right there. But in case you are just joining us, survival on the line for one of these two teams. Last place looms for the other.
And in Canids, that you've just joined us, 6 rounds on the T side. Oh,
flames.
lovely. But he's not going to be dissuaded. Punishes the absence of the incendiary or Molotov, and so going to be seeing a mid
the
push from
push.
Niazin. Yeah, this is promising. And so is the boost. Urban, he's looking like a real promising sign.
This is the bomb on Henny. Going through Z. So Nizen actually going to go and clear out B. This is perfect. He should have a multi. Unless he could get caught by Nathan.
Nathan, this is the frag. This is the frag. No, it's not. Goes down. Does go down to Venom, though. Into the site, and Geps is late. Very late for a very important date. Crazy. Henny gets 2 on the spray.
Save.
Oh, just as easy as that.
You can't give this one a go, boys. I know you want to. I know you need rounds, but the loss bonus starting to build in your favor. Hold on to your goods. Give yourself another crack into the next. Don't throw it all away. And that has made the messaging. PSD and Riccioli looking to save their goods. Really tough for Case to get going, especially after map number 1. They look so good, comfortable in the retake. Vertigo, a different ballpark.
Nightmare fuel for Nathan, but you've also got to be able to just allow yourself to sometimes be the passenger.
Yeah, shake it off. So noting a little bit of fun fact, I guess. Chev, who's observing right now, he told me at breakfast, and we touched on this earlier in the day, but Cold Zero, for those of you the uninitiated, legendary Brazilian player, multiple major winner. Went over to FaZe for an international stint and had to live in Europe for a certain period of time. Stayed in Serbia. And Yeps, who's a mate of his, also friends with Casemiro, which is the owner of his team, surprising, went out to Serbia to do content, recording of the content for Cold Zero.
I love it.
So these guys are mates.
Small world, I think.
And now one of them's going home. Last place, America's RMR.
Right now it looks like Cold's going to be the one throwing the knockout blow to Yeps and co.
Look, Davideus and Henny in opening kills again.
Yeah.
Hey, that can't be right.
That isn't right.
There can't be that many opening kills so far.
No.
There's only been 9 rounds
I think
of
that's
play.
just 2.
Well, yeah, true, because it says 20 kills.
Yeah.
My bad, guys. I should have
Proofread.
looked before I spoke.
I like it from BSD. Oh, that's more than I was expecting. He's actually bringing the fight to him. Cold's not ready for that. An AWP, aggressive push mid, fair play. You've got to get the juices flowing.
Ooh, okay. Elevation to deal with any little cheeky plays towards the right side of the stairs. Boosts, jump ups on the sandbags at the back. Both common approaches. And Venom Zero going through his util set once again. Smoke Molly combo. Well, that's hurt as well. So Henny copping some flames. Force back as BSD staying active and needs to. Davideus close up Crane. It will be an A finish.
Got bodies here. Urban and BSD to be tested. He has to hit this and get away. I heard the jump throw from Henny. Doesn't overstep. You can see just how close he was to catching a glimpse. And Nathan gets it. Down he goes. Now accelerating into the site. The bomb plant going to be required shortly. BSD hits another onto Davideus, jumping up and over. And Urban consistently finds frags when I doubt him. In the edge of the smoke, does punish. And BSD with the multi-kill, quad kill from BSD, raising the roof in the room. As this is a fight for survival.
Well, that's why saving those weapons, Alex, pays off. Keeping the AWP and the rifle, and then BSD gives you 4. You go 5 into the half, K still have a chance. I think if Red Canids get themselves up to 8 or 9 rounds, this is going to be such a tall task. But BSD, I love the proactive nature. And Yanko's been calling for a Brazilian AWP player to be it. So many good, talented players, but never an AWP that you can put your finger on.
They have yet to be able to humble Venom's early B presence, and I could say the same for Urban on his control of yellow. He's happy to occupy short. He's been having very little friction and troubles in finding contributions, and looks like he's going to try and stay active this time with Riccioli, that is.
Big Rick. 9-2 in combination, the two of them. Have been able to find a kill onto Davideus. He's in the dirt, but they'll still progress. Waterfall smoke, and Nathan, there you go. There's some impact.
Massive, catches Riccioli completely unawares on the cross back, trying to play the advantage, control and maintain that man advantage, and as a product of that, ends up giving it over.
Well, he has a great idea, right? Because when he hears the waterfall smoke landing behind him, that's one of the common places to throw it from Sandbag.
Good read. Interesting pivot mid. They've had some nice util combinations here previously. No Molotov this time. But I do want to see, Chev, if you can catch the mid-smoke Henny threw last time. I'd love to learn the lineup. Little left clicker to stop the elevator players. If he does throw it, might just be contact, though, because it is a massive gap right now. Does he do it? Here we go. So in the corner. Bang. And go. Oh, how is BSD there in time? Still manages to get them both. BSD is saving the Brazilians right now. Miro would be proud. Hold on. Venom Zera, still a problem on B. BSD, aggressive, missed his flick, but pushing.
He's got full util.
Yeah, he can stop the default plant with 12 seconds left. Venom's going to have to commit to it. Oh, the HE combined puts him on 3. They have to win this. This is compulsory. If you want to survive at the Americas RMR, if you want to avoid last place, you need a 7-5 half. And you have the man advantage. I mean, Venom's a shadow of his former self. He's got 3 HP. It might have to just be Henny. And he's done well to start. Takes down Urban on the rotation. Still a B-Stairs player being held. Venom needs to hit his. BSD goes down. Venom still finds a contribution. And now Niazin, what's he supposed to do? Time sensitive. Fakes it out. Calling the bluff is Venom. Swings through to confirm it. And this is an 8 for the Canids. Outrageous. Despite everything BSD has done for them in these last 2 rounds, he still cannot put that 4th on the board.
Oh, yeah, you're bang on. It felt like he had done enough there. The second kill, what's he seen? Must have just been the tippy top of the head to get the double.
When I looked at the minimap, just as they were lining up that smoke, BSD was straight, like, deep Ellie. He's just got there in time before the smoke does plume.
Here it is. I think we'll catch it on the replay. This is how it kicked off in favor of Case. Nathan gets a nice trade, keeps the round open. BSD's first, and just the head swinging past. Huge shot.
Oh, Venom's a real demon, isn't he? On this B default.
It's also fantastic that they work together, Henny and Venom, to take that fight and isolate BSD. Oh. Henny's grabbed the AWP and found an opener, making a double trouble now. 9 on the docket for the Canids.
Oh, problems. Eyes in as well. This could lead to a really nasty timing. He has to react.
Oh, he's just put the
has to react. Yep. A chance.
So then OB's open.
Squandered, yeah.
Get a move on.
Absolutely. Nathan's calling it wide open. Oh! Filthy.
Exploits the gap. Cold sits him down, and BSD 1v5. And that's for only 4 rounds.
Yeah, you can see him there just residing himself to a impossible clutch. Staring at smokes, hitting his shots, panning the stats, but they want more than just stats. They wanted to survive the night. At the Americas RMR, Nathan's got a chance and will take it for a 9-3 half. Canids 4 rounds away from surviving and knocking out Case, as well as Yeps, of course, for Cold Zera, player he's all too familiar with.
You take a look at that round timeline we just had on screen, you can see nothing consecutive for Case. We're unable to build any momentum on the CT side, not able to put up a defense that was Anything that the Canids had to worry about.
What's a tool that's missing from their tool belt to make life difficult for Venom? Because Venom just felt like every time he could just throw that smoke, throw that molly.
They never went aggressive
Like
in
full
the
stairs
lobby.
take.
Yeah, right. And some rounds they sent the orb there to go for a pick, but was flashed off of the line.
Yeah.
So the fact they weren't able to get any control. Nizen actually was able to find space in middle in a few rounds, right?
Yeah.
And they were trying to find a pressure point where they could get aggression, but you bang on. They were under a lot of scrutiny over towards B. A lot of information was in the favor, and it just meant a lot of these they did deal with it early, though. Remember the first rifle round? They walked into B, and Yep sits one down, and the AWPer on default takes down Nathan.
Yep.
But since then, it was been all the conversation about the Canids.
I mean, we know just how much easier the map feels when you can say it's not B. They could never say that.
I'm going to put this out there. This pistol round determines, right, if we're going to have any conversation about Case. Because if Red Canids win this, not only is it 10, for Case, you just have to force play out the rest of the game. We see teams, even at the highest levels, find themselves in this situation where it sucks, right? You lose the pistol, you force again, it's all over. You're never going to get a rifle round in the second half of play. So dig deep right now, Case. Put on a show why you're here.
What's the pistol call? It's going to have to be... yeah, I was going to say complex. We've got 2 smokes. Riccioli and Yep's going to be equipped with that, a Molotov and a flash.
Well, we're about to see if it's going to be A or B focused, right? This could go either way. Looks like it is going to be B based.
Contact.
So there is going to be quick support, right? Henny will be able to help either middle or B with a flash. He's actually got one lined up right now. Venom and Davideus will be able to rotate quite quickly. They're now setting up over towards the B lobby. Need to make sure they don't make any sound cues because that will be heard by the mid players. Careful now, boys, as they're making this boost look more difficult than it has to be. Cold Zero likely to be mollied out by Yeps. Wait, Yeps is in middle. No, don't worry about that. Cancel that.
Molly onto Guardian instead. Nizen down. Cold Zero hits the shot. Davideus one. Urban, he needs another. He cannot afford to go down. Delivers a triple. Urban fighting tooth and nail for his survival here at the RMR. Another for Urban. A quad kill, but it could still be an ace. And it is. Urban refuses to surrender, refuses to go down quietly. He fights tooth and nail for a chance to survive. It's just a 4th round, but it does mean there's more opportunities coming their way, and Cold even found the opening.
I thought Cold was going to be in trouble. Take a quick look at the radar, saw that Yeps was over towards middle, so that util set was never destined for his position whatsoever. The CTs, they just kept coming, kept swinging, but Urban playing deathmatch, sits them down and keeps the dream alive.
Nice play.
It's a force buy, though, for Canids. They are giving a chance for Case to get back into things.
Bro, if you round that corner, you're going to get a jump scare.
And Yeps already has wide eyes. Take a look, you can see.
5.
On the cam, he's about to get the shock of a century. Trying to assist A from the ladder room. Needs to be quite worrisome about this one.
Just pieces out.
Well, mid's about to be called clear. So I feel if Canids don't get any action before Case can fortify a bomb site, they should save. I know that seems crazy, but it wouldn't make any sense to go for a round that you don't really have any stake in winning, because at that point, we're going to see 9-5, but you'll have to be full eco. That's 9-6. It just becomes a 3-round game. You lose the first rifle round.
Nice, diligent util. Clears out that close box for Riccioli.
We're going to see the save. They're all over towards B.
Fair play. I mean, it is, as you've highlighted, it makes a lot more sense. Having a second bite, having another try.
I think if you're going to give the force buy like this with such a lead of Canids, this has to be the option if you gambled incorrectly. I just don't think you could have justified going for it. I think the force buy in itself might feel like you're getting a step ahead or two, but anyway, it looks like we're back at a unicorn round.
Yeah, first one for us here at the RMR.
I wonder how many aces there's been. I know we saw one on the pistol. That's what's got me thinking about it. I'll just take a quick look. Snow got one against Imperial, and Venom Zero got one against M80.
So that was the 3rd ace, is that it?
Yeah.
Wow.
As far as the Americas is concerned, I'll take a quick look at Asia while we have this moment of respite.
Terrorists win.
Asia's had a bunch more. Wecht from GR against FlyQuest. Inns against GR. Kaze against Talon. Inns against Drillers. I think that was on a save, though, so I don't think that really counts. Zaka against Talon and MHL against Linvision. So a few more.
Not too shabby.
And if you want to go tune into the Asian RMR final game...
Game's live?
Final game taking place. FlyQuest Linvision live now.
Let's see if this second attempt on the force buy. I mean, they already they can assume it was a force buy by virtue of the save, right? It would have been, if it was USPs, they'd have seen it. We know they're up against the same kind of thing. MP9, close quarters, grenade destined for Davideus, some damage.
Here they come.
Oof. Okay, I mean, he's just looking for one, playing for one.
B.
And he's done it. Riccioli opens him up, denies Davideus with anything. Ooh, cold moment of opportunity. Riccioli at least throws the bomb away. That could have gotten much worse had he lost it in front of the smoke.
Nice and slow.
PSD. Oh, that's messy. That's sketchy. They're going to lose it. Urban needs to save him. Nathan doing a lot, but still Yaps is here. 1v1, Niazin versus Henny. 5-7 versus Mac 10. Henny looking better than Niazin in the health department.
Bloody
and
hell!
He wide swung him. It's exactly what Henny needed. A nice, easy body shot, just 16 points of damage. Why has he done that?
I think that's reminiscent of the clutch that Niazin won on Mirage. Remember when he was at Van and Henny coming up short and he just did this weird swing? Like, he actually stepped out and then stepped out again.
Don't even have a kit,
I think he's trying to surprise Henny,
don't
but
have a kit, man.
yeah, well, we knew it was going to be tough.
16 HP, man.
Yeah.
Play time, man.
And this makes Riccioli's death that much worse. You think, what are you getting up to, mate?
Oh, I have the bomb.
Where are you going, Chief?
Oh, that's a massive win. Oh, the Canids know what that means. Yeah, final attack pause. Probably just to screw their heads back on straight, because Case. Fumble.
Tough. Well, they get a bye. So it's not the end of the world, but it definitely feels that way from where we're sitting. It should have been a 9-6 scoreline.
Yes.
With a 3-round manageable gap. You winning a rifle round puts them down to a partial. 9-7, likely 9-8.
The only way... Never mind.
Oh,
Niazin.
They're not going to clear
Yeah, they
it.
will. Hello.
What?
This is madness. This is utter crazy counter. Davideus gets away. No, it's nice clear on the HE. Okay. Smoke break leads to a 4v4. I'm going to screw my head back on.
Take a bit of a breath.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
One might be necessary.
Can't believe this is. I mean, it's been highly entertaining. Probably not for Case.
Well,
across the series,
one.
yeah, sure. But Vertigo right now is really hinging on this gun round going's tickety-boo. Urban. He's been my standout from Case for sure.
He's definitely had some moments, hasn't he? Combination of utility there, so from ladder as well as A ramp to help it look like it's going to be a bit more A pressure. I think Riccioli allows them to seesaw back towards B. So A pressure, keep the rotation split. Henny will be the closest point to help out Cold Zero on a B finish. 39 seconds remaining. BSD still hanging around, and Venom's just walking through this smoke. He's going to catch him, and he's going to call it clear. The rotation to B, it can be on the way right
Venom,
here, right now.
That's massive. One Zera sets up the other. Cold prepares himself to receive a perfect flash onto all three. They cross in. It's going to be a massacre, but it's actually Urban and Riccioli. They stand steadfast. Cross missed shot. Henny had a chance to stop that bomb plant. Now Riccioli peeks into the AWP just to make sure it's extra hard for Urban. Venom coming in from one side. Lovely position.
Oh.
He's not going to clear him. He's not going to clear him.
But he's going to see him when he goes up the stairs.
Hold on. This is mad. Not if he jumps up.
No.
Not if he jumps up. And then he doesn't check it.
Oh!
And now Urban's going to win the clutch from this one. He's overlooked him.
No!
That is ridiculous. Oh, the frustrations.
There's a smoke.
Hang on.
Where's the kit?
No kit. Wait, maybe on the side. Missed shot from Henny. He's got no time. He's won the clutch. Urban again with impact. This game is ridiculous. I'm losing my fucking mind.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Well, Red Canids, they've taken their last tactical timeout as well. There's still so many rounds of Counter-Strike to be played, and there's nothing left for the coaches.
Oh,
They're watching firsthand.
Oh, yeah. From their perspective, it's even crazier. Oh, that's a spicy meatball.
Not even I'll have a look.
Not even a slight consideration.
Not at all. Hello. Oh, thank you very much.
Sweet.
Show him that after the game.
Yeah.
Wouldn't believe how lucky he just got.
Oh my God. I mean, that's one back.
Yeah.
You know what? Nice.
Well, that's what Dust 2 was about, right? And Red Canids ended up with more.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the case can still be made, as it were.
See that T smoke?
Yeah, I do.
So if the CTs are going to do the classic like yellow smoke, T's drop that, it means that the AWP or rifles can play over the top of it.
Oh, it's like the new version of the under the boards one we used to throw and go.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Yeah. Big Rick doing a lot of talking. Trying to corral the troops, going to send multiple bodies up the ladder to assist Yeps in middle. Henny's AWP trained and at the ready.
He's been here for a long time. Patience could be rewarded here. Riccioli puts himself straight in the crosshairs of Henny. Solid pull of the trigger and first blood drawn for the Red Canids on as well for information.
So at least it's been scavenged. 35 seconds. You need a finish.
Is looking very bleak.
Gentlemen, group up and do something or save. Those are your options.
Zera's not been spotted.
What?
They're walking straight past him. Now that smoke gives him more options. Davideus contributes. They still don't know about the SMG. It's too comfortable. Canids send Case back to spawn. A failed venture this time. Time their greatest adversary. Just running the clock down.
Day 4, Venom Zera. The sandbags think I'm one of them. I'm integrated with their culture.
I mean, it is a frustrating position to clear.
I can't believe he's just sitting there like that. I know he had support for a moment, but that support backed off.
You get a little info. There's like a pixel gap.
Surely this is it.
Yeah, well, that felt like it, but all it would take would be a crazy Tech 9 opening.
True, and neither team has any loss bonus to work with. 1,400 for Canids if they lose this one.
Fast Tech 9s chipped away at, spotted, and Venom Zera's ready. It's not going to be easy to try and force their way into this A site with just the sidearms, and Venom already removing BSD is big. Mid-luck is not going to be getting anything done. Davideus deals with Niazin. Nathan in a nice elevated angle will have a deep sight line to catch this search. And a nice one back. Urban, miraculous to actually find a contribution up against rifles, but this one looks like it's too far gone. Venom with 8 HP is susceptible, but manages to get out on the catwalk. Kenny puts Urban down. A 12th round for the Red Canids. Sealed and delivered by Henny. 16 and 5. I mean, he is having a field day across this series. He's been having impact throughout, and it's not changing here on Vertigo.
Yeah, I feel like the beginning of the end was signaled so much earlier within this game for Case. The first half, tough. Couldn't get themselves consecutive CT rounds. Flicking over to the T side. An ace from Urban on the pistol. You think it sets them up. They lose that crazy 1v1. I don't know what Nizen was thinking, but regardless, he shouldn't be left in that scenario. And this should be it. Helpless. They just run into the cold embrace. Coldzera still in pursuit of the Major to make it 12, but this is just for survival as Davideus mops them up. One body to find, and it's Yeps.
Red Canids survival. And for Case, elimination. A short trip to Shanghai for Case as it's A 4-3 mapper, but ends with conviction. Red Canids, a 13-8, a 13-6, locking it down, and a reverse sweep. Disappointing all of those Case fans in Brazil.
Yeah, they were in full control on map number 1 at Mirage. They were doing fantastic on the CT side. More than happy to play retake, allow the players from Red Canids to play into their hands. You move over to Dust 2, they had their opportunities. 13-8 as the scoreline. I think there were closer moments. You go back to the scout round from Henny early in the first half. In the second half, the Technam round on B, where Yeps is back at platform, and they all just swarm in window. They offer themselves up, and they essentially gave a real opportunity for the Canids. But you were talking about Henny. I think his impact throughout the series is the one that I would like to know. But Venom Zera, especially here on Vertigo, with the type of impact that he was having, made a bit of a name for himself. And they do survive to fight another day. We have eliminated 2 teams for the Americas RMR today. Nouns and Case going home.
Yeah, bleak for Case, and as you've highlighted, opportunities for it to go another way. But, I mean, one hell of a crazy game. There was just so much ridiculousness over the course of 3 maps and pace, that Brazilian flair. And I think my main takeaway is BSD promising. Definitely
Showed some good signs,
yeah, some
didn't
good
he?
signs of life. And also Urban felt like he had, you know, a diverse portfolio of contributions across CT and T. Felt like he was one of the more highlights-worthy players, and here's a highlight from Urban right here, right now. A full ace to keep that 9-3 half into a competitive scoreline, or at least an opportunity to do so. Of course, slipping and tripping over their own shoelaces at times into that second half. But yeah, they gave it everything they had. They gave it everything it was worth. Crazy 1v2 as well, thrown in there for good measure.
For sure.
But yeah, I think Venom as well for the Red Canids in combination with the rest of the boys. Henny, of course, is going to be the highlight. He's definitely taking the limelight.
They're going to need Knifin to pull up his socks a little bit. Yeah, this was wild. If Knifin can pull up his socks a little bit and find some contributions, right, I think that could be definitely a boon for Red Canids going forward, because if they want to make the major, they're going to need to win 2 more best-of-3s consecutively. And the opponents from this point forward are only going to get harder. Right? Case is a team that they're very familiar with. This was the 9th outing against each other this year. And this one went the distance. They had 8 head-to-heads up until this point, but yeah, this one falls in the favor of Red Canids, who traditionally get the better of them, and this is, I guess, the most serious matchup they've had.
I was going to ask you, but we're not at our computers, so I don't want to throw you under the bus as to who's in that same bucket as the Red Canids, you know, like the 1-2 games.
The 1-2 games. Well, that's a great question.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe we'll get the schedule.
Oh, we might be able to have a look as well.
But we would have KRÜ, because they beat Nouns,
yeah, right.
Teams who lost their 1-1 matchup. So do you know who FURIA played? I should do. It should be there on the top of my head.
I couldn't.
I think it was Boss, so Boss should be in the 1-2 category.
You're doing very well.
Liquid played 1-1 game as well.
And so the team they beat.
The team that they beat, of course, it was on Anubis, because I think that... Was it on Anubis? I'm pretty sure. Look, Alex, there's a lot of games at Counter-Strike.
Absolutely. There's a lot, and there will be a whole lot more coming up as well, certainly for the Red Canids. Not for the boys of KRÜ, though. Yeah, it's a nasty way to go down, to be last place of the Americas RMR. Nouns as well condemned to the similar fate. Cold Zera, standout player of that 3rd map. You can see rather convincing after what was a shellacking on Canids map pick. But as you'd already highlighted coming into this series, it did have that air of the
funkiness, right?
Because of domestic affair.
Because of how well they should know each other and the way they approach the game. But definitely the team with the more experienced players prevailed. Cold Zera, Henny, and I guess Davideus, right? Those 3 have played at majors before. Everybody else in the server was in pursuit of their very first. But yeah, you have to be happy with that if you're Red Canids, to bounce back after such a bad loss on map number 1. And this is only going to fill them with confidence. They get to have a bit of a sleep now, wake up tomorrow and do it all again. Best of 3s in back-to-back days is going to be necessary.
Yeah, so do we as well.
Have a sleep.
Yeah.
And do best of 3s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's going to be fun.
That is true. Yeah. That is true. Now, you know, we were informed that maybe there are a couple of surprises coming. We don't know if that. We'll wait until maybe we get the message in our ear. But as far as the day of Counter-Strike went, that is all we covered off. Yep. We just had one simple best of 3. Harry and Hugo did Complexity versus MIBR, and if you didn't catch that result, MIBR did topple them 2-0. So MIBR locked themselves in.
Massive.
So they join the likes of Wildcard Mongols and Rare Atom, so over the Asian and Americas RMR. And these are some of the results from today. So Legacy going down to M80. So Legacy will be one of those teams in the 1-2 category. Imperial, I believe, will be one of those teams in the 1-2 category. Nouns have gone home, and now the same for Case. Well, I don't think they've gone home yet, but they'll be
They're in
going
the
home.
process
Yes.
of,
They'll be packing their suitcase. They'll be
It's bleak, isn't it? You've only been there like a couple, 5 days.
yeah. It's tough.
It
It is
is.
tough. That's the thing. That's the competition, right? It's got to be cutthroat, and we're trying to find the best possible team. 7 teams
Yep.
from the Americas RMR to join the Perfect World Major.
And some strong candidates as well, as we've seen over these last couple of days. We'll continue to see more from Red Canids, but the story ends here for Case, and the story ends here for our stream for today. More, of course, going to be coming at you tomorrow, so do stay tuned. If you want to check out the other stream, I'm sure there's some desk discussions going on. You can go and check that out as well. But for
Or FlyQuest taking on LinVision for the final spot for the Asian RMR.
that's the
Tune
shout.
into that one.
Go do that.
Go do
Go
that.
check out FlyQuest Loose. It'll be fun. Let's go and take a break. We'll be back tomorrow. See you later.
The world is changing quickly.
To clear.
Shut up. The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.